A little girl was wandering home alone down a deserted street in the old Ping'an town district. Turns out, she's none other than the female lead's biological daughter in the angsty novel. She calmly recalled how life had brought her to this world. I'm Ji Chu. I used to be a genius hacker. A year ago, I transmigrated into the world of a melodramatic novel and became the 5-year-old biological daughter of the female lead, Ji Mangxi. Suddenly, she stopped dead in her tracks, spotting a multi-million-dollar luxury car in front of her house. So she knew this was coming. She approached the car, thinking to herself, finally, the part where the Zhao family comes to pick up the female lead, Ji Mangxi. She peeked inside the house and saw her mother with an older woman. The woman was saying, Mangxi, I really am your biological mother. This is the DNA test report. It's all my fault. Years ago, when you were only 5, I didn't watch you carefully, and you were kidnapped. This very beautiful, kind, and gentle woman is none other than Ji Mangxi, the female lead of the angsty novel. She was extremely awkward, while the older woman held her hand tightly, saying, Please give me a chance to make it up to you. It was an older woman dressed in extremely luxurious and elegant clothes, Tang Chongxi, the female lead's biological mother. She pleaded earnestly, Come home with me, your father and siblings all miss you very much. Mangxi was a bit panicked. Ji Chu began to recall the story she transmigrated into. In the original plot, the female lead was kidnapped and coincidentally adopted by a poor family. Mom, don't worry. I will definitely earn enough money to treat your illness. The adoptive mother treated the female lead very well, but to get money to treat her seriously ill adoptive mother, the female lead had no choice but to enter the entertainment industry. At that time, a top tycoon appeared and saved her life. This money is for you. From now on, you will be my contract mistress. He acted that way because the top tycoon in the entertainment industry discovered that Ji Mangxi looked very much like his first love. Because he wanted a substitute for the white moonlight in his heart, he gave her a large sum of money and told her to be his contract mistress. Unexpectedly, Mangxi was extremely grateful for that, so in the short time they spent together, Ji Mangxi fell in love with this dangerous man. Just when she thought everything would be fine, Song Shen's first love returned, and her adoptive mother passed away. Ji Mangxi decided to leave Song Shen, hide her identity, and run away pregnant. Just like that, she gave birth to her daughter Ji Chu, all alone. Ending her recollection, Ji Chu entered the house and said politely, Mama, Ji Chu is home. Like any other child, she acted spoiled with her mother. Ji Chu is so hungry, I want to eat cake. In reality, she always felt uncomfortable thinking that her soul was that of an adult. But she had to act cute like this. It was so embarrassing. Ji Chu pretended to be innocent and asked Mangxi, Mama, who is this old lady? Her mother replied, Ji Chu. This is your maternal grandmother. She reminded her daughter to greet her mother, be good, say hello to your maternal grandmother. Grandmother, Tang Chongxi, not understanding what was happening, asked, Titi, who is this? Mangxi looked at her daughter with a proud expression. Ji Chu is my biological daughter. She's 5 years old this year. Hearing this, Tang Chongxi couldn't hold back her tears. Good child, you've suffered so much these past years. Tomorrow, I will have someone pick you up to go home to the Zhao family. From now on, no one can bully you and Ji Chu anymore. She really moved Mangxi to tears, Mom. After saying that, she rushed off, saying, Be good, I'll go make arrangements. Tonight, the two of us will pack our things and go. I'll head back first. Remember to take care of yourself. Tang Chongxi was reluctant to leave. Mom, let me see you off. Only Ji Chu was on guard, watching her retreating figure with sharp eyes. The mother and daughter saw Tang Chongxi off as she got into the car to return home. Drive safe, Mangxi said. She waved cheerfully. Okay. As soon as she turned her face away, she revealed a sinister expression and said to the driver, Let's go home. Still full of suspicion, Ji Chu asked her mom, Mama, are we really going to Grandma's house? Not wanting her mom to be tricked again, she reminded her, I think Grandma seems kinda mean. With her kind and filial nature, Mangxi said to her daughter, Ji Chu, That's my real mom. I want to go back to take care of her and the family. Ji Chu asked curiously, Mama, is Grandma's family rich? With her limited knowledge of the family, Mangxi said, Very rich. They're famous in the capital. Ji Chu then wondered, if Grandma's family is so rich, why didn't they find us sooner? Actually, she was trying to wake her mom up from the trap that Grandma had set. Ji Chu is already 5 years old, and now Grandma just found Mama. Then she should have found Mama earlier, right? Still not believing it, Mangxi comforted her daughter. Ji Chu, I'm her own daughter. What kind of mother would hurt her own child? She gently stroked Ji Chu's head, as if wanting her to be at ease. Don't worry. Ji Chu reluctantly kept quiet. Okay. In her heart, she was extremely tormented and blamed herself. Mama, it's your kind nature that always makes you fall into traps. No wonder you were abused so much in the original story. Continuing to recall the story, she remembered that Tang Chunxi seemingly brought Ji Mangxi back to the Zhao family, but actually just wanted to marry her off to a rich old geezer. Just like that, the fate of the mother and daughter plummeted. Ji Mangxi naively believed it, and was forced to marry an old man in his 40s, and was soon tormented to death. At the same time, it implicated the innocent child, her little daughter Ji Chu, who was also left to starve to death. I can't let this tragedy happen. The tragic ending of Ji Chu in the original story was vividly clear in her mind. The little daughter was determined to save her mom and herself from the abyss. She already had a plan in mind, just waiting for the opportunity to come. Mama, it seems like only I can save you. Tomorrow, Ji Chu got into a fighting stance. I have to take action. The car carrying Mengxi and her daughter was heading straight for Beijing. The chubby driver told Ji Chu, "Miss, you can sleep in the car. We still have several hours before we reach Beijing." Ji Chu quickly chimed in. "Uncle Driver, will Grandma like Choo-Choo and Mama?" That smooth talker replied, "Of course, Mrs. Madam's own daughter. Finding the lost child will make Madam very happy. The Zhao family all welcome Miss back." She's definitely not a simple kid, Ji Chu thought. If Grandma likes Mama and Choo-Choo so much, why didn't she send a plane to pick us up? Choo-Choo saw on TV that it only takes 2 hours to fly to Beijing. The little dude choked, sweating bullets, and stammered, There might be no plane tickets left. Airplane tickets to Beijing are very scarce." But Manxi, ever the apologist, chimed in, "Choo-Choo, Grandma probably wanted to be low-key in welcoming us back to Beijing. She didn't want us to attract attention from outsiders or be gossiped about." Choo-Choo responded in surprise, "Is that so?" In her heart, she felt helpless and miserable. "Sigh, I've already hinted so much. Why doesn't Mom notice anything?" After several hours, the car finally stopped in front of the Zhao family's grand villa. Inside the villa, a servant led the mother and daughter to the dining room. Little miss, please follow me. Master and Madam are this way." Grandma stood up to welcome them when she saw them. "You're here, Mengxi." She acted all kind and took her daughter's hand, pulling her closer. "Come, sit down." Ji Chu and her mom felt a little like they were being ignored. Ji Chu just sighed and shook her head. "If she wants to act, I'll give her some space to show off her motherly love." This incredibly clever child started thinking of ways to, who can I win over? First, she looked around the room. Her eyes landed on an old man. That was Zhao Jing, the female lead's dad from the angsty novel. She grimaced. She really couldn't stand him. This old guy's face is so droopy. Is he trying to scare someone to death? The next target was a handsome man. This was Zhao Yan, the female lead's brother. I remember in the novel, the only good person in the Zhao family was Zhao Yan. Plus, he'll be a billionaire CEO later. Super rich, I have to latch on to him. The little girl quickly ran over, her little hand waving, signaling that she wanted to be picked up. Ji Chu was incredibly adorable as she repeatedly called out, big bro, hug." Zhao Yan was captivated by the little girl's cuteness, and he also noticed something strange. These round eyes looked somewhat like someone. He picked her up and put her on his lap, starting to chat. "What's your name?" "I'm Ji Chu. Chu as in first love. You can call me Choo-Choo." This big bro was excited to have such a playful niece. "You're so young, and you already know about first love." Choo-Choo learned it from TV. "Of course, I know what first love means." The little girl replied innocently and without hesitation. "First love is the first person you like. Big bro, do you have a first love?" Of course he didn't say anything, just smiled and replied, "Guess." Having grasped everything about the story, the little girl smugly thought, "Let me guess. Of course, I know he has a first love. His first love is the hot blogger, Kid, who's very famous. But in the near future, his parents will oppose him and Kid being together." Suddenly, there was a loud footstep that shook the floor, creating a loud thud. As soon as she walked in, she said, "Dad, Mom, is elder sister Mengxi back?" "This woman is." Zhao Manxi, the female lead's younger sister. Grandma quickly introduced them. "Mengxi, let me introduce you. This is your younger sister Manxi." Even though it was their first meeting, she rudely touched her sister's chin and said, "Wow, elder sister is so pretty. I thought you'd be having a hard time living in the countryside." "How evil?" she immediately asked. "Sis, why isn't my brother-in-law here today? All I see is my niece." Mengxi could only lie. Choo-Choo's father passed away a long time ago. She replied provocatively, "Oh really, you must have had it tough." Mengxi felt a little uncomfortable and thought to herself, "Am I imagining things? I keep feeling like this younger sister has some bad intentions towards me. Suddenly, Manchi acted like she had everything planned out. That's right, my niece is 5 years old this year. She should go to school when she's in Beijing. Mom, why don't you help my sister pick a good kindergarten? Grandma immediately answered, it's already been chosen. It's in the suburbs, called Royal Kindergarten. At the same time, Chuchu's grandma added, Mengxi, Chuchu is already 5 years old. Education is important. Mom carefully chose this kindergarten. The teachers are responsible. Don't worry. These two acted so fast that Mengxi didn't even have a chance to refuse, but Mengxi tried to say something, but she kept getting cut off, sis. Manchi wouldn't stop talking. Chuchu is still young. She should make more friends. Kids her age are already learning English. Chuchu can't just play in the mud. Her mom was exactly the same. Mengxi, listen to your mother. You're still young. Besides taking care of the little one, you have to take care of yourself. You're so skinny, it breaks my heart. Mengxi was silent, unable to say a word. Yes, even though Chuchu is very smart, she needs to interact with more children her age. Suddenly, she felt like she wasn't good enough and couldn't just stay in her room playing on the computer. Jiuchu sat to the side, silently observing everything. Here it comes, here it comes. Finally, the kindergarten plot. Like a pro, Chuchu began analyzing the plot points in the story. In the novel, the Zhao family pretends to be kind and finds a fancy kindergarten for Jiuchu, with the goal of separating Jiu Mengxi and her daughter. All of Tang Chunxi's true colors are exposed. She pretends to love her daughter and granddaughter, but then she plots to have Jiu Mengxi meet with the old man, CEO Li. On top of that, these people are so heartless that they send their granddaughter to a kindergarten that isn't a fancy school at all, and is basically like a torture chamber. An innocent child was harmed like this, and in just a few short days, Jiuchu is so starved that her skin turned yellow. Not stopping there, even though she was her own daughter, she showed no mercy. Tang Chungzi coerced and tempted her, saying that only if Jiu Mengxi marries CEO Li will she let Jiuchu leave the kindergarten. In short, this is the moment of life and death for the two of them, and the kindergarten is the beginning of the tragedy. Her fighting spirit was ignited, determined to teach those people a lesson. First, I have to stop it. This clever child turned to Zhao Yan for help. Uncle, Chuchu doesn't want to go to kindergarten. The little girl hugged him tightly and begged. Chuchu wants to play with Uncle. In her heart, she pleaded, Uncle, for the sake of your adorable niece, please save me. Zhao Yan frowned, lost in thought, holding his aggrieved niece in his arms. My parents are merchants, profit is everything, and Mom doesn't like that vulgar woman. Looking at the loving scene between his mother and his long-lost younger sister, he couldn't help but wonder. Jiu Mengxi has been missing for 28 years. Mom never even mentioned wanting to find her, but now she's showering her with concern. It's too strange. He already had his own plans in his heart, determined to protect the two of them. I've never asked about family matters, but this time it looks like I have to investigate. Auntie Zhao Manxi, bless her heart, wanted to take her granddaughter back to her room. Sis, why don't you and Mom take Chuchu to her new room? You two can chat. Seeing her new room, Jiuchu squealed with delight. Ooh, is this Chuchu's room? The little one couldn't stand still, running all over the room. So pretty, dolls, dolls, so many pretty dolls. Manchi was super smug, thinking she'd nailed it. Heh, this little country bumpkin is so easy to fool, a few dolls can trick her. Chuchu hugged a teddy bear tightly, beaming, love it, love it. Truth be told, inside, she was totally an adult. And super annoyed, ugh, Pink, seriously, I'm not a 5-year-old. Then she started imagining all the things she really loved. New race cars, unlimited black cards, high-end computers. Now those are the things I love. Auntie came over to check on her granddaughter, Chuchu. Do you know who your dad is? Jiuchu was confused. Huh. Continuing to play the silly kid, she even looked wary. Auntie, I'll tell you a secret, but don't tell anyone. My mommy says my daddy is a... The little girl whispered to her Auntie Manchi, a diver. Manchi frowned. She thought, so this kid's dad actually has a decent job. I thought he was some thug or drunk. Her goal was just to get info on Jiu Mengxi's family, so Manchi kept asking, good Chuchu, tell Auntie, where is your daddy? Jiuchu immediately agreed. The little girl told Manchi, my daddy's in the sea. Mommy says daddy is the best diver in the world. Other divers come up after a bit, but my daddy... She babbled on innocently and happily. He's been diving in the sea for 5 years already, and he hasn't come up yet. It was infuriating. Manchi was fuming, while Chuchu remained clueless. Hey. She was like a cat on a hot tin roof, a total mess inside. A diver. She's totally lying to the kid. Jiu Mengxi clearly doesn't want to reveal any info about the kid's dad. That sly woman. Unable to take the frustration, Manshi made an excuse to leave. Auntie has things to do. Choo-choo, you play. The little girl obediently replied, Okay, Auntie, take care. As soon as Auntie left, Ji-Yu-Chu sprang into action. Time to remind Ji-Yu-Mangshi that royal kindergarten isn't a good place. Who knows what she's doing? All you can hear is Choo-Choo frantically typing, tap, tap, tap. After a while, she finished something. Found it. Turns out it was some dirt on that kindergarten. The news headline read, News reporter secretly interviews royal kindergarten. Shocking. The scene is appalling. Rundown kindergarten. Irresponsible teachers. Terrible conditions. Royal kindergarten, a private kindergarten in Beijing, is known to all. Job done. She jumped down to continue her plan. Next, I should ask my little brother if he's found Song Sen's secret files yet. She opened her personal laptop to do something, she thought. Meeting that bad father figure soon will also be a guarantee for Mom and me. The computer screen showed the chat between Choo-Choo and her little brother. Boss, I found the files on Song Sen. He's definitely top tier in the entertainment industry. So many secrets. I've compiled them and sent them to your Gmail. Remember to check it. Well done. Her little brother continued to check on Ji-Yu-Chu. By the way, boss, what have you been up to lately? You haven't been online in ages. Remember to reply to my messages. Preparing to go to kindergarten. Her brother was confused. Kindergarten. Isn't that for little kids, boss? Don't fool me. With your top-notch computer skills, how could you not have finished kindergarten? Facing my silly little bro, Ji-Yu-Chu, who just knows how to shake his head in dismay. I'm telling you, it's true. Too bad my subordinates didn't believe me. In the middle of the operation, suddenly, from nowhere, a mama voice echoed. Choo-choo, it's almost 9. Time for bed. The master Ji-Yu-Chu leaped onto the chair in a flash. Mama, this computer is so fun. Choo-choo wants to play tomorrow too. Mengshi gently picked up Choo-choo and replied, Okay, we'll play again tomorrow, and hugged her up. Turning her back, Choo-choo gently touched the web switch button with her foot. Bop. Just like that, the documents Choo-choo had prepared were in place and popped up. Mengshi put her daughter down on the bed and lovingly instructed, Choo-choo, go to sleep first. Mommy will turn off the computer, okay? Her expression washed away all the fatigue when she saw Choo-choo happy. This little one had a lot of fun today. She approached the computer desk and couldn't believe her eyes. On the screen was a series of reports about a kindergarten. A dilapidated kindergarten with irresponsible teachers. She couldn't believe it. This was. The documents about the royal kindergarten. In such poor condition. She remembered what her mother had said. Mengji, the quality of education at this kindergarten is very good. The Zhao family has also invested, and the tuition is more than 500,000 a year. Before, when she wanted to check the situation, she was indeed stopped. I want to go to the school to see. No hurry. Wait for Mom to take you to meet all the relatives first. Don't worry. Choo-choo is Mom's granddaughter. What grandmother doesn't love her granddaughter? She really didn't want to think badly of her family, but, clearly, her mother was praising this kindergarten this morning. Ji-Yu-Chu, who hadn't fallen asleep yet, suddenly asked her mother, Mama, do adults also like playing computer games? This afternoon, Aunt Manshi also played on the computer and asked Choo-Choo who her father is. Manshi was stunned and understood everything, so Zhao Manshi had used the computer. No wonder there was browsing history about the kindergarten. But why did she ask who Choo-Choo's father is? She turned to try to pry out of her daughter. Choo-Choo. What else did Aunt Manshi say? Tell Mommy. Choo-Choo finally rejoiced inwardly. Mama, it seems like your IQ is online now. Time to start the act, Choo-Choo said sadly. Choo-Choo needs to think. Auntie also said Choo-Choo is a bastard. Choo-Choo's existence will ruin the Zhao family's plans. She naively asked Mengxi, Mama, what is a bastard? Can you eat it? Mengxi's face turned pale. Upon hearing this, she couldn't believe her ears. Her daughter, on the other hand, was extremely smug. Ha ha ha. Choo-Choo thought she was very cool. Adding fuel to the fire is what she's best at. What bad intentions could a 5-year-old have? In Ji-Yu-Chu's room, her mother gently caressed her cheek, saying, Choo-Choo, be a good girl and go to sleep, okay? Mommy won't let anyone hurt you. Hearing those gentle words, Ji-Yu-Chu hugged her mother. Okay, Mommy, you go to sleep early too, Mengxi replied softly. Elsewhere, Tang Chungxi was on the phone. Director Li, my eldest daughter Mengxi, just returned to the country. I just sent you her photo. What do you think? The other end burst out laughing. I like her very much. Haha, Director Tang. I want to marry your eldest daughter. Don't worry, we'll be family soon, and I'll definitely take care of your family's business. Seeing this, she couldn't help but think, the Li family is famous in Tokyo. If I can latch onto their connections, the Zhao family's business will definitely improve. Not wanting to drag things out, Director Tang decided to strike while the iron was hot. Then I'll arrange for you two to meet tomorrow. We'll be one family soon. Okay, Director Lee, see you tomorrow. Chun-Chi agreed with that idea. Alright. Ending the call with Director Lee, Zhao Manshi sat down, sipping tea with her mother, and said, "Now that's more like it. Leah Duday is old, ugly, fat, and lecherous. Since she's already a used woman, she's perfect for him." Hearing that, Manshi's mother reminded her, "Manshi, you're also at an age where you should consider marriage. I've been observing recently, and the Chung family in Tokyo isn't bad, seeming to have someone in her heart." Manshi pouted, "Mom, I don't want to marry into the Chung family." In the meantime, she had already thought of another man. If I get to choose, I'd choose Song Sen. He's a big shot in showbiz, with assets worth hundreds of millions. Manshi's expression changed completely, praising lavishly. Most importantly, he's single and handsome. He has everything I love. Chung Mia affectionately stroked her beloved daughter's head, saying, "Song Sen is indeed a very worthwhile marriage partner. I'll think of a way to arrange for you two to meet and get to know each other." Seeing that, Manshi obediently replied, "Thank you, Mom." During a meal, Chung-Shi hinted, "Mangshi, take Choo-Choo to kindergarten for a trial run today. You go to the company with your father and learn about our Zhao family's business." Mangshi reported back worriedly, "Mom, but I also want to go to kindergarten with Choo-Choo." However, she stopped her. "You don't need to go. Taking Choo-Choo to kindergarten is a small matter. Getting familiar with the company is a big matter. Go take a look first. After this period, I'll give you some shares of the Zhao family." At the same time, Zhao Yan appeared out of nowhere. "I can also go to kindergarten with Choo-Choo." Mangxi thought it was just what she wanted and said, "I happen to be free today." Just as she finished speaking, a few thoughts appeared in his head. After returning last night, "I've been feeling uneasy. I feel like things aren't that simple." Chun-Chi seemed to be worried about something, so she repeatedly refused the children's request to take Ji-Yu-Chu to school. "Your work is already very busy. You don't need to go." Suddenly, a loud noise appeared. Bang! And crying sounded. "Wah!" Mangxi called out her child's name worriedly. "Choo-Choo." Then she opened the door and shouted in panic, "Choo-Choo!" Mangxi's expression suddenly darkened with panic and fear. At this moment, her daughter was sitting in the middle of the glass shards with a wound on her leg, crying loudly, "Hoo hoo hoo." Zhao Manshi panicked and hurriedly explained, "It wasn't," while the little girl kept crying, "Hoo hoo." Ji-Yu-Chu's mom, worried, pushed Zhao Manshi aside and rushed to comfort her daughter. "Choo-Choo, don't be scared. Mommy will take you to the hospital." Zhao Yan approached Zhao Manshi and asked what happened, but she was clueless and said, I don't know either." She felt wronged and tried to explain, "I just woke Choo-Choo up." She kept asking for her baby doll. Then, "My arm suddenly felt a sharp pain, so I accidentally let go. The vase next to the bed also just fell." Ji-Yu-Chu's eyes welled up with tears as she sobbed, Uncle, don't blame Auntie. It was Choo-Choo who was careless." Maybe Mangxi didn't want to complicate things, so she took the blame. "It's probably because Choo-Choo was careless. It's my fault. I didn't take good care of her." Zhao Manshi was flustered and didn't know what to say, except her older brother considerately helped the mother and daughter to the hospital. "The glass might have stabbed Choo-Choo's foot. I'll drive you to the nearest hospital," Mangxi said, turning to him. "Sorry to trouble you." After the three of them left, the mother turned to reprimand Zhao Manshi. "Even if you don't like that little brat, we'll have opportunities to deal with her later. Mangxi doesn't fully trust us yet. What you did not only makes her suspicious, but also makes her brother and father unhappy." Zhao Manshi kept trying to explain what happened. "Mom, how could I? It was truly an accident. I wouldn't lay a hand on a child." Her mother sighed. "All right, I'll have someone clean the room. When your sister gets back, apologize to her properly. You have to be sincere." Zhao Manshi couldn't contain herself and exclaimed, "I already said, it wasn't me." On the way, the car sped to get the little girl to the hospital in time. "Mommy, Choo-Choo's foot hurts so much." Hearing her daughter complain, Mangxi worriedly comforted her. "Be good, Choo-Choo, we're almost at the hospital." The uncle, while driving, turned to ask his niece gently, "Choo-Choo, tell Uncle, were you really careless and hurt yourself?" Ji-Choo hesitated and replied, Yes, Choo-Choo was careless and hurt herself." Tears seemed to well up in the little girl's eyes. Hoo-hoo, it had nothing to do with Auntie? Contrary to her pitiful appearance on the outside, she had a different thought in her heart. Uncle, ask more, I can still act more." Zhao Yan, worried that something might have happened to his niece, asked Ji-Choo again. "Choo-Choo, tell Uncle the truth. Don't be afraid. Uncle will stand up for you." Manshi, thinking that her daughter caused it, asked again, Chu-Chu, were you careless? Seeing that her mother didn't suspect Zhao Manshi, Jiu-Chu worried that she would be harmed by that woman. In the original story, this naive Jiu Manshi was repeatedly harmed by Zhao Manshi. It's because Zhao Manshi is best at pretending to be weak and pitiful, always fooling Jiu Manshi. She gets sold out and even helps the seller count the money. Jiu-Chu frowned and thought, now that I'm here, there's absolutely no way I'll give her the chance to get her way. Suddenly, the little girl burst into tears and hugged her mother tightly. Wah, Chu-Chu, I don't dare to say it. If Chu-Chu says it, Mommy won't like Chu-Chu anymore. Now the little girl calmed down and told her mother the whole story. Mommy, Chu-Chu is not a bastard. Hick, HICC. Chu-Chu doesn't want to leave Mommy. Chu-Chu doesn't want a new daddy. At this time, 8 teardrops from the left and right eyes rolled down the 2 sides of Jiu-Chu's cheeks. Auntie said I was dirty, HICC, and pushed Chu-Chu to the ground. Hearing the bad news, Mengshi was shocked and horrified. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What? In Jiu-Chu's mind, an adult lay down exhausted, as if about to faint. This old man has never cried in my previous life. Today, I've cried dry the tears of both lives already. Mom, if you don't wake up, then I'm really hopeless. The little girl felt helpless and didn't know what else to do. Mengshi was super annoyed. She scrunched up her face, thinking, ugh, this is a mess, a new dad figure. Looks like the Zhao family isn't welcoming me back as sincerely as they seem. It's probably just for some ulterior motive. They're totally putting on an act. Holding Jiu-Chu in her arms, she hesitantly asked Zhao Yan, you and Tong Chun-Shi on the same side? Zhao Yan casually replied, relax, I won't hurt you. A bit later, they arrived at the hospital. After the initial treatment, the doctor reminded them, parents, you need to pay more attention to your kids. Such a pretty child. If she'd gotten glass in her eye and damaged her face, it would have ruined her life. Mengxi looked at the doctor gratefully. Yes, thank you, doctor. I'll be more careful in the future. The doctor then reminded, let the child rest. Call me if there are any problems. Still worried, she looked at the baby and said, Zhao Yan, Tong Chengxi said that the royal kindergarten is the best in the capital, but the information I looked up shows that it's the worst. Mengxi looked at Jiu-Chu lying on the hospital bed, utterly disappointed. If Chu-Chu hadn't gotten hurt today, Tang Chengxi would have sent her to that kindergarten. Tears of frustration streamed down Mengxi's face. The Zhao family clearly doesn't care about me, so why did they bring me back, I thought. She didn't dare to finish the thought, that there was still someone in this world I could rely on. Seeing this, Zhao Yan quickly reassured her. Don't go back to the Zhao family for now. I have plenty of empty rooms in my apartment. You and Chu-Chu can stay there. Mengxi reluctantly agreed, thinking to herself, okay, once Chu-Chu's leg is a bit better, I'll take her back to our hometown. It's peaceful there, no scheming like in the big city. Suddenly, the phone rang, startling her. She looked at Zhao Yan, panic in her eyes. It's Tang Chengxi. Zhao Yan reminded her. Mengxi, don't fall out with her. The Zhao family has a lot of influence in the capital. It won't be easy for you and Chu-Chu to get away unscathed. She agreed. Okay. Mengxi quickly answered the call. Hello. The voice on the other end said, Mengxi, how's Chu-Chu? Oh dear. It's all my fault. I've had the servants clean everything and put carpets all over the house. I'll definitely make sure Chu-Chu doesn't get hurt again. Hearing this, Jiu-Chu thought sarcastically, full of resistance. What a gentle and caring mother. But I'm not as easily fooled as I used to be, Mengxi said. Chu-Chu got some glass in her leg. The doctor said she can't walk for a while, so I'm planning to keep her in the hospital tonight. Chun-Shi's reply made her feel a little soft-hearted. Okay, you take care of her. Don't exhaust yourself. Also, your aunts and uncles heard you're back. They're all very happy. Tomorrow, I'll take you to meet them. Not wanting to drag this on, Mengxi abruptly hung up, leaving the other woman staring at her phone in shock. We'll talk about it tomorrow. I'm taking care of Chu-Chu now. Filled with panic, she thought, I need to quickly arrange for Jiu Mengxi to meet with CEO Li. It seems like she's figured something out. The next day, in front of a house with a neoclassical yet minimalist design. Wow, your house is beautiful. The three of them entered the house together. Zhao Yan enthusiastically introduced it to them. Mengxi, you and Chu-Chu can stay on the second floor. I've had someone clean the rooms. You can stay as long as you want. Chu-Chu curiously looked into the room. She smiled at Zhao Yan and asked, Uncle, is there Ultraman in that room? Do you like Ultraman? Seeing this, he chuckled and explained to the child, That's a room for one of my friends. They come to stay sometimes. Chu-Chu giggled adorably and playfully teased, A friend, Choo-Choo knows. It must be your auntie, right? But in her heart she thought, that's definitely the room he prepared for Kid. But after their secret relationship was discovered by the Zhao family, they intervened, leading to Kid's death. The two adults awkwardly avoided eye contact. Zhao Yan, embarrassed, coughed. Ahem. Mangxi awkwardly reminded the child. Choo-Choo, don't say nonsense. With some business to attend to, the male lead excused himself, leaving the mother and daughter alone. I have some work at the company. You guys rest well here, the mother and daughter responded. Okay. Choo-Choo cheerfully waved goodbye. Bye-bye, uncle. He smiled and waved back. Bye-bye. Scene change. On a computer screen, the word victory was displayed. The child cheered happily. Yeah, I won. Manchi went over and patted her head, reminding her. Choo-Choo, be a good girl at home. Mommy's going to Royal Kindergarten for a bit. I'll be right back, the child obediently replied. Okay, Mommy, be careful. Turning away, her expression completely changed, replacing tenderness with determination. Tang Chengxi and the documents. Which one is real, which one is fake, I have to find out. While on the way to the meeting point, a black car pulled up right behind her and flashed its lights. Seeing this, Mangxi turned to look at the car. The mother got out of the car and rushed towards her with a concerned expression, asking, Mangxi, I was looking for you. I didn't expect to find you at the intersection. Do you still remember your second uncle? He loved you the most when you were little? She hurriedly grabbed her hand and continued to fabricate. He knew you were back and was so moved he teared up, saying that our ancestors are blessing the Zhao family. Tonight, your second uncle and everyone will be there. Come with me to meet them. The female lead uncomfortably refused the invitation. Mom, I still have to go to the hospital to get medicine for Choo-Choo. Her leg hasn't healed yet. The mother continued to feign concern, crying and acting apologetic. It's all my fault for not being careful and letting Choo-Choo get hurt, Mangxi. Don't blame me. I just want to make it up to you. You're my own flesh and blood. Do you still doubt me? She hesitated. Not wanting to go, but unable to refuse, Not giving her time to refuse, she grabbed her hand and pulled her into the car, urging, Let's go, Mangxi. Just meet them for a little bit. It won't take long. As if afraid of being spotted, the black car sped off down the road. The sun was slowly setting, painting everything outside in a reddish hue of twilight. Ji Yu-Chu didn't know how long she'd been playing games in front of the computer. She yawned, stretching. Completed. It's almost dark, and Mom still isn't back. She glanced at the clock. Worried, Ji Mangxi personally went to the outskirts to check out a kindergarten. It's way past the time she should be back. She should have returned a long time ago. Intuition screamed that something was wrong. Ji Yu-Chu suddenly realized, oh no. She immediately grabbed her phone to call her mom, but the line just kept repeating. The subscriber you are trying to reach is currently unavailable. Choo-Choo was sweating bullets, her hands and feet all over the place. Oh no. Oh no. Her face paled as she stared at the contact number on the screen, her little mouth muttering. According to the original plot, Ji Mangxi is probably being tricked by the Zhao family right now to be handed over to that greasy old man, General Manager Li. With no other choice, Choo-Choo had to ask Zhao Yan, her mom's older brother, for help. He was in his office when his phone suddenly rang. She tearfully described the situation. Uncle, I can't find my mommy. Mommy said she was going to look at a kindergarten this afternoon, but she still hasn't come back. Uncle, Choo-Choo misses Mommy. Hearing a child cry, he softened and comforted her. Choo-Choo, don't worry. Uncle will be right there. The little girl politely replied, Okay. But the moment she hung up, Ji Yu-Chu wanted to crush the phone in her hands to vent her exploding anger. Why did I have to be reborn as a 5-year-old? All I can do is cry and whine. I can't do anything else. While tidying her hair, she recalled the events from the story. According to the original plot, Tang Chengxi will lead a bunch of people into the room, pretending to catch Ji Manqi and General Manager Li having an affair. Ji Manqi's reputation will be completely ruined, and in the end, under pressure from all sides, she'll be forced to marry General Manager Li. Her emerald green eyes filled with determination. Hopefully, we can save her in time. Zhao Yan quickly arrived to pick up Choo-Choo to look for her mother. They were now in front of a hotel. According to information from his assistant's investigation, Zhao Zong, we found traces of Tang Chengxi. She's at the Imperial Hotel. He turned back to the car and carefully instructed the little girl. Choo-Choo, Uncle is going to look for your mommy. Choo-Choo, be a good girl and stay in the car. Don't run around. Got it. She poked her head out the window and nodded vigorously. Striding into the Imperial Hotel, Cao Yan's face was as taut as a bowstring. What exactly is Tang Chengxi doing, bringing Ji Mangxi to a hotel? As the tall figure disappeared, Choo-Choo, of course, wouldn't obediently wait in the car. She opened the car door herself. Don't even think about trapping a kid in a car, making an innocent expression to justify herself. It's not safe. With the mind of an adult, she quickly noticed the elevator that had conveniently stopped on the first floor. Choo-choo darted into the elevator. She understood the current situation very well. Tang Cheng-chi was on the 30th floor. She definitely had to find Ji Mangxi before her. Her eyebrows furrowed, looking incredibly tense, but from a 5-year-old's perspective, she looked up at the rows of numbers that seemed miles away and complained. But how am I supposed to reach that? I can't press the 30th floor. Ji Chu sadly leaned against the wall right below the numbers. Her eyes darted around searching for someone to help, suddenly landing on a certain CEO. In her head, Choo-choo marveled. Damn. This little munchkin's jaw dropped to the floor, sweating bullets. Isn't that Song Shen, the blind male lead from the original novel, My Blockhead Biological Dad? Song Shen's assistant noticed her staring and asked, Hey kiddo, why are you here all alone? Ji-Chu jumped, did a 180 beep. Gotta roll with the punches, I guess. Choo-choo made a snap decision. Time to help this pops find the female lead. No guts, no glory. Instantly, her face did a complete U-turn. Tears magically welled up. She whimpered. Choo-choo wants to go to the 30th floor to find mommy, but Choo-choo can't reach the button. Not enough drama, Choo-choo grabbed onto Song Shen's shirt. Long legs, uncle, have you seen my mommy? The assistant was sweating buckets and yanked Choo-choo away. Hey, little one. Our CEO is a clean freak. Don't touch him, he eagerly offered to help. 30th floor. Right? I'll press it for you. Easy peasy, he pressed the button. Ding. Confirmation. Ji-Chu beamed, eyes crinkling. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, long legs, uncle. The assistant forced a smile. Ha ha ha. Song Shen didn't even bat an eye. Seeing that reaction, she cursed inwardly. Blind dad. I'm your own flesh and blood, and you don't even recognize me. This dude must have been blind since birth. Quick backstory on the Ji Mangxi and Song Shen situation. In the original novel, Song Shen fell into the water as a kid and was saved. When he came to, he was convinced that the villainess, Cheng Qingyun, was his savior. So he totally spoiled her rotten, even if it meant hurting the female lead, Ji Mangxi. The irony, he was thanking the wrong person. The one who actually saved him was Ji Mangxi. Choo-choo's speed ran through the plot in her head, and couldn't help but trash talk. Seriously, blind dad. The elevator doors opened on the 20th floor. Song Shen and his assistant stepped out. Before the doors could close, she overheard him order his lackey, Get me a new suit. The assistant, ever the yes-man, replied, Yes, sir. Ji-Chu was so mad she could punch her dad. You wait, dog dad. I'll deal with you later. You're all cold and aloof to me now. Just you wait. You'll be looking up to me in the future. Finally, she made it to the 30th floor. Choo-choo cautiously stepped out of the elevator, scared of getting caught. She peeked around, worried about Zhao Yan. I wonder how he's doing. Did he save mom yet? Suddenly, a tall figure appeared behind her. Ji-Chu happily turned around, thinking it was Zhao Yan. Zhao. The words died in her throat. She took a step back, startled. It was Cheng-chi, the one and only young master of the Cheng family. He tilted his head and asked, Little one, where's your mom? Seeing someone who could save her mom, the little girl burst into tears. Mommy, I'm looking for mommy. Sob, sob, I can't find her. A lightning bolt flashed through Cheng-chi's mind. He hated kids crying the most. Damn it, not this again. He didn't comfort the little girl, but immediately sent someone to inquire about Tang Chengxi's reservation. The result came back quickly. Young master, we've checked. Mrs. Zhao booked room 3019. She has a meeting with President Li of the Li family today to discuss business. Choo-choo narrowed her eyes, full of doubts. That person is. Ji-Chu correctly guessed his identity and background. This should be the only young master of the Cheng family, named Cheng-chi. In the original work, he wasn't described much, only that he participated in the Cheng family's power struggle and died young at the hands of his father's illegitimate son. After hearing all the information about Mrs. Zhao's location, Cheng-chi dashed off, leaving behind only one sentence. Keep an eye on this kid. Don't let her wander around. His subordinate blankly replied, Don't worry, young master. The Cheng family's young master, who wasn't mentioned much, suddenly appeared here, making Ji-Chu suspicious. Looking at him, it seemed this young master wanted to save Ji Mangxi. But what was the connection between Cheng-chi and Ji Mangxi? They were miles apart. Why didn't she remember this part in the original work? Could it be the plot has been hidden? Cheng-chi's footsteps were inexplicably hurried. He even complained, Ji Mangxi really has no brains. In front of room 3019, he impatiently swiped his card. How could he let Tang Chengxi lead him by the nose like this? Did her IQ drop after giving birth or something? The door burst open, and he rushed in, shouting, Jiyu Mangsi! Jiyu Mangsi was being held down on the bed by President Lee, who was leeringly smiling amidst her cries for help. No! Get away! No! Tears streamed down her cheeks. Old Lee even responded, How can I get away? Now that I've got a beauty in my arms, how could I let go? Chang-Chi was so enraged by this scene that his face turned black. He coldly kicked President Lee. You bastard! Get out! The surprise attack sent old Lai tumbling to the other side of the bed. Young Master Chang hurriedly draped his coat over Jiyu Mangsi and comforted her. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, nothing happened yet. Old Lai behind him jumped up and cursed. Damn it, who dares to interrupt me? His eyes, as sharp as blue blades, glanced in the direction of the voice. You deserve to die. President Lee recognized his identity and immediately shut his mouth. Young Master Chang. Why is young Master Chang here? I can't afford to mess with him. Suddenly, Mengxi grabbed Song Shen's sleeve and screamed. Song Shen Chuchu's been kidnapped. She's only 5, who would kidnap her? Tears started streaming down her face. Jiyu Mangxi, seeing her precious daughter, immediately let go of Chang-Chi, ran to the little girl, and called out, Chuchu. Young Master Chang stood there, glaring at President Lee, making him tremble like a leaf. Young Master Chang. The two mothers and daughters hugged each other, tears still streaming down her cheeks, while Jiyu Chu reached out to caress her mother's shoulder. Mommy, Chuchu missed you so much. While caressing, she secretly assessed Jiyu Mangxi's clothes were still intact. She probably hasn't been taken advantage of by that President Lee yet. She hugged her little daughter tightly. Chuchu is a good girl. Mommy missed Chuchu so much too. In her mind, she kept blaming herself for being naive. I didn't expect Tang Chunxi to use family ties to lure me into her trap and give me drugs. How could she? The little girl leaned out of her embrace and reached out to stroke her mother's cheek. Why are you crying, Mommy? Are you hungry? I'll give you milk bread to eat later. Don't cry anymore. Actually, this transmigration isn't entirely bad for Jiyu Chu. Jiyu Mangxi is truly a good mother. In my previous life, I was just an orphan. Only after drifting here did I understand what maternal love is. President Lee angrily pointed at Chuchu and questioned, You have a child. In his mind, he was already cursing. Mrs. Tang Tongdi told me her daughter was pure and innocent, grew up abroad, and didn't understand worldly matters. Chang-Chi didn't want to see her being bullied. He stepped forward to separate them. Any objections? Old Lee, pale with fear, shrank back. No, no. Jiyu Mangxi cautiously said to him, Thank you. I'll repay you if I get the chance. Young Master Chang froze, tilting his head in doubt. You really don't remember me. Before she could reply, a woman's voice was heard outside, attracting everyone's attention. Xiaoyan, I told you Mangxi is blinded by money, deliberately colluding with President Lee. She came here from the back of beyond, and as soon as she sees someone with money, she wants to climb up the social ladder. How could I stop her? Then Tang Chunxi was leading Zhao Yan and a few others into the room, constantly making up stories about Jiyu Mangxi. Look, President Lee and Mangxi are even on a date. As soon as she turned her face, she was shocked and exclaimed, Mangxi. A series of question marks appeared at the crowded scene inside the room. Why is that little bastard Jiyu Chu here, and young Master Chang? Why is he here too? Zhao Yan ignored all the fabricated stories and went to check on his younger sister Mangxi. I'm glad you're okay. I was so scared. Chuchu cheerfully teased his speed. You're too late. Chuchu found Mommy before you. Isn't Chuchu amazing? Mentioning this kid made Zhao Yan feel helpless. Chuchu, didn't I tell you to wait in the car? Beside them, young Master Chang was about to report the crime. Director Wang, go call the police. There's a case of humiliation of women here, with both witnesses and evidence. The guy nodded in agreement. Yes, young master, I'll go right away, making President Lee panic. Then, hurriedly tossed the book to the ground and chased after the two. Wait up. I'll help too. Before the adults could react, Jiyu Chu spoke up first. Mommy, are you going to marry this fat, ugly uncle? Chuchu doesn't like him, he looks like. The little girl thought for a moment and blurted out, like a lump of fat. Chuchu doesn't like fat. Seeing this, he roared in anger. Who are you calling a greasy pig, brat? Mangxi hugged Jiyu Chu tightly, comforting her. Mommy won't find a new daddy for you, Chuchu. Be good. Let's go home and wait for Mommy, okay? Quickly, Jiyu Mangxi handed her daughter to Zhao Yan, instructing Big Brother. Please take Chuchu home first. She's still young. I don't want her seeing this mess. Zhao Yan softly replied. Okay, I'll be back soon. Don't worry. Your big brother will stand up for you. Chungxi, seeing things spiral out of control, became worried. Now that we found Mangxi, let's just go, shall we? The old man also awkwardly said, haha, let's go, let's go. Cheng Chi, who was standing there, finally spoke up. Hold on, you haven't finished talking things over yet, and you want to run. Do you think you can just mess around in my hotel? He pointed a finger down at the old man, threateningly. Today, I was inspecting the quality of the hotel's infrastructure. I happened to pass by this room and heard cries for help from inside. When I opened the door, I discovered a heinous crime. Cheng Chi stepped closer to the old man and asked, Li Zong, just wait there obediently. When the police arrive, you can explain everything to them. The old man was startled and panicked. Then he turned to Mengshi and asked with concern. As for you, Mengshi, I suggest you get a blood test. You might have ingested something unclean. At that moment, she spoke up in protest. I will cooperate with the test, because I was forced. Hearing this, Cheng Chi's face turned green with fear, and she threatened. Forced what? You clearly volunteered, Mengshi. You clearly told me you wanted to marry a rich man. She started shouting louder and louder. Don't call the police. This is a private family matter. But in her mind, she was panicking. I absolutely cannot let the reputation of the Zhao family be ruined. These words, coming from her own mother, broke Cheng Chi's heart, and she questioned her repeatedly. Mom, do you really see me as your daughter? Was there really nothing wrong with the water you gave me in the car? Why did I feel dizzy and weak after drinking it? 2 long streams of tears ran down her cheeks. Furthermore, you said you were taking me to meet relatives, but you actually put me on a strange man's bed. Saying that, Cheng Chi pushed her away as if trying to escape the cruel reality. Did you bring me back just to use me? Zhao Zong also jumped in to clarify. This isn't my fault. I was also tricked by this woman, Cheng Si. She said her eldest daughter liked a man like me. Besides, when I entered the room, the person was already lying on the bed. An elder of the Zhao family came forward and pleaded, Young Master Cheng, please don't call the police yet. This is just a misunderstanding. The old man immediately adopted a cunning tone, trying to coax her. Mengshi, you are still a member of our Zhao family. We share glory and bear failure together. Making a big deal out of this won't be good for either the Zhao or Li families. Why don't we just make the big things small, and the small things nothing, okay? You see, you already have a child before marriage. Our Zhao family can accept that kind of gossip. Put yourself in our shoes and be understanding, my dear. Mengshi immediately retorted, If you value the benefits between the Zhao and Li families so much, then why don't you marry your granddaughter to Li Zong? He was speechless from her rebuttal and became stiff. But in his mind, a series of curses appeared. That fatty is over 40. What are you thinking? Telling me to marry my granddaughter to him? But Jiyu Mangxi already has a child before marriage. A woman who's given birth is the cheapest kind of woman, so marrying her to Li Zong isn't a loss. Cheng Chi, seeing her strong reaction, wondered, is she acting too well, or did I find the wrong person? Then, he suddenly remembered the story from before, when the steward said, Young master, today Yam's Jiyu went to the central hospital. He only replied, What? Did she beat Zhao Manshi of the Zhao family to a cripple? Then he heard the reply, No, it's that baby Chu's leg is injured. It seems that Zhao Manshi injured her. The more Cheng Chi thought about it, the more wrong it felt. She couldn't even protect her own child. He tried to dig up his memories, but to no avail. The IP address tracking showed that it was Jiyu Mangxi's house. According to what Cheng Chi knew, in this world only that person had such extraordinary hacking skills. After analyzing for a while, he still didn't notice anything unusual. But Jiyu Mangxi was too weak, not smart, not cunning, and not at all like the person he was looking for. Mengshi said without hesitation, Call the police, sorry to trouble you, Cheng Chi. He replied, Okay. Tung Shi heard this and shouted loudly, I'm a member of the Zhao family. I have the Zhao family blood in me. Can't you be more tolerant to both the Zhao and Li families? Jiyu Mangxi finally realized her true colors. People say mothers and daughters have a connection, but Tang Chengxi only has indifference and vanity. She doesn't deserve to be my mother. Seeing that she didn't react, Cheng Chi decisively ordered, Call the police, immediately. A voice replied, Yes, young master. Tang Chengxi screamed in despair, Ah! At Zhao Yan's private apartment, the lights were still on upstairs. This time, the Zhao family joined forces with the Li family, secretly using some tricks. There's no official information yet, but with the power of both families, he could predict that Li Yi's punishment would be, at most, a month in jail. Jiyu Mangxi held Chu, who was sound asleep, in her arms. She didn't want to make a big deal out of it. It's okay. I have no power, no influence. I can't fight them. At least after this incident, I know about the Zhao family. I plan to take Chu back to town once her leg is healed. This place is too dangerous. I don't want her to get hurt. Mentioning that house, Zhao Yan said directly, Mengshi, your house in town has already been taken care of by the Zhao family. Like a bolt from the blue, she flared up. What? That's our home? How could they do such a bullying thing? He seemed to have thought it through beforehand. He suggested, Mengshi, stay at my place with Chu Chu for the next few days. I'll have people protect you both. Once the storm passes, I'll figure out a way to send you both away. With that matter seemingly settled, she asked, Big brother, why is your relationship with the Zhao family so bad? What Jiyu Mangxi found strange was that Zhao Yan was clearly the eldest son, but always sided with her. He placed the porcelain cup on the table, his voice deepening as if confiding, the Zhao family. He finally said coldly, Too poor, I don't like it. Zhao Yan knew full well all the dark secrets behind the scenes, but didn't want someone as pure as Manxi to know about them. His father only cared about benefits. His mother secretly kept a lover. And his younger sister, Zhao Manxi, was good at scheming and pretending to be pitiful. Could it be that Ji Yuchu had really fallen asleep in her mother's arms? She was just pretending a little. She had heard the whole conversation. The Zhao family secretly sold our house, and General Manager Li will only be punished for a month. Fine. I won't let you get what you want. At the Zhao family mansion, it was late at night, but Mr. and Mrs. Zhao were still arguing. Zhao Jing angrily blamed his wife for everything. We shouldn't have brought her back in the first place. Tang Chengji slammed her hand on the table and said loudly, Why didn't you object when I suggested finding her? Now that the plan has failed, you're blaming me. Thinking it over, she had a plan, but the Li family isn't the most ideal choice for a marriage alliance. We can try the Song family. Coincidentally, Song Sen, the president of Song Corporation, is interested in our Manxi. Mr. Shao heard his wife's words and found it a bit far-fetched. The president of Song Corporation? How is that possible? Before she could explain further, the assistant hurriedly ran in to report urgently. Madam, Master, it's bad. A big thing has happened. A large amount of information suddenly appeared online, exposing scandals about the Li Group. General Manager Li is suspected of being involved in bribery, embezzlement of public funds, abuse of power, and molestation of minors, and has been arrested. Mr. and Mrs. Zhao stared blankly and exclaimed in unison, What? Both of them could see that the risk of being implicated was very high. The Zhao and Li families had a lot of business connections. If something happened to the Li family, the Zhao family's business would definitely be affected. Tang Chengxi was fuming, yelling at her assistant, Why can't you get them to delete the news online? The poor guy just shrugged helplessly. There's too much. I can't keep up. She was seriously losing it over all the drama hitting the Zhao family. Have you found out who's behind this? Zhao Jing put his arm around her, trying to calm her down. Finding out who leaked the news is pointless now. The TV station dared to broadcast it, which means some big shots involved. Right then, Chairman Zhao made a call. Lao Zhao summoned the company's major shareholders immediately. We need to cut ties with the Li family and draw a clear line. This is urgent. The assistant was quick on the uptake. Yes, sir. Tang Chengxi was going over the case again in her head. This is so weird. Too coincidental. Li Zong just messed with Jiyu Mangxi, and boom, the Li family's got a scandal. Someone sticking up for Jiyu Mangxi? Nah, no way. Jiyu Mangxi doesn't have that kind of backing. She's only got Zhao Yan at most. Must be a coincidence. Maybe Li Zong's just been too arrogant. And it's some other enemy. That same evening, at the Chang family's estate, the lights were blazing inside the mansion. The computer screen was filled with lines and lines of code, a total mess of numbers, with the words, Searching IP, right in the middle. Cheng Chi, with a teacup in hand, was sitting in front of the computer. That anonymous tipster has appeared again. I want to see who's capable of digging up that kind of dirt. They posted the Li family scandal and then vanished. The computer only gave him a little information. IP scrubbed, Northwest Beijing. Cheng Shao narrowed his eyes at the screen. Suspicion was rising in him once again. Northwest Beijing. Jiyu Mangxi is in the Northwest District. Could it be her? He was clearly recalling many details and starting to connect them. Last time, the IP address led to Ping'an Town, the same small town where Jiyu Mangxi used to live. But Jiyu Mangxi doesn't fit the picture. Is she just that good at acting? This person is not only a top hacker, but also good at disguises and acting. Before the transmigration, I thought it was a he. Zheng Qi suddenly realized that the hacker's style was just like someone he knew. The person he mentioned was Jiyu Chu before he transmigrated into the book, and he ended up sleeping with her. When he woke up, it suddenly dawned on him that he had just discovered that she was always a woman disguised as a man. He brought the teacup to his lips, a playful smile forming. Where are you, you little hacker? This cat and mouse game is kinda fun. His assistant walked in, interrupting his train of thought. Xiao Ye, Chen Kaiyuan seems to be making moves again lately. He might be targeting you. Sounds about right, he said nonchalantly. Get someone to beat him up and put him in the hospital. Changshi had already had his eye on those minor troublemakers. Those illegitimate sons are useless, but love to cause trouble. Break a few bones to send him in for half a year or a year, so he won't have time to make a fuss. The assistant's eyes lit up. Yes, Xiao Ye. Cheng Chi's recent actions had really impressed the assistant. He looked at his young master with shining eyes. Ever since he was caught that year, Xiao Ye is like a different person. It's like Xiao Ye Cheng is radiating awesomeness. Getting rid of those disobedient people in the family. What a boss. At the same time, in northwest Beijing, a small hand was tapping away at a keyboard. Wow, this world's got some serious firewalls. Almost got caught there. It was Ji Yu Chu, the one behind the scandal. She happily collapsed onto the bed. The Li family's done for. The Zhao family won't dare to show their faces anytime soon either. She crossed her arms, praising herself. Finally, I can chill for a bit. Not bad at all. But then this cool hacker girl was forced to wear a kindergarten uniform. Ji Yu Chu was stunned. The young teacher was totally hyping up the class like, all right, kiddos, let's get an answer from our cutest little friend. What's 3 plus 2? So this is an elementary school in Beijing. After some serious convincing from Zhao Yan, Ji Yu Mengxi decided to crash in Beijing for a bit. The teacher's voice was still echoing through the classroom. If you get it right, you get a little flower. Ji Yu Chu is kinda bummed because she's basically 30, works as a small fry in Zhao Yan's company, and now she's stuck in this kinda legit kindergarten. Seriously though. Teacher Li held up a cute little red flower, and all the kids were scrambling to grab it. Teacher Li was like, I pick you, you're the cutest, but 3 plus 2 is hard. I only know 1 plus 1. I really want a flower though. Chu just sat there, forcing a super awkward smile. Kindergarten, ugh. She just wanted to bang her head against the wall to escape this place. ASAP, so boring. Somehow, the teacher still picked her. Okay, let's have our cutest little friend Chu answer this question. What's 3 plus 2? She stood up all dazed, like, Her desk buddy, Yes Sichen, cheered her on. Go Chu, you can do it. She tilted her head and answered clearly. 3 plus 2 is 5, right? The whole classroom exploded. It was a total circus. Everyone was yelling about the correct answer. Congrats, Chu, you got it right. 3 plus 2 is 5. Chu is so smart. Here's a little flower for Chu. Everyone clap for Chu. You're so awesome, Chu. Ji Yu Chu squeezed her eyes shut, not wanting to see or hear anything. When can I grow up? Chu's inner thoughts were screaming, echoing throughout the school. I don't want to be in this childish kindergarten. The school day finally ended, but super early the next morning, it sounded like a war was breaking out, ruining her sleep. Is it the weekend? Why is it so loud? There was a note left next to her bed. She rubbed her eyes and read it. Mommy had to go to a meeting. The nanny will come to cook lunch. Don't wander around. Chu was filled with resentment. Only kids wander around. She was walking down the hallway and heard a bunch of noise in one of the rooms. A boy's voice. Aha, it's this room. Interesting. Ji Yu Chu peeked inside, all curious. Who's in there? Is that you? Looking at the back of the guy sitting at the computer, she blurted out. Is that you? Lin Xiaozhou, mid-slurp of his instant noodles, whipped his head around. This must be the housemate Zhao Yan mentioned. Spotting the kid, he slid off his chair and squatted down in front of Chu. Wait, are you old Zhao's granddaughter? He wasn't lying. You're so cute, like a little kitten. He propped his chin on his hands, checking her out like she was an endangered species. If I knew you were this cute, I shouldn't have gone to that bloggers thing. I should have come to see you. Lin Xiaozhou, all hyped up, grabbed Chu's chubby cheeks and rattled off without letting her get a word in. Chu, hey, I'm Lin Xiaozhou, aka Kid. I'm 18 this year. I'm a streamer on Cam app. Chu, have you had breakfast? Do you like playing games? I can teach you. Chu gave him a judging look. This guy is so loud. The little girl deliberately put on her most innocent face and said, Auntie, Chu is hungry. And the dude was just staring at her chubby cheeks like, OMG, these bao buns are too cute. Hearing her tummy rumble, Lin Xiaozhou jumped up with a smile. Ah, you little cutie, we've got instant noodles here. Want to eat some? And hey, I'm not your auntie. I'm your uncle's friend. Plus, aunties are girls and I'm a dude, duh. He handed Chu a cookie. Call me Brother Xiaozhou. Got it. While munching on the cookie, she asked, So, Brother Xiaozhou, do you like my uncle? For some reason, he blurted out, Of course, old Zhao's my bro. I definitely like my bros. Hearing that, Choo-choo went with the flow. Brother Xiaozhou likes my uncle, so why can't you be my auntie? At kindergarten, my teacher said, if two people like each other, she dropped a bombshell, then they can get married. Lin Xiaozhou choked on his own spit. He was in total shock. He was utterly devastated by the misunderstanding. What's going on in this kid's head? It's brotherhood. Pure bromance. Got it? Choo-choo tilted her head with a blank expression. Huh. Then he patiently explained. Choo-choo, there are different kinds of liking. My liking for your uncle is brotherhood, not love. And don't you dare tell your uncle any of this. I'm a straight guy. If old Zhao gets the wrong idea, what am I gonna do? Ji Chu looked at him thoughtfully. She clearly remembered that in the original story, Zhao Yan was a super pitiful and tragic character. His feelings for Lin Xiaozhou were silently suppressed, never expressed. He suddenly scooped Choo-choo up in his arms. He set her on his shoulders. Choo-choo, wanna play games? Choo-choo excitedly raised her hands. Yes. Xiaozhou approached the computer desk. Sit down. I'll teach you. The two sat in front of the game interface, and he explained patiently, this is quote return to base. This is equipment. Choo-choo, do you understand? She already knew this stuff, so she replied with a smile, got it. Choo-choo wants to play around. Xiaozhou was happy to have someone to play with. Okay, I'll start a game for you to play with the computer, starting with a simple one. He used the keyboard and mouse to navigate to the main interface. Click, click. League of Legends is an online game that can be played on both computers and mobile phones. This is a game developed by Cheng Corporation, famous all over the world, and there are many players. A moment later, Xiaozhou reminded Choo-choo. We lost. You must never let your uncle find out, she whispered, as if she understood. Only to see a hand on the doorknob behind her, opening the door. Speak of the devil. Zhao Yan immediately appeared. What are you two doing? Lin Xiaozhou and Choo-choo froze like statues. He jumped up to explain and changed the subject to distract him. Haha, nothing at all. Old Zhao, you're finally back. I'm going to the streamer's annual conference next Saturday. Come shopping for new clothes with me. He turned around and invited Choo-choo. Choo-choo, come along too. I don't feel safe leaving a child like you at home. She tactfully refused. No, I'm not going. Mom said the nanny will be back soon to make food for Choo-choo. Plus, there was a second reason. Going would be a hindrance. Zhao Yan seemed to have forgotten the matter just now. He rubbed the little girl's head. Then you must be good when you are alone. Listen to the nanny. Over here, Xiaozhou breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them quickly prepared to leave, and he waved to Choo-choo in the hall. We're leaving now, little cutie. Standing upstairs looking through the railing, the little girl suddenly noticed a flash of light. Huh. Someone's secretly taking pictures of Zhao Yan and Lin Xiaozhou. Sure enough, there was a camera hidden in the bushes. It seemed that Zhao Yan's feelings were about to be discovered by the Zhao family. The old-fashioned Zhao family would never allow Zhao Yan to fall for a teenager and would definitely find a way to stop it. Ji Chu recalled the original story again. In the novel, in order to prevent Zhao Yan from liking Lin Xiaozhou, the Zhao family hired a female streamer to cry on live broadcast and said, Kid doesn't radiate positive energy like everyone thinks. Look at these chat logs. His words are obscene and vulgar and extremely ugly. More specifically, they arranged for a female singing streamer to fabricate rumors that Lin Xiaozhou harassed her with words, and also released the chat history of the two people, something like, You're so beautiful. I want you. What size do you wear? I'll buy it for you. The room is booked, waiting for you. Lin Xiaozhou couldn't explain it, even if he had 100 mouths. His phone was stolen. Those obscene harassment messages were not sent by him. This scandal caused an uproar in the online community. Countless fans turned their backs, and anti-fans took the opportunity to boycott him even more. No matter where Lin Xiaozhou went, they cursed behind him and held up signs with the content, pervert, get out of the entertainment industry, hooligan. He once explained that his phone was stolen, but no one believed it. Kid's career was totally wrecked. The livestream company he'd signed with dumped him faster than you can say canceled, and endorsements were dropping like flies. But the last straw, one totally average day, he got jumped on the street. It was a crazy ex-fan who'd gone full-on hater. They ambushed him and brutally broke his arm. No more gaming for Lin Xiaozhou. A fatal blow for a game lover. He ended up in the hospital, losing everything but Zhao Yan. But, plot twist, Zhao Yan was conveniently sent abroad for work during that time. Unable to come back and help, talk about bad timing. Lying in that hospital bed, all he could hear in his head was Zhao Yan's voice calling, Xiaozhou, 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 snap, reality check, the public bashing, the broken arm, the bleak future. It crushed Lin Xiaozhou. In the end, he offed himself in despair, weakly calling out Lao Zhao till his last breath. So tragic, right? Choo-choo frowned, watching the two of them. It was the annual streamer event, and she and Kid had just gone out to buy clothes for it. She raised her face parallel to the sky with self-satisfaction, thinking that since brother Xiaozhou was a good person, she would help him this time, and that her uncle couldn't always be without a wife. She still coveted his inheritance. Over at the Zhao's, old man Zhao Jing slammed a stack of photos on the table. Take a look. Zhao Yan hasn't been home in years because of that brat Lin Xiaozhou. The two lovebirds examined each photo of Zhao Yan and Lin Xiaozhou. Tang Chunqi shrieked. No wonder he turned up his nose at all those beautiful eligible girls we set him up with. He's been bewitched by this male siren. Zhao Jing looked grim, clearly agreeing. Could it really be? Eyebrows furrowed in anger, he stated. Real or not, I don't want that kind of person near Xiaoyan. The Zhao family can't have its line cut off. Tang Chunqi, seeing the tension, quickly soothed him. Calm down, calm down. She sadly covered her mouth, not expecting that one day they would have to make a move against Zhao Yan. A week later at the airport, it was Zhao Yan and Ji Yumengqi's departure day for their business trip. Lin Xiaozhou and Chu Chu were there to see them off. The little girl sat snugly in Xiaozhou's arms, listening to her mom's instructions. Chu Chu, mommy and your uncle have to go overseas for a few days. Ji Yumengqi ruffled her daughter's hair. You have to listen to brother Xiaozhou while we're gone. No running around, got it. Chu Chu giggled and obediently agreed. Chu Chu knows. Mommy has to come back soon, okay? Remember to eat on time. She happily obliged her little girl. Okay, mommy will obey. She was changing for the better, prompting Ji Yuchu to think to herself, Mengxi's doing great now. She's starting to shine at Zhao Yan's company, gradually developing into a total girl boss. She's nothing like the tragic, abused heroine from the original novel anymore. Zhao Yan also carefully told Xiaozhou a few things. Like, if you run into any trouble, find Assistant Zhang. He didn't get the hint and just laughed it off. Relax, relax. I'm not a kid anymore. I'll definitely take good care of your little niece. He shut his eyes helplessly. Unable to speak his mind, he thought, I'm worried about you not taking care of yourself. This business trip abroad was so sudden, and he felt uneasy about it. Chu Chu got it instantly. She chirped, don't worry, I'll take good care of brother Xiaozhou. This sentence diffused the tension perfectly. Zhao Yan smiled and ruffled her hair. Okay, then I'm counting on you, Chu Chu. Lin Xiaozhou cheerfully chimed in. We're counting on Chu Chu. The little girl happily squinted her eyes shut. No problem. They said their goodbyes in a relaxed mood. Ju Mengxi waved. You two go on back. We're off. Chu Chu waved back at her mom. Mommy, uncle, have a safe trip. She looked at the smile on Zhao Yan's face. Uncle. Then looked at Lin Xiaozhou's eyes, sparkling as he watched them, kid. Ji Yu Chu made a silent promise to them and to herself. You guys can relax. I won't let the tragedy from the novel happen. Leaving the airport, the two of them were like kids who had just escaped their parents' supervision. Lin Xiaozhou grabbed Chu Chu's hand. Let's go, Chu Chu. Let's go home for dinner. I have the streamer year-end gala tomorrow. Do you want to come with me? Chu Chu excitedly agreed immediately. Of course. I want to go. The little girl smiled innocently, but she was already plotting in her heart. Not only did she want to go, but she also wanted to direct a major play. Soon the day arrived. The streamer year-end gala. Fans had been crowding and waiting in front of the red carpet since early morning. I wonder if I can see Chu Chu tonight. I hope to see Lao Zhao. He sometimes plays games with Chu Chu. So cute. Xiaozhou and Ji Yuchu were sitting in a car. As they got closer to the venue, they could hear the noise outside. Chu Chu, I love you. The little girl peeked outside and thought to herself, this kid is pretty popular. The car stopped right in front of the entrance. Lin Xiaozhou stepped out like a real idol. Chu Chu's thoughts were still running. But how long can this fan love last? Once he gets exposed in a shocking scandal, the kid received cheers from countless viewers. They kept calling his name. Chu Chu, Ji Yuchu. Clearly saw this temporary halo. But these fans will all become straws that crush him. Within the party venue, the surroundings were decorated beautifully and sparklingly. The luxurious banquet tables were arranged neatly and meticulously. The little girl was sitting and eating cookies. Lin Xiaozhou leaned down and carefully instructed, Chu Chu, I'm going to do an interview later. Sit here obediently and wait for me, okay? Her mouth was still covered in cookie crumbs. She mumbled in response, okay. Suddenly, a female voice came from behind, drawing both of their attention. Kid, long time no see. You even brought a cute little girl. Chu Chu smiled slyly. She recognized it immediately. The target I want to mukbang tonight is here. This is the person who pushed Kid's career into the abyss, the hot streamer Bai Yi. In the novel, she falsely accused Lin Xiaozhou of sexual harassment, relying on acting pitiful to gain countless popularity and attention, becoming a super hot internet celebrity, and then successfully marrying into a rich family. She asked about Choo Choo's identity. Who is this little girl? Lin Xiaoju took a step back to let Yi Yi see the little girl clearly. This is my brother's grandchild, Choo Choo. I'm taking care of her for a while. Cute, right? She smiled and spoke to Choo Choo. This little girl is quite cute. Choo Choo, have you gone to kindergarten yet? Ji Yu Chu maintained a naive and polite demeanor. Choo Choo has gone to kindergarten. Bai Yi didn't know what else to say, and could only praise. Choo Choo is so good. The little girl looked up, preparing to retort. What's so great about going to kindergarten, could it be? Choo Choo activated full-on savage mode. Have you never been to kindergarten, auntie? These words were like an arrow stabbing. Yi Yi, she froze. Lin Xiaozhou decisively covered her mouth, laughing it off to resolve the awkwardness. Ha 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 ha, kids say the darndest things, don't mind her. Bai Yi was flushed with anger on the side, but she had to restrain herself. Xiaofeng, kid's assistant, walked over and reminded. Xiaozhou, the interview is about to start. Come over here for a bit. After the interview, you still have to meet with Cheng Xiao. After all, this year's gala is organized by the Cheng family of KY Motors. Xiaofeng suddenly made a request. Give me your phone, I'll hold it for you. Because they were close, Kid didn't have any precautions and took out his phone. Okay. Choo Choo slyly looked at the phone. Important prop. The phone has appeared. The little girl put on a cute face, her eyes sparkling with pleading. Brother Xiaozhou, Choo Choo wants to play League of Legends. Let Choo Choo hold the phone for you, okay? Lin Xiaozhou immediately agreed with the little girl. Okay, here Xiaofeng looked at the plan about to be ruined with embarrassment. Children can easily lose phones. He trusts her absolutely, so he waves his hand dismissing the assistant's words. It's fine. Let her play. Choo Choo, be good and wait for me here. Okay, Choo Choo already has the phone in her hand. Got it, Brother Xiaochu. Bai Yi and Xiaofeng exchanged stressed glances. What do we do now? The assistant left the task of stealing the phone to me. I have to go over there. You handle things here yourself. Yi agrees to the arrangement. Understood. Ji Yu Chu saw through their intentions with a single glance. Those two are exchanging glances like, I'm blind. Lin Xiaochu's assistant has long been bought off by the Zhao family. The little girl looks at the precious item in her hand. The plan is set. They're preparing to conveniently snatch Lin Xiaochu's phone and send harassing messages. I'll definitely hand over the phone to them, but not yet. Bai Yi quickly approaches and sits right next to the little girl. About that. Choo Choo? Her restless hand reaches out, trying to snatch the phone from Choo Choo's hand. Suddenly, Ji Yu Chu's pupils change, as if she saw someone. It's that Song Shen she met last time. Seeing his face automatically makes Ji Yu Chu want to curse. I ran into this jerk again. Yi Yi thought the little girl was distracted, so she grabbed for the phone, but was still one step slower than Choo Choo. The little girl had slipped off the chair at some point and went towards Song Shen, calling out, long-legged uncle. Choo Choo hugs his leg deliberately, trying to make him uncomfortable. Long-legged uncle. Choo Choo met you again. The little girl happily recounts the previous incident. Last time Choo Choo found Mommy, Mommy was bullied by bad guys. Then the bad guys went to jail. Song Shen angrily tries to shake her off. But the little girl hugs on tightly, and even finds it fun, yelling, ha ha ha, so fun. Assistant Song stands helplessly to the side thinking, it's this brat again? Bai Yi has no choice but to pull the little girl back to her side. Excuse me, Song Zong. This is a little friend brought by streamer Lin. I'll take her away now. Ji Yu Chu puts on an extremely satisfied expression. Successfully messed with this jerk. Assistant Song seriously reminds both Yi and Ji Yu Chu. It's crowded here. Children like to run around. Be sure not to let your guard down. She doesn't dare to offend at all. She's clearly annoyed. If it weren't for the phone, I would have ignored this kid. Kids are so annoying, I have to trick her out of the phone quickly. Just as she doesn't know what to do, Choo Choo suddenly offers Big Sister. Can you help Choo Choo hold the phone for a bit? Bai Yi stares intently at the phone. It's actually offering itself to me. Her eyes light up, she hurriedly takes it. Okay. The little girl makes up a very reasonable excuse. Choo Choo wants to go to the bathroom. The task is too easy, she smirks. Go, I'll wait for you here. The little girl hands over the item, then turns and leaves. Thank you, Big Sister. Ji Yu Chu has carefully planned everything. At this time, Lin Xiaochu should have finished the interview and is resting in the lounge, right? The reason she had to make an excuse to leave is because in the novel his stomach illness relapses. He's in so much pain that he faints all night, and no one cares. When he wakes up in the morning, Bai Yi has already shown the so-called harassing words on Weibo. Choo Choo runs through the banquet hall. This chess game is all within the plan. Brother Xiaochu, don't worry, I'm finding someone to save you now. Some adults noticed the little girl's haste. Oh my, whose kid is this? Slow down. The little girl runs off, her eyes determined and her smile innocent. I'll help you clear your name. In Cheng Xiao's private room, a man was lying on the floor in a pool of blood. The assistant was furious. This illegitimate child is so ignorant. He dares to ambush Xiao. Is he tired of living? With this level, he still dreams of replacing Xiao's position. He gritted his teeth and kicked the person on the ground a few more times. Xiao, is it the same as before? Send him to the ICU. Cheng Qi looked at the man with cold eyes and replied, yeah? Suddenly, Jiyu Chu's crying voice came from outside, banging heavily on the door. Is there a doctor? Wah! My brother is dying. Find a doctor. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent knocking continued. Cheng Xiao instructed, carry the person into the room. Clean up the bloodstains on the floor. The assistant nodded in agreement. Yes. Then Cheng Qi went to open the door to see what was happening. Chu, what's wrong? Chu grabbed his hand, sobbing as she replied, Brother Cheng, Brother Xiaochu has a stomachache and fainted. I can't find anyone to help. Wah. As soon as the door opened, she noticed a strange smell. There's a strong smell of blood in the room. But I'm just a 5-year-old kid. I don't know anything. I'm just asking for help. Cheng Qi reached out and wiped away her tears. Don't worry, I'll call an ambulance to take him to my family's hospital later. Chu's mood eased a little. Thank you. She led him to where Lin Xiaochu had fainted. Chu kept calling his name, Brother Xiaochu. And Brother Cheng stood outside the door, ordering the ambulance to be dispatched. Don't turn on the emergency lights. Avoid people coming out from the back door. Cheng's assistant seemed to understand the meaning. Yes, Xiao. The private ambulance arrived quickly. Lin Xiaochu was put into the ambulance, still unconscious. Chu asked worriedly, Auntie Nurse, when will Brother Xiaochu wake up? The nurse looked at the documents in her hand and replied, according to the preliminary diagnosis, it's a stomach ulcer. The patient fainted from the pain. The doctor has given him a painkiller. He probably won't wake up until tomorrow. She noticed a camera on the head of the bed, Auntie Nurse. Is that on? Without the company's camera, Brother Xiaochu will think he ran away. His salary will be deducted. The nurse looked in the direction she was pointing and explained, it's not on. This is a private ambulance. Without Cheng Qi's permission, all the cameras are turned off. Hearing that name, Jiyu Chu sniffled again. Her bright, sparkling green eyes called out, Brother Cheng Qi. Cheng Xiao couldn't refuse this little one's expression. Turn it on. His authoritative voice made Chu's heart blossom. Thank you, Brother Cheng Qi. In her heart, she was praising herself. The plan went through. If you didn't agree, I'd still have a way. I'd find an excuse to go to an internet cafe and hack all your cameras. He secretly assessed her. This kid looks innocent, but she's got calculations in her heart. Suddenly, she looked familiar. Could this 5-year-old child be her? On the other side, Bai Yi and Shafang were exchanging information. He asked, have you sent the message from Lin Xiaochu's phone to her account yet? She brought the phone with good news. Done. How have you arranged things over there? Will kid find out? He thought there was nothing to worry about with Lin Xiaochu. That kid is always careless. Even if he doesn't find the phone, he won't care. On the contrary, it's you. Act well tomorrow. It seemed the game was tilting in their favor. Yao Yi replied, don't worry, I'll follow your arrangements. After the news broke, the most benefited person would definitely be Bai Yi. She smiled triumphantly. The internet storm is coming, and I'll gradually step up to become a top female streamer. Even marry into a wealthy family. Lin Xiaochu. It's because you offended the Zhao family. Don't blame me. The next day, at the hospital where Lin Xiaochu was treated, Jiyu Chu sat watching her phone and commenting. Tisk, the plot is developing exactly as in the original story. Countless sensational articles were getting high views. Shocking. Popular streamer Lin Xiaochu is actually a pervert. Bai Yi, who was sexually harassed, reveals the truth. Attached were a series of images of messages between the two. Below, netizens were discussing, my eyes are blinded. Kid looks like such a cute kid. How can his character be so bad? Kid is trash. Get out of esports, our most handsome kid. Bai Yi got her whole face done. Would our kid take a fancy to her? I've been a kid fan for 2 years. I believe in his character. Most handsome kid. Hurry and clarify. Chu was eating a cookie while scrolling through the audience's reactions. Now the whole internet is in an uproar over Lin Xiaochu's matter. While Lin Xiaochu is still unconscious, while she was pondering while tapping on her phone, suddenly Cheng Qi opened the door and called. Chu, startling her and making her drop the phone. She turned her face to the wall. trembling as she tried to come up with a plan. Cheng Xiao's voice rang out. Lin Xiaochu's condition has stabilized. You don't need to worry. Chu was crying crocodile tears, making up a story. Brother Chengqi, Mom and Dad still aren't answering my calls. And Brother Xiaochu is hospitalized. Wah, I'm so scared. He still wasn't convinced about her identity, thinking, her expressions, actions, voice. There are absolutely no flaws. With her acting skills, it's definitely possible. He went over and patted her head, comforting her. Don't be afraid, they're abroad, they're probably busy. Wait for Lin Xiaochu to wake up, and then tell them. Chengqi sat down next to Chu and asked a strange question. Right, what does your mom usually like to eat? She answered honestly, and immediately wondered. My mom likes to eat light food, Brother Chengqi. Why are you asking this? He turned away, avoiding Ji Yuchu's gaze, and coughed evasively. Cough, cough. It's nothing. However, his cheeks were slightly flushed. The truth was, just thinking about her, calling him Brother Chengqi made him. She tried to peek at his expression. Huh. What's this? Ji Yuchu was shocked when she realized. He's blushing. No wonder he rushed to save Ji Yu Mangxi when she was tricked into going to the hotel last time. Chu's face changed. She looked at him with different eyes. This 15-year-old brat is in love with Ji Yu Mangxi. Hold on a sec. Chu thought something was off. Ji Yu Mangxi just arrived in the capital. So how does Chengqi, that little rascal, know her? Suspicious, you could practically see the word worried plastered on his face. Suddenly, he spun around with a bright smile, totally changing the subject. Oh, right! Lin Xiaochu's getting attacked by a targeted smear campaign. We gotta help him. Where's Lin Xiaochu's phone? That chat log Bai Yi posted online doesn't look edited. If only they had Lin Xiaochu's phone. Ji Yuchu shot him a look that could kill. This kid is getting more and more sus. Chu recounted everything. Yesterday, Chu needed to pee, so she asked Auntie Bai Yi to hold on to his phone for him. Chengqi started piecing things together too. Bai Yi, huh? But at the streamer meetup, to protect everyone's privacy, there weren't any security cameras. We can't prove she took the phone. Chu nodded to herself, muttering, that's right, that's right. Where would there be security cameras? I've dropped enough hints already. Chengqi, figure it out, will ya? Chu. Young Master Cheng suddenly called out. Chu, lost in thought, jumped. Huh. What is it? Then she immediately switched into cute kid mode. Brother Chengqi, what should we do now? He was cracking up on the inside. Haha, just thinking about her pretending to be cute. Makes me want to laugh. Chengqi had to bite his lip to stop himself from bursting out. If Ji Yuchu really is that person, someone as arrogant and haughty as her, now she's got to act like a kid to be cute. Hilarious. He quickly composed himself, reaching out to pat her head. Don't worry, I have a way to help Lin Xiaochu. Once he wakes up, I'll talk it over with him. If she's really the person I think she is, she'd love something like this. Chengqi, playing into her psychology, suggested, I've got other stuff to do. If you get bored, I'll have someone bring you a laptop to play with. Okay. Chu's eyes lit up like headlights. Ooh, I want to play. Life suddenly bloomed as she hugged the laptop. Laptop, I love laptops the most. Brother Chengqi really gets me. Ji Yuchu put on a menacing face. Finally found a replacement. Time to kick my jerk dad, Song Shen, to the curb and make him my stepdad. I'm so down. Elsewhere, Song Shen suddenly sneezed. She skillfully booted up the machine, tiny hands clicking away on the keyboard. Ji Yuchu messaged a mysterious person, probably another hacker. I have a job for you. Hack into a live stream platform called Cam Live. I need their recent transaction reports, the mysterious person replied quickly. Consider it done. Her underling informed her. Oh, right, boss. The World Hacker Competition is happening in the US in the second half of the year. The prize is 300,000 United States dollars. Are you going to compete? Chu stared at the zeros, shocked. 300,000 USD? Seeing a golden opportunity, she smirked. HMPH. Of course I'm going to participate. I need money. Gotta become financially independent. ASAP. On the bed, Lin Xiaochu woke up. He sat up, groaning. Ugh. My head hurts. Chu perked up at the sound, looking delighted. Brother Xiaochu, you're awake. She immediately shoved the phone in his face, showing him the news. Brother Xiaochu, this is bad. People online are saying you sexually harassed someone. Lin Xiaochu's eyes widened and he yelled in disbelief. What? The phone screen displayed a flood of comments. Hot news. Kid accused of sexual harassment. Cam Live's kid makes a statement. I support Xiaochu. He's the most handsome kid. Come on, explain yourself. The rest were just trashing him. Stop daydreaming. Your kid is just trash. A scumbag. One account, Oheyo, even dared to challenge him. If this trash kid can clear his name, I'll livestream myself eating SHT. Lin Xiaochu lost it. Those messages weren't me. I didn't do this. Me and Bai Yi have nothing going on. Why would she frame me? He threw off the covers, wanting to get out of bed. Choo-choo, lend me your phone. I need to call the director of Cam Live. Afraid he'd get too worked up and hurt himself, she tried to calm him down. Brother Xiaochu, don't rush. Looking anxious, she dialed the company number. Mr. Wang, this is KID. Before he could finish, the person on the other end exploded. Mr. Wang screamed so loudly that even Choo-choo could hear him from a distance. How dare you call me? Do you know how much our company's stock has dropped because of your mess? How much money we've lost? Lin Xiaochu quickly defended himself. I didn't send those messages to Bai Yi. My phone was stolen last night. The company representative dropped the bombshell. Shaolin, don't blame us for being heartless. The truth is, you messed with the wrong person. Just wait for the lawyer's letter. Cam Live won't tolerate a streamer with no morals. Without letting him say another word, Mr. Wang hung up. The dial tone sounded like the death knell for half of Kid's career. Choo-choo, worried about him, asked softly, Brother Xiaochu, are you okay? Kid stared blankly ahead, looking defeated. I hid it from my parents that I came back to the country, and I've been pouring my heart and soul into live streaming games for the past 2 years, and now it's come to this. He weakly told Ji Yu-chu, Choo-choo, I want to be discharged. I'll take you home. Of course, she immediately objected. But Brother Xiaochu, you're not feeling well yet. Just then, young Master Cheng appeared, stopping him in the nick of time. He has a bleeding stomach ulcer. He can't be discharged yet. Cheng Chi seemed to have caught up on the situation. Don't worry, I plan to sign a contract with you. If you agree, you'll become the top game streamer on the Peach Blossom platform under the Cheng Corporation. But Lin Xiaochu knew his reputation had hit rock bottom. Young Master Cheng, don't joke around. Right now, I'm like a rat running across the street. I can't clear my name. Cheng Chi knew that and probably had a plan to correct the rumors. You don't have to worry about that. Choo-choo trusted him implicitly, jumping up and down with joy. Brother Xiaochu, the crisis is averted. At Cam Live headquarters, Yi, you're gonna film a new video today, calling for women's rights. It turned out the boss was giving Bai Yi a script. Right now, topics about the conflict between men and women on Weibo can attract a lot of attention. Use the example of being sexually harassed by Lin Xiaochu to call on women to stand up and resist. Just read the script. She took the documents from her boss. Yes, Mr. Boss. Suddenly, a staff member rushed in, announcing urgently, Boss, something's wrong. Just now, Peach Blossom Live posted an official statement on Weibo, announcing that they'll be signing a contract with KID and helping him compensate for all contract violations. The boss couldn't believe it. What? Streamer Bai Yi was also stunned. Everyone says the Cheng family has vision. How could they be so blind as to take in a streamer with a bad reputation? The truth was, she was jealous of Kid. Peach Blossom is the best livestream platform in the industry. I tried everything to join before, but I was always turned down politely. Now Kid, a washed-up streamer with a bad rep, is getting signed by Peach Blossom. The staff member showed the boss a tablet. Peach Blossom Live also posted a video from a security camera showing Kid collapsing due to a severe stomach ulcer and being taken away in an ambulance. The timestamp on the security video matches the time Yi received the harassing message from Kid. Bai Yi was in complete shock, sweat dripping down her face. Security camera. She'd been blinded by fame and fortune. I can't let Lin Xiaochu tell the truth. I worked so hard to get this fame and viewership, I can't lose it. At the stateside villa, Zhao Yan had just wrapped up a meeting. He wearily took off his glasses, grumbling, What kind of bull needed such a long meeting? I'm freaking exhausted. Jiyu Menshi rushed over to her bro, panicking. Big bro, something happened to Xiaochu. Quick, check the news. Zhao Yan jolted up, blurting out, What? Manxi shoved her phone at him, summarizing. Xiaochu's getting cyber-attacked for alleged sexual harassment and had to be hospitalized. Zhao Yan scrolled through the news, face twisting. Figures. I could totally see this coming, he thought. Before even heading to the US, this trip felt fishy. Seems like mom and dad set me up, deliberately pulling me away. Those Zhao parents will do anything, and he was right. They immediately focused their fire on Xiaochu. Suddenly, his legs started moving, filled with urgency. He called out to his sister, his legs already in motion, Manxi. Before Manxi could even answer, yeah, he said seriously, get back to China now. They hopped on a plane back to China. The sky was seriously beautiful today. First stop for Zhao Yan and Leng Qi was the hospital. All the luggage was neatly stashed in a corner of the hospital room. Lin Xiaochu chirped. Lao Zhao, why didn't you tell me you were coming back? I would have picked you up at the airport. He supported Xiaochu's back. Looking worried. You okay? Let me see. But Xiaochu just grinned. Relax, I'm totally fine, eating like a champ, feeling great. Chu-Chu, nestled in her mom's arms, yawned. Ji Yumang, she said. Big bro, it's getting late, I'll take Chu-Chu home first. Xiaoyan noticed she looked sleepy and agreed. All right, the little one's tired. Head back. Mangshi then remembered something. Oh yeah, Chu-Chu's got school tomorrow. The little girl perked up. Huh, kindergarten. Ji Mangshi gently reminded her daughter. You've been skipping school for a few days now. You gotta go back to kindergarten tomorrow. Ji Chu's soul left her body, and she wailed. Save me, I'd rather stay in the hospital. After the mother-daughter duo left, Lin Xiaochu leaned on Zhao Yan's arm. Lao Zhao, help me get outside for a walk. Xiaochu smiled and sighed, a few beads of sweat on his forehead. Stuck in the hospital room, I'm about to die of boredom. Zhao Yan carefully helped him. All right. It was late at night as they strolled around the hospital grounds. Zhao Yan's face was tight, making Xiaochu reassure him. Lao Zhao, don't worry. Lin Xiaochu stretched as they walked, only sharing good news from the past few days. I signed a contract with another live streaming platform, the security camera footage got released, and the public backlash is dying down. As for Bai Yi, the company is handling the legal stuff. He tilted his head, showing off to Zhao Yan. I'll be discharged in a few days, everything's gonna be fine. Zhao Yan only cared about his well-being. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. They strolled around, carefree, unaware of someone tailing them. The guy was Wang Qiang, a crazed fan of Bai Yi. He was clutching a knife, that little brat, huh? Daring to harass my goddess Yi and not fessing up. Trash streamer, I won't let you hurt my precious Yi. He suddenly lunged at Lin Xiaochu. Daring to bully my goddess, I'm gonna break your hands. Zhao Yan stood in front to protect him. Get out of the way. The sharp knife slashed across his arm. Xiaochu, held back by him, cried out anxiously. Lao Zhao? Wang Chang glared at him, his voice trembling slightly. Looks like you're just small fry. Get out of the way, or I'll chop you too, you damn streamer. Publicly apologize to my precious Yi right now. Zhao Yan, clutching his bloody arm, whispered to him. Xiaochu, run. He was terrified to see him injured. Lao Zhao, your arm. Lin Xiaochu gritted his teeth in anger. You. He grabbed the nearby broom, furiously raising it high, ready to beat Wang Chang. Damn it! The guy was originally just some reckless nobody, so when he was counterattacked, his face turned pale. He whipped and cursed, the broom handle hitting him with a thwack, thwack, thwack. You dare hurt my Lao Zhao? Are you crazy? If I don't beat you to death with this broom today, I'm not a Lin. Zhao Yan stood by, happy inside, his hand aching but still managing a thumbs up. After a while, his face was bruised and swollen. Don't hit me anymore. Don't hit me anymore. It was Bai Yi who said in the live stream that you used fake surveillance video to slander her. She cried and said you bullied her. That's why I got so worked up. Wah, wah, wah. Lin Xiaochu stood with one hand on his hip, holding the broom in the other. I bullied her. Does she even have any shame? He ordered Wang Chang obediently. Kneel down for me. Wait for the police to arrive. Zhao Yan, standing beside him, pondered, recognizing the name Bai Yi. It's her again. Sometime later, the news began to report. Recently, the Cam Live platform has gone bankrupt, and their streamers are all fleeing. The controversial, famous streamer Bai Yi has been confirmed to be involved in fabricating and slandering, suffering a severe drop in reputation and facing legal action. He was probably the most pleased. Serves her right. Bai Yi couldn't slander me and even incited her fans to attack me, injuring Lao Zhao. Ji Yumangxi on the other side also commented, fortunately, Big Bro's injury wasn't serious, and he's almost recovered. Ji Yuchu understood the problem immediately, looking at Zhao Yan meaningfully. So that's why you've been leaving early and coming home late lately, to deal with the Cam Live thing and Bai Yi. Lin Xiaochu talked about his plans for the day. That's right, Lao Zhao, Sister Mangxi, today I have to go shoot a game commercial for Red Peach livestream. A rare opportunity. How about I take Choo-Choo to experience the set a bit? The little girl, nibbling on her bread, only thought about it when she heard the invitation. So I don't have to go to kindergarten? Thinking that, Choo-Choo was immediately excited. I want to go. I want to go. Jiu Mangxi had no reason to refuse. Then I'll go along to watch over Choo-Choo. This child loves to play so much, I have to keep an eye on her. The shuttle stopped in front of the studio. The little girl looked around and cheered. We're at the film set. Wow. Choo-Choo, wearing her cute frog raincoat, turned back to ask, Xiaochu Gege, are you filming here? This place is so big. The little girl happily walked ahead of everyone else. Mommy? Come here quickly. Let's go over there. Mangxi struggled to keep up with her, holding an umbrella over her. Choo-choo, wait. Suddenly, Ji Yuchu froze when she saw someone. Huh? Right in front of her was young Master Chang, also entering the studio. She speculated. Chang Qi, the young master of the Chang family, is here. Could it be? Ji Yuchu's face went blank, frozen stiff. When she thought of the reason he was there, it's because of my mom. Just then, Ji Mangxi ran over with the umbrella. Choo-choo, don't run around. Cheng Qi recognized them and turned to greet the mother and daughter, Miss Ji Yu. Long time. No see? How have you been? He ran into her unexpectedly. She responded politely. I'm doing well. Thank you for your help at the hotel last time. He didn't think it was a big deal. It was the least I could do. Ji Yuchu was still lost in her own imagination. This kid definitely has the hots for my mom. Too bad, if you want to be my dad, you'll have to get in line. After all, there are like male lead number 2, number 3, and number 4 in the novel. At best, you're just male lead number 5. The person he had been paying attention to from the start was only Ji Yuchu. He glanced at the little girl. With a sly look, he handed her a box of delicious cream puffs. Choo-choo. Do you like cream puffs? I bought these especially for you. The little girl immediately took them with both hands. Cream puffs, I love them, thank you. In her heart, Ji Yuchu was secretly thrilled. She ate the cream puffs while pretending to be reserved. Cream puffs are nothing. You think you can buy me off with a box of cream puffs? As a 20-year-old hacker soul, would I actually like this silly, boring dessert? A while later, in Lin Xiaozhou's dressing room. Ah, Lin, you look amazing in ancient costume. If Director Liu saw you, he would definitely invite you to play a role in his movie. Do you know a bit about this person, Director Liu? Are you talking about Liu Shanhei, the director who won the Best New Director award at 20, and whose film swept 3 major international awards at 25? She said while applying powder. That's right. We originally invited him to direct this commercial, but unfortunately, his schedule was too busy, so we changed to a different director. Ji Yuchu also knew this man, but from a different perspective, Liu Shanhei. Isn't he the deep and pitiful male lead number 2 in the original novel? It seemed like Ji Mangxi and Liu Shanhei were 2 parallel lines, but the year Ji Mangxi, also known as Ji Loxi, entered the entertainment industry, her appearance and temperament were something a director couldn't ignore. She immediately attracted the attention of director Liu Shanhei. Liu Shanhei even used Ji Mangxi as his muse, creating the film Fallen Flowers and Fleeting Years for her. She easily gained recognition from the audience. Ji Mangxi was at her peak right from the start. Professionals also recognized that the new actress had great potential. Highly praised by famous directors, she had a striking debut work and a pure and refined appearance. As long as she gradually continued on this path, she would definitely become a young film queen. It was a pity that she encountered the male lead, Song Sen. The commercial director suddenly walked in, interrupting her thoughts. Kid, I have some bad news. The female lead, Cao Yueji, who was supposed to act with you today, has another engagement, so she bailed on us. Lin Xiaozhou wasn't happy either. Huh. How could that happen? The crew members were very upset with her arrogant attitude. Cao Yueji only accepted this endorsement because she heard director Liu was directing. Now that the director has changed to director Wang, she doesn't want to act anymore. Cao Yueji and Miss Chang's family are close friends. With Miss Chang's family backing her, there's nothing we can do about her. He carefully informed him. Kid, I'm really sorry. The female lead ran away. Today's shoot. Suddenly, he realized something. Huh, wait a minute. His eyes landed on Ji Mangxi's face. He immediately exclaimed, Oh my god, this young lady has so much presence. Director Wang's expression changed 180 degrees. Beautiful lady, would you be willing to try on the female lead's look for this online commercial? My mentor is Liu Shanhei. He always said I have an eye for beauty. I guarantee with my personality you will definitely shine. Ji Mangxi shyly waved her hand in refusal. I'm sorry, I don't want to participate in filming or show my face. Her personal decision came from many reasons. Liu Shanhei, although I'm very grateful for your guidance back then, I feel ashamed towards you. I can't get involved with you anymore. Moreover, I don't want to appear before the public anymore. And I don't want to attract Song Sen. Lin Xiaozhou also stepped forward to encourage her. Sister Mangxi, just try it. You look super pretty. You will absolutely shine. Director Wang found an ally and quickly chimed in. That's right, that's right. The final fatal blow came from Choo-choo, mommy. I remember you have a picture wearing a cheongsam. You looked so beautiful. The little girl put on her cutest face. Choo-choo wants to see mommy in ancient costume. Can you, mommy? This girl understands all my thoughts, but she's doing this on purpose. Mom doesn't want to show her face because she's afraid of being discovered by Song-sen, but I want him to discover her. Mentioning that name made Ji-Yu angry again. That useless dad. It's been so many days, and he still hasn't discovered that he and his wife live in the same city. His search skills are seriously lacking. No wonder he spent 10 years looking for Ji-Yu in the original novel. Director Wang kept begging, "Miss, if you don't want to show your face, then we can just film your back. We're in dire need of help. You would be doing us a great service. We are really looking forward to seeing you act." Behind him, Lin Xiaozhou and Ji-Yu put on expectant faces, echoing, "That's right, that's right." Ji-Yu lost the bet, and she sighed softly. "All right, fine, but I can't forget the main point. I don't need a fee, but we have to sign a non-disclosure agreement." Director Wang happily called the staff. Okay, where's the makeup artist? Quickly, get this young lady all dolled up." The two supporting actors were so happy they almost jumped up and down, yelling in unison, "Yeah." Very quickly, Ji-Yu was all made up. She lifted the hem of her dress and walked out of the dressing room. "I'm done changing." She looked beautiful in the ancient costume, her delicate hands tucking her hair behind her ears, and she gave everyone a gentle smile, looking just like a fairy. All three of them stared at Ji-Yu. Director Wang exclaimed, a fairy descended to earth?" Lin Xiaozhou also praised the look. "Wow, it's too beautiful." And Chu cheered and ran towards her. "Mommy, you're so pretty." She hugged her daughter, asking, Chu, do you like it?" The little girl smiled so hard her eyes squinted as she replied, "Yes, all around." The director was instructing the film crew, "Quick, all departments get ready. Let's make the most of the time and the lighting." A few days later, all you could see was Wang watching something with tears streaming down his face. "Wow, perfect." The young director held up a tablet. "This promotional video is absolutely perfect." He opened his computer, tears of happiness still rolling down his cheeks. "Wow, I have to share this good news with my master." Lu Shanhei was on a road trip in the desert when the person on the other end of the line spoke quickly. Master. In the last 2 days, I've completed an online game promotional video. The complete video is in your email." He was busy driving, so his voice was stern. "I'm very busy." It didn't seem like the first time Wang had been rejected by his master. "It's not a small matter, master. I've finally found the person you said was born to be an actress. The pictures are already sent to your email." "Master, you absolutely have to take a look." Mwah. Just then, the inbox icon on the screen lit up with a ding. He curiously clicked on the letter icon to watch the video. The screen showed the figure of a girl, and even though her face wasn't visible, she had a very charismatic aura. Lu Shanhei recognized her with just one look. It's her. He lost his composure and slammed on the brakes, yelling, "Definitely her." His hand released the steering wheel, and his forehead was already covered in sweat. 5 years. I never thought she would return to my world like this. At the same time, Song-sen happened to see the game promotional video on a large screen. That back. Sure enough, it was Ji-Yu figure being filmed from behind. Song-sen, like Lu Shanhei, thought that in this world, only she had such a slender, cold back. Only she could wear ancient costumes and look as graceful as a painting. He suddenly ordered his subordinates, "Go, investigate who the female lead in the, quote, Dream Journey to Immortality game promo video is." As quickly as possible, the assistant was startled and quickly responded, "Yes, sir." He stared intently at the game promotional video. "This woman is in the capital, and I didn't even realize that I have to find her immediately." The speed of info gathering in this world is insane. There's a car parked near Zhao Yan's place. I hear voices inside, apparently. CEO Song, the female lead from that commercial. The one with the surname Ji-Yu. She went to the shoot with a kid. They might be acquaintances. The driver pointed to the house in front of them. This is where she currently lives. Song-sen gazed into the rearview mirror, carefully smoothing his hair. After that, he suddenly radiated a dazzling aura, perfect looks, an expression that revealed absolutely nothing, simple and casual clothes. He smiled, full of self-love, praising himself. "Excellent, I'm still the perfect man." Just then, Ji-Yu walked out of the villa. A security guard ran after her, asking, "Miss Ji-Yu, are you heading out?" Under the soft sunlight, she smiled gently and replied, "Yes." Song-sen was a little surprised because he actually found her. It was really her. He excitedly leaned out of the car window, watching her figure. He had been searching for 5 whole years. Ji-Yu was right in front of him. He finally found her. She walked over and opened the door of a car parked right in front of the villa. He ordered the driver, "Follow her. Hurry." Song-sen stared intently at the girl he had been searching for all these years. Ji-yu Roxy. The two cars started rolling. He told himself, I definitely won't lose you again. It turned out Ji-yu Mangshi was picking up her daughter from kindergarten. Choo-choo ran towards her, almost crying with joy. Mommy, you finally came to pick me up. She bent down and took her daughter's hand. Choo-choo, were you a good girl at school today? The little girl's face was covered in tears and snot. Yes, I was. The little girl rubbed her face on her mother's hand to hide her hateful expression, cursing inwardly. Today, I obediently learned numbers from 1 to 10. I want to skip school. I want to graduate. I want to grow up. I want to escape this miserable childhood. The two siblings teased her with laughter. Zhao Yan wiped Choo-choo's tears. Ha ha ha, look at poor little Choo-choo. What do you want to eat? Let's go get something yummy? The little girl was still hiccuping from crying. Wah! Song Sen, sitting in the car nearby, was frozen, stiff with hairspray. Unbelievable. My Ji-yu Roxy has a daughter, and Zhao Yan is the father. They're such a happy little family. He couldn't believe Ji-yu Mansi could be so heartless. Does she really want to be so far away from me? He felt empty, doubting himself. There were so many coincidences and misunderstandings back then. I still wanted to apologize to her, to express my feelings. All he could see now was her, Zhao Yan, and their little daughter. But she decisively cut off the relationship to the point where she had to throw herself into someone else's arms. Song Sen's tone was frighteningly cold. Let's go. The assistant worriedly looked at his condition and asked, CEO Song, are we not following them anymore? He dropped those words so decisively, no more need for it. Then the car immediately U-turned and left. A few days later, it's dismissal time at Choo-choo's kindergarten. Her classmates waved to the teacher, saying goodbye, and she waved back to them before they left, saying goodbye too. Ji-yu Chu was holding her backpack and suddenly thought about Song Sen. How come this blockhead dad still hasn't found Ji-yu Mangshi yet? Her little Chu brothers' game ads are plastered everywhere. Unless he's blind, he's bound to see them. She had to recall the main plot again. In the original story, Song Sen found me and Ji-yu Mangsi through a photo. Ji-yu Chu rested her chin on her hand, frowning in annoyance. Don't tell me I have to follow the original plot and find a way to show him a photo of my mom and me to speed things up. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in front of her. You must be Ji-yu Chu, right? The little girl looked up at the man. Who are you, mister? Choo-choo took a small step back, remembering her mom's instructions. Mom and uncle are both busy today. The nanny was supposed to pick me up, but I've never seen this guy before. Without another word, he immediately covered Ji-yu-chu's mouth, scooped her up in his arms, and easily lifted her. Whoosh! Straight into a waiting car. The car sped off, Choo-choo's little green hat flying off in the wind. Left at the scene, the car drove into a remote forest. A lackey said suspiciously, Boss, do you think the kid's scared stiff? Why isn't she crying or screaming? The boss didn't care much. Whether she's dumb or crazy, who cares? We grab the money and run, once we have the cash. The lackey agreed. Yeah, with the money, we bail. The client said a worthless kid like this shouldn't exist. Ji-yu Chu was rather enjoying this sensation. She sat obediently in the back. Oh, so I've been kidnapped. Night fell, and the car stopped in front of a wooden cabin in the woods. The package has arrived. Did you make the call yet? We've notified Ji-yu Chu's mother. The mastermind behind this kidnapping was Bai Yi. She crossed her legs. I really don't get it. Kidnapping Lin Xiaochu is enough. Why grab a 5-year-old too? The lackey knew he'd be asked this, so he explained. The client ordered it. Lin Xiaochu sticks to Zhao Yan all day, making it hard to snatch her. The boss exaggerated Choo-chu's worth. Don't underestimate this 5-year-old. The people around her are all rich. Her mother and Zhao Yan have a complicated relationship. Isn't she always splurging Zhao Yan's endless money? It was time for her performance, Choo-choo whimpered, her eyes welling up. Auntie Bai, are you going to kill Choo-choo? Bai Yi looked at the little girl coldly. Now that we've grabbed you and you've seen me, we naturally have to silence you. Although I'd prefer Lin Xiaochu dead, Tang Chengji said, a stain like Ji-yu Chu needs to be eliminated. She walked closer, intimidating the little girl. As long as you listen obediently, we won't kill you. Choo-choo quietly hummed a few ahas. Hearing this, Ji-yu Chu smiled innocently, but it looked like she was the one in control. Then I'll definitely listen obediently. Meanwhile, at the Grand Commerce Building, Director Ji-yu, the Chenxi Corporation offered a bid of 20 million. A female employee informed Mangxi that the meeting would start in half an hour. The CEO of Chenxi would be attending. Director Ji-yu was seriously reviewing documents, and she would consider raising the price further. Suddenly, the door slowly opened. Ting. 2 men in sharp suits walked out, exuding a refined, courteous, and handsome aura. It was Song Sen, a man with striking features, calm demeanor, and captivating blue eyes that were both dignified and warm, enchanting everyone. However, in Manxi's eyes there wasn't fascination, but a jolt of apprehension. Her eyes widened, a bead of sweat rolled down, and she thought to herself, "It's him." The female employee introduced them. Director Ji Yu, this is the CEO of Qingxi Corporation. CEO Song, this is the project director of our company. Director Ji Yu, Song Sen politely extended his hand to Manxi. Greeting. Director Ji Yu, hello. Manxi was still hesitant and flustered, thinking, I didn't expect to meet him again after 5 years. I must stay calm. He discarded me like an old shoe back then, and I can't let him look down on me now. Beautiful memories of the past flashed through Manxi's mind. Most importantly, Song Shen mustn't discover Chu-Chu's existence, and I can't let him take Chu-Chu away. Regaining her composure, Director Ji Yu smiled and shook his hand. CEO Song, hello, I'm Ji Yu Manxi. Song Sen froze for 5 seconds, wondering, Ji Yu Manxi. Because the woman in his memory was Ji Yu Ruoxi, she seems very different from before. A call from a strange number rang. She paused for a moment and answered. Sorry, CEO Song. I need to take this call. Please, go ahead, Song Sen replied. From the other end of the line, a strange voice said, Ms. Ji Yu, your daughter is in my hands. 10 million yuan, no police, or I'll delete her from Earth. With just one sentence, Manxi's heart shattered, and she lost her composure. She was terrified and screamed into the phone. My daughter, why is she in your hands? Who are you? Manxi's face darkened, and drops of sweat poured down. No matter how many times she called, hello, hello, no one answered. They hung up, leaving her in utter panic. Suddenly, Manxi collapsed into Song Sen's arms. Fear, panic, and worry consuming her. She trembled with worry for her daughter. Kidnapped? Fear enveloped the surrounding space. Abruptly, Manxi grabbed Song Sen's sleeve and shouted, Song Shen, Chu-Chu's been kidnapped. Chu-Chu is only 5 years old. Who would kidnap her? Tears streamed down her face. Her words stunned Song Sen. 5 years old, could it be? He suddenly realized something he hadn't known before. Song Sen calmed Manxi. You should probably inform the child's father. Suddenly, she was startled and frightened. Manxi pushed Song Sen aside and, regaining some composure, grabbed her phone to call Zhao Yan. Brother, I have to tell my brother. Unable to stay calm, her trembling hands tried to call her brother, Chu-Chu. Nothing can happen to you. Chu-Chu is my life. The moment the call connected, Manxi screamed, Brother, Chu-Chu's been kidnapped. 10 million? They want 10 million to release her. Her eyes lit up with anger and frustration, tears streaming down her cheeks. It could be the Zhao family. Yes, it must be Teng Chengzi. She's disliked Chu-Chu for a long time. It's her. Before she could finish, Song Sen snatched the phone from her hand. Hello, I'm Song Shen. This is what happened. Song Sen took a few steps and replied, Yeah, just got the call. Then he signaled his secretary to reassure Manxi. Don't worry, Ji Yuzong. With Song Song taking action, there's definitely no problem. Hearing the news, Zhao Yan frowned. Please take Manxi home first. I'll send you the address. I'll be right there, Song Sen replied. Got it. Zhao Zong. Suddenly, Song Sen asked Zhao Yan another question. You're Ji Yuchu's biological brother, right? Yes, biological brother. Is there a problem? Seeing that, Song Sen grinned. No problem. See you later. At the same time, Zhao Yan hurriedly put on his coat to investigate about his niece. Little Zhao asked when he saw this, Zhao Yan, what happened? Chu-Chu has been kidnapped. Zhao Yan finished dressing and turned to say, the kidnappers are demanding a ransom of 10 million. Song Shen has already reported it to the police. Let's go back and cooperate with the investigation first. Everyone felt worried after hearing that. 2 guys ran past Chengqi. Who dares to touch Chu-Chu? Let's talk when we get home. After hearing Ji Yuchu's name, Chengqi felt worried and stunned. Chu-Chu, kidnapped. His eyes lit up with bewilderment as if he couldn't believe it. Then he hurriedly threw the book to the ground and chased after the 2 people. Wait, I'll help too. A while later, everyone gathered at Manxi's house to find information about Ji Yuchu. Zhao Yan was trying to reassure Manxi. Manxi, let's be patient and wait. The kidnappers want money, they'll definitely call again. Cheng Qi brought his younger sibling to introduce to everyone. This is my younger brother, Cheng Menglu. Well, he likes to be called Bobo. He only eats white rice, and he knows a bit about computer technology. As long as the kidnappers call again, he can trace the IP signal. Sounding like an insult, Bobo startled. Bro, there are outsiders here. Can you give me some face? Bobo reiterated to clarify the matter. First, I'm not Cheng Menglu, I'm Bobo. Second, I don't just eat white rice, I also help grow vegetables in the backyard. A few minutes later there was still noisy chatter. And I'm the one who raises the chickens too. Cheng-Chi smiled coldly at that. After a long wait, the phone finally rang. Ring, ring, ring. The kidnappers are calling. Stay calm. Speak slowly. As soon as Mangxi accepted the call, a voice said, "Tomorrow noon, put the money on ship 136 at the east port of the capital. If I find out you've reported it to the police, you know the consequences." Unable to stay calm, Mangxi shouted, "Where's Choo-Choo? I want to hear Choo-Choo's voice." "Ha! Don't even dream about hearing your daughter's voice so easily." As soon as the sentence was finished, the phone hung up, leaving the family bewildered and scared. "Hello, hello? Choo-Choo?" Mangxi hugged her head in fear, not knowing what would happen to her child, so Zhao Yan comforted her. "You did great. Choo-Choo will be fine." Meanwhile, Song Sen couldn't contain his anger and heartbreak that he couldn't protect the two of them. "It should have been me. All these years, I should have been the one protecting them. This time, no matter who's behind this, they're gonna regret it." He frowned and clenched his fist. From the data of that call, Bobo quickly found the kidnappers. Found them. They're in Dongjiao. Dongjiao connects to Crescent Bay. And there's a large forest there. The kidnappers are there. I'll send people too. Cheng-Chi also quickly went to call for people. I'll send people to find them right away. Zhao Yan saw everyone busily sending people to find her niece, but he just sat there doing nothing. As Choo-Choo's biological uncle, yet I am the most useless one here. Back at the cabin in the woods, the goon was fiddling with the safety amulet around his neck, thinking he'd be golden once this job was done. Little Choo-Choo called out to him in a soft, innocent voice. "Mister, there are mosquitoes. Choo-Choo's got so many bites." He snapped at her, but not like he hated her. "Why'd you come out here? Go sit inside and wait. It's the boonies. Mosquitoes are normal. Don't be such a wimp." The little girl hopped onto a wooden stool next to him. "I'm not a wimp. The place I used to live was all run down and hot. So many mosquitoes in the summer. My mom stayed up all night fanning them away." The goon was curious and pressed. "Aren't you from a rich family?" Ji Yu-Chu lowered her head, her eyes getting all watery. "Choo-Choo's family doesn't have money. Only my uncle's rich. My dad dumped me and my mom, and she raised me all by herself. Then my grandma wanted to marry off a daughter to some guy, but she couldn't bring herself to do it to my mom, so she sent her to Tokyo." The goon was thinking about his own life. "Damn, this kid's got it rough. Just like me. Poor as dirt, nothing to eat. Mom always wanted me to be a good guy. But I ended up on this path of no return." The little girl looked up at him with her teary eyes. "Mister, are you guys gonna kill Choo-Choo?" The kidnapper hesitated for a sec. Seeing that the guy wasn't answering, she comforted him. "It's okay. But after Choo-Choo dies, please don't let my mom find my body, okay?" She'd cry for sure. "Mister, if you get the ransom, remember to buy your mom new clothes. Mom says making money's hard, and Choo-Choo's death can help your mom have a good life." Choo-Choo wouldn't mind at all. The goon was so touched he almost cried. "This kid, she's too good. I don't want to kill her. But that $1 million ransom?" The kidnapper was clearly starting to feel bad. He said, "Lots of mosquitoes out here. Go inside." "Okay." The little girl smiled super brightly, like she knew her plan was working. "Okay." As she turned to go, Ji Yu-Chu added, "Mister, you should go to bed early too, okay?" Tears were streaming down his face. All he could manage was, uh-huh. The little girl was sure she had this in the bag after that performance. He looked all big and scary, but he was carrying the safety amulet her mom gave him. His mom must be his weakness. I bet after that whole sob story I just laid on him, he's feeling sorry for me and won't kill me. Ji Yu-Chu suddenly stared straight ahead. Next. Time to switch targets, the boss. Just gotta figure out how to deal with him. The little girl popped up right in front of the boss, who was so shocked he dropped his beer. "Where do you think you're going in the middle of the night?" The boss grabbed Choo-Choo's hair roughly and yelled, "You think you can run away, or what?" Choo-Choo screamed in pain. "Ow!" Without any mercy, he threw her straight into a pile of straw in the corner. "Listen to me, or I'll beat you to death." Choo-Choo got up, feeling wronged, and explained. Choo-Choo wasn't running around, it's just, there was a lady with 2 pigtails, and her face was covered in blood. She was calling me, so Choo-Choo went to look for her. The boss's face was like, WHAAAAT, and he was sweating buckets. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Choo-Choo continued her story. "I'm not spouting nonsense. There really was a lady outside. She was really pretty. She said she was lost and wanted to go home." The boss angrily snapped at the little girl. "Shut your trap." Then he tried to reassure himself. This kid's just talking trash. A girl with 2 pigtails and a bloody face. She's just making it up. The reason the kidnapper was freaking out was because he had beef with that girl. "Last year, I ran to that tiny remote town to lay low. In the middle of the night, I ran into this cute schoolgirl with pigtails asking for directions. The boss admitted he had bad intentions with the pigtail girl. I thought she was cute, so I couldn't help but drag her into the bushes. Since then, he kept dreaming about the schoolgirl's screams. The jerk could still remember her saying, "You animal, I'll haunt you even if I become a ghost. You won't die a good death." Back in reality, Ji-Yu-Chu said, "Oh yeah, she also said she'll never forgive you." The little girl's face seemed to become more dangerous. Choo-Choo's announcement hit the kidnapper like a thunderbolt is right outside. The boss was scared to death, his face white as a sheet. Suddenly, a bloody, grinning ghost appeared at the window. The boss screamed, "No way!" And then he just passed out cold and started foaming at the mouth on the spot, only to see Ji-Yu-Chu's back view filled with killer intent, worthless. The ghost from before was just a bundle of straws she'd prepared in advance. A bunch of straws scared him unconscious. The goon heard the commotion and ran in to check. "What was that noise, boss? Boss, what happened to you?" Choo-Choo pretended to be innocent. Choo-Choo doesn't know. Choo-Choo doesn't dare to say. Or Sister Bai will kill me. The goon was starting to get suspicious. "Sister Bai." The little girl pointed to a water bottle on the floor and said casually, "She gave him a bottle of water to drink, I didn't say anything." Ji-Yu-Chu knew her plan was 80% there. "You big guy, think about it yourself." The goon understood what the little girl was trying to say. Bai Yi, right then, Bai Yi happened to walk over, complaining, "So noisy. Can't you guys keep it down? I need to rest." She yawned and handed the goon a bottle of water. "Drink some water. You've been on watch all night. You must be tired." Bam! The goon smashed the bottle right in her face. The goon angrily pointed and cursed at the woman. "You think I'm stupid, huh? Poison me and the boss. Then you can pocket the ransom yourself, right?" Bai Yi was totally lost. "Huh?" Bai Yi snapped back to reality and started acting up. "AAA, you dare hit a woman. You're not a man." The thug was still fuming. "She tried to poison me. Shouldn't I hit her? You do such dirty things. Even kids can see it." They were arguing noisily inside the warehouse. "What? You must have been tricked by that kid. She's the best liar." Outside, the forces sent by the president and young masters had arrived. "Captain, it seems like the kidnappers are fighting among themselves, requesting further instructions." Taking advantage of their inattention, Choo-Choo calmly walked out. The soldiers stared blankly. "Huh?" Ji-Yu-Chu walked while untying herself. "This kind of low-level case, I can handle it with my eyes closed." Whoosh! The soldier rushed over and hugged Choo-Choo tightly. They hid in the bushes. On one side, the soldier comforted the little girl. "Little one, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you." On the other side, he updated the situation via the device. "Captain, we found the kid." Ji-Yu-Chu breathed a sigh of relief. "Whoa, I thought I met a bear." Soon his teammates arrived. They kicked the door open and rushed in. "Don't move." They drew their guns to control the suspects. "Be good now, hands up." Bai Yi and that thug who were fighting also froze. "AAA, it wasn't me, I'm innocent." But of course, the soldiers didn't care. "Don't talk too much. Arrest them all." A moment later, police cars and ambulances were parked all around the area. A few soldiers led Song Sen to Choo-Choo. "President Song, the kid has been rescued." He excitedly called out his daughter's name, Choo-Choo. He ran over looking worried, just like a father. "How are you? Are you hurt anywhere?" The policewoman next to him comforted him. "Mr. Song, don't worry, the little girl is not injured." Ji-Yu-Chu found this very interesting. "Why so anxious? It seems like that jerk dad already knows I'm his and Ji-Yu Mangxi's daughter." Wanting to tease him a bit, she deliberately called Song Sen. Uncle Song, did you bring people to save Choo-Choo?" "Thank you, Uncle." He looked sad, but didn't say anything. Behind his tears was a vast ocean. Uncle, my daughter is calling me Uncle again." "All right." Temporarily use the identity of Uncle as the main topic to give Choo-Choo some psychological preparation. "Later, when the time is right, I will admit the fact that I am her biological father." Song Sen sat next to her and asked about her father. "Choo-Choo, do you want to know where your father is?" The little girl looked up, pretending to be innocent. "Father." Unexpectedly, Ji-Yu-Chu said, "Of course I know where my father is." Song Sen was both doubtful and curious. "You know where your father is." The little girl smiled so much that her eyes narrowed as she said before his eager expectation, "My father." Then she dropped a bombshell. "Talk is dead." He was so shocked that he choked on his saliva. His eyes were blank, his face was dull. Song Sen tried to go along with it. "Did your mother tell you that, your father is dead?" Choo-Choo then fabricated a story that sounded real. "Mom said that my father was a diver. He participated in a diving operation 5 years ago, but never came back. So isn't that dead?" Ji Chu playfully teased the old man's emotions. She saw through his intentions a long time ago. Trying to get close to me too late. You jerk, Dad. I gave you a chance to be my dad before. I won't easily accept you now. Song Sen was told by his daughter that he was dead. He sat alone in a corner feeling hurt. Wah, wah. Scene change. He took the little girl back to Zhao Yan's house. Ji Chu was happy. Mom, I'm back. Everyone was gathered, waiting. Lin Xiaochu peeked out, relieved the kid was okay. Ji Mangxi hugged her daughter tight. Chu, I'm so sorry, baby. It's my fault for not taking better care of you. Chu hugged her mom back, comforting her. Don't cry, Mommy. I'm okay. Song San chimed in, all Mr. Family Man-like. Mangxi, Chu just got back. She must be starving. Let's go grab her some grub in the kitchen, shall we, clever girl? Chu changed the subject, wanting her mom to forget about sad things. Yeah, Chu's super hungry. Ji Mangxi, not suspecting a thing, agreed. Okay? Zhao Yan, hearing him, was practically radiating murderous vibes. Already, this Song Sen guy is way too ambitious. He's already in the house, gotta be careful. Lin Xiaochu rushed over, leading the little girl to the kitchen. There's cake. Chu, let's go eat cake. Okay. The little girl happily clung to him. Yeah, meanwhile, Chang-Chi was wrapping up the kidnapping aftermath on a call. So what's the deal with those kidnappers? His subordinate reported the chaotic situation. Young Master Cheng, one of the kidnappers, went bonkers, and the other two are fighting to the death. Seems like they had a disagreement about splitting the loot, creating internal conflict. We can just sit back and enjoy the show. Chang-Chi smirked mysteriously. All right, you know what to do with them. The call ended, and he suddenly glanced towards the kitchen. Now that's more like it, Queen of Hearts. Ji Chu was happily munching on cake. With Ji Mangxi and Song Sen behind her, Chang-Chi mused to himself, with her cunning and intelligence, even if she's turned into a 5-year-old. He was now sure that Ji Chu was the hacker he had been looking for. She can survive anything. Young Master Cheng zoomed in with his phone, snapping a picture of Chu eating cake. This action didn't escape the little girl's notice. She thought he was taking pictures of Ji Mangxi. Hey, big bro, can you be a little quieter? Control your thirst for my mom, please? Chang-Chi looked at the screen, happy, getting roasted by Ji Chu. My biological dad's standing right here. And you dare to openly stalk my mom. Ji Mangxi gave the little girl a special day off from school. Let's take a bath, change clothes, and go to bed. You don't need to go to kindergarten tomorrow. Mom will stay home with you. Song Sen used it as an excuse to get close to the mother and daughter. I'm free tomorrow too. I'll come over and hang out with her. She was a bit wary of his behavior. This, Song Sen's attention to Chu. Could he have figured out her identity? Not knowing how to refuse, Chu cut in. Chu doesn't want Uncle Song to stay. He's a germaphobe. He thinks Chu's dirty and doesn't want to play with Chu. Mommy, next time you see him, you have to wash your hands really well, or he'll diss you. He was flustered, not knowing how to explain. No, The little girl snuggled into her mom's arm, revealing a sly expression. You dog of a man, you were so cold to me before. Now I won't let you get close so easily. Making my mom a single mother for 5 years and treating her like a substitute lover, I'll remember this debt for her. Song Sen stammered awkwardly. This germophobia, I can fix it. Zhao Yan immediately spoke up. President Song. His face was serious, his words subtly dismissing him. It's getting late, please head back. Zhao Yan had been annoyed with this guy for a while now. The real brother of Ji Mangxi is here. And you dare to openly flirt with my sister and even call my niece dirty. Song Sen looked at Mangxi tenderly and said, It's getting late, I'll head back now. Behind him, Zhao Yan's face was already dark with displeasure. Mangxi politely replied to Song Sen, Let me see you off a bit. After stepping out of the luxurious villa, she asked Song Sen without hesitation, You already know everything, right? Song Sen showed no emotion and just admitted, yeah. At this point, she was completely provoked and shouted, Are you going to take Chu away? The Song family hasn't had a new child in years. The old man of the Song family always dreams of holding a grandchild. But Song Sen suddenly interrupted her, causing her to freeze. No way. Seeing this, she immediately labeled Song Sen. So you do dislike Chu. He was stunned. Huh. He hurriedly explained, afraid she'd misunderstood. I don't dislike Chu. She pretended to wipe away tears, looking distressed. At that moment, he was silently complaining in his mind. Why are women's thoughts so complicated? If I take Chu away, you say I'm stealing her? If I don't take Chu, you say I despise her. Mangxi, with tears in her eyes, turned back and shouted weakly. Regardless of whether you hate her or not, I won't let Chu leave me. Chu is my daughter. Song Sen was moved by her appearance, his face flushed with embarrassment. She looked awkwardly at the hands he was holding tightly, refusing to let go. He seemed to pour out his heart, resolutely saying, Chu is also my daughter. You can't let Chu not have a father, or let me not have a wife. He thought to himself, I've been searching for you for 5 years. I won't let you leave me again. Seeing this, she turned her back to him, appearing distressed and conflicted. Wife. Your wife is Cheng Qingyun, not me. What you love is just my face that resembles her by 7 or 8 parts. Being a substitute, I've had enough of this. Knowing she'd misunderstood, he hurriedly shouted, Mengxi, I don't love her. Behind him, Zhao Yan, already holding a knife, tried to attract attention. Ahem ahem. The knife in his hand was shiny, his face full of murderous intent. Mengxi, let's go home. Chu wants to eat cake, but I don't know how to make it. I only know how to cut. Meet Song Sen, afraid of getting hit, turned around. Zhao Yan took the initiative to pull her away. Mengxi turned back to remind him, Song Sen, please don't come anymore, causing him to fall silent, unable to reply. Watching their figures disappear, his heart was heavy. Am I so easily dismissed by you? I was such a jerk before. I clearly loved you, but I didn't know how to express it. Using hurtful reasons to keep you by my side. I know I was wrong. I've missed 5 years, and I don't know how to make it up to you. Chu from afar, forced to smile, holding a pair of binoculars. What a dog-blood, melodramatic scene. Putting down the binoculars on the table, her head was full of thoughts. In the original story, my foolish mother was abused miserably from beginning to end. If I hadn't accidentally stepped into this abusive novel, there's no telling how miserable her life would be now. She curled her lips into a smug smile. Gu Mengxi, the female lead of the abusive novel, wanting to rise up and resist, still needs my help. A few days later, in Zhao Yan's villa, he said, The police just sent a message, saying the kidnappers have confessed. Mengxi angrily shouted the mastermind's name. It's Tang Chungxi, he calmly replied. There were 2 groups of people. Bai Yiyi was jealous of Xiao Chu. After listening to someone else's instigation, she took action against Chu and the other 2 kidnappers. He's holding this tablet showing Chu's info. Turns out these guys took a fake order online. Some mysterious person paid them a ton of cash, specifically wanting Chu kidnapped. The tablet has the order deets, including pics of Chu and Mengxi, plus all her info like name and school. The cops checked it out, but the post came from the US, so the trail went cold. Mengxi's freaking out, thinking about her and her kids' future. The US? I'm just a regular mom with Chu, no power or anything. How could we have ticked off someone from the States like that? Suddenly, she freezes, a look of fear in her eyes. Wait a sec, there's someone else. A woman with red hair and those 6-pointed star earrings flashes in her mind, her face hidden. She thinks, this person could totally be behind it too. Mengxi's completely frozen up thinking about her, totally unresponsive for a few, before snapping back to reality. Chu's munching on a sausage, eavesdropping on their convo. 3 kidnappers, the Zhao family hired by Ye, and these other 2 took orders from someone else. It might have something to do with Chu's real dad, she thinks. Seriously. 2 forces are targeting me. One's the Zhao family, and the other's this mysterious US group. She scowls, doing the math. Could it be the deadbeat dad's love debts? Cheng Qingyun? The red-haired girl's sly smile pops in her head. The original novel's villainous. Evil to the core, but pretends to be all innocent and weak. Total green tea, BTCH. In the early chapters, she was getting treatment in the US, and Song Sen found a lookalike, like 70 to 80% similar, Gu Mengxi, to be her stand-in. Then she pictures the villainess sitting pretty well awake, defeated Mengxi is on the floor. When she found out Gu Mengxi existed, she magically recovered overnight, flew back to the country, and got back together with Song Sen, secretly getting Gu Mengxi out of the picture while she was pregnant. More flashbacks of those 2 scumbags playing her like a fiddle. First, the villainess. Then the director. Even after discovering Gu Mengxi married CEO Li, she didn't give up, claiming she needed a kidney transplant, and Mengxi was a perfect match. CEO Li, trying to suck up to the Cheng family, ripped out one of Gu Mengxi's kidneys. Chu slams her fists on the keyboard. That evil villainess, I'm so not letting her get away with this. After digging around online, she frowns, confused. Hold up. The kidnapper's contact info, the IP address, is from the Molia estate in the US. The owner's Molia, a young, talented dude, no connection to Cheng Qingyun. Or me. Why would some rich American want to kidnap me? Suddenly, a message pops up. See you at the World Hacker Competition. Signed, Mulia. She jumps back, startled. This is... She stares at the computer, eyes narrowed. He found me. In this trashy romance novel world, there's someone who can hack like I can. No way. Choo-Choo's eyes widen, sweat dripping down. Wait. She remembers that mysterious blonde guy, the anonymous one. A shiver runs down her spine. Could it be the guy who was after me in my past life, the one I ended up sleeping with? Did he transmigrate into this novel too? She stares at her own reflection, horrified by her own thoughts. Ji-Yu-Chu was furiously typing away to vent her anger. Okay, fine. Maybe I did some terrible stuff in my past life. You hunted me across different worlds. I get it. The little girl furiously pecked at the keyboard. But seriously, I'm just a cute, innocent 5-year-old now. Can't you give it a rest? You even hired people to kidnap me. Try me, dude. Let's see who goes down first. After her flurry of keystrokes, the screen displayed, target's electrical system locked, confirm order. Ji-Yu-Chu decisively moved the mouse to the confirm button. She stood up and slammed the enter key, small hands. Big impact. Ji-Yu-Chu knew exactly who was behind this. 90% chance it's that jerk Cheng-Chi. Looks like I gotta go to that World Hacker Competition in the US in 6 months and settle things with that bastard. Meanwhile, at a huge mansion, the butler shouted, Oh no, the mansion's private power line is down. Where's Master Mariah? Someone check if he's okay. Mariah just smirked at the chaos, holding up the Ace of Clubs card in his hand. It's her, isn't it? Messing with the mansion's electrical system. Typical. This must be the Ji-Yu-Chu he was talking about. And the card, it's a reference to Ji-Yu-Chu's real identity. Still that grudge-holding kid from the past Ace of Clubs. The next day, little Ji-Yu-Chu is enjoying her day off from school, happily munching on a pastry. Yummy, so yummy. Ji-Yu Mangxi felt relieved that her daughter was still cheerful. Good. It doesn't seem like last night's events left any trauma for Choo-Choo. But the secret is out, and one day Choo-Choo will find out that Song-sen is her father. She tentatively asked, Choo-Choo, do you want to meet your father? If you want to, Mommy can take you to meet him. Choo-Choo wanted to think more, for her mother Ji-Yu Mangxi's life, in the original story, was too tragic. She is so kind, she deserves the best things. If Song-sen can protect her, I can reluctantly call him Dad. If Song-sen can't, I don't mind changing to another dad. She wanted her mother to decide for herself. If Mommy still likes Daddy, Choo-Choo is willing to meet him. I hope the best mommy in the world can live happily and have Daddy protect her when she encounters danger. When I grow up, I will protect Mommy together with Daddy. Ji-Yu Mangxi was moved to tears by her daughter's understanding. Choo-Choo. She gently hugged her daughter. Thank you, darling. A familiar supercar stopped in front of the villa. It was Song-san's car. He nervously adjusted his tie. Everyone online says 5-year-old girls love Barbie dolls. Choo-Choo will definitely love this gift. He imagined the scene when he presented the gift box to the little girl. Wow, a Barbie doll. Daddy bought me a Barbie doll. Daddy, you are my daddy. Dad? Choo-Choo loves Dad. And then he would look up to the sky smugly. A matter of course. A matter of course. Who told me to be your father? Ha ha ha. He took a deep breath. Humph. Still very worried. While daydreaming, Cheng-Chi called out from behind. Song, President, Song-sen. He was a little startled. E.H. When he recognized the voice, he asked suspiciously, Young Master Cheng, who are you looking for? He lied because he couldn't say he came to see Choo-Choo. I'm here to see Miss Ji-Yu. I have something I want to ask her. The two men glared at each other. Song-sen was on guard. In broad daylight, a miner like you is looking for my wife. But Cheng-Chi's real reason was, of course, to find an excuse to see the adorable 5-year-old. The nanny saw Master Cheng arrive and rushed to greet him. Oh, Master Cheng is here, please, come in. He froze completely, stammering a question that went unanswered. What about me? From afar, Lu Shanhe, who had finally tracked down the address, blurted out, Song-sen. The moment they met, Shanhe started needling him. You're really persistent, aren't you? The rivals glared at each other, sparks flying. He coldly replied, You're one to talk? Shanhe just laughed defiantly. Of course I won't let you off the hook. He brought up the events of 5 years ago, between them and Ji Roxy. If it weren't for you? A flood of memories washed over him. That year, when I first met Ryoxi, I was stunned. I immediately invited her to be the female lead in my film, The Falling Flowers of Youth. To him, Ji-Yu Ryoxi was a shining beacon. I had a feeling that if she continued to act in my films, she would quickly become a film queen. However, he unexpectedly appeared and stole the future of a film queen. But halfway through, Song-sen jumped out, snatched her away. and caused her to withdraw from showbiz. This left him with immense regret. Such a talented actress, just buried like that. Lu Shanhei rebuked him and brushed past him. She ran far away to escape you. How can you even have the face to come looking for her? Inside the house, Chang-Chi had been playing with Choo-Choo for a while. Is Choo-Choo enjoying it? The little girl was eating the cake he brought. Yes, it's delicious. But Mommy said, Choo-Choo can't eat too many sweets, or my teeth will rot. Chang-Chi naively said. Then why don't you save some for later? Ji-Yu-Chu forced a smile outside, internally scolding. Look at that. Just look at it. It's all sweets and fat. Why don't you bring some spicy snails, barbecue, or spicy hot pot? Something greasy and fragrant to change things up. If you want to pursue her mom, please, for heaven's sake, find out what she likes first. The nanny came to report that there was a guest. Miss, there's a Mr. Lu here to see you. Ji-Yu Mangxi, confused by the unfamiliar title, wondered, Lu, I'll go see. She opened the door to find Lu Shanhei waiting. She immediately recognized him, Teacher Lu. The two embraced warmly. He called her name Ruoxi. Ji-Yu cautiously replied, Teacher Lu, it's been a while. Lu Shanhei excitedly hugged the girl he loved tightly. It really is you. 5 years. I finally found you again. Ji-Yu Manchi warmly led him inside. Teacher, come in and sit down. The invisible Song Sen suddenly turned into a statue. The cold wind blew past him, as indifferent as people's hearts. What about me? I want to go in too. After a while, young Master Chang switched up the game for the little one. Choo-Choo, want to play on the computer? You can use mine. It was exactly what she loved, so she agreed in a heartbeat, okay? He booted up the computer, Chang-Chi suggesting a few games. There's Snake, dress-up dolls, but Ji-Yu-Chu, of course, turned them all down. I don't want to play those. I want to play Immortal Journey Online. He was even more convinced this kid was Hong Tao Ace in disguise. Oh, you like the tough stuff, huh? Okay, I'll find it for you. Ji-Yu-Chu stared intently at him, lost in thought. This Chang-Chi, something feels off. Is he going to all this trouble just to get on my good side and then get to Ji-Yu Mangxi? Talk about a lot of effort. Thinking back to his life in the original story, if I remember correctly, the most noteworthy thing was his departure. In the original story, Shang-Chi died a pretty tragic death. Ji-Yu-Chu decided right then and there to be a superhero and save him. Out of respect for him seriously pursuing my mom, and even saving me a few times, I'll help him if he runs into trouble later. Ji-Yu Mangxi led Lu Shanhei into the house. Teacher Lu, come on in. She explained a bit about their current situation. This is actually my brother's apartment. My daughter and I are staying here temporarily. Ji-Yu-Chu toddled over to her mom. Mom, she chirped, introducing the two. This is my daughter, Choo-Choo. She's 5 years old. Choo-Choo, say hi to Uncle Lu. The little girl politely greeted the adult. Hello, Uncle Lu, I'm Choo-Choo. In her head, she was already weighing the two rivals. Isn't this Lu Shanhei, the most popular male second lead? He is handsome. No wonder he's more popular than that trash dad. Lu Shanhei's expression changed. He paid special attention to the 5 years old part. A 5-year-old? Could she be Song Sen's? Ji-Yu Mangxi gently leaned down to wipe her daughter's mouth. This child never wipes her mouth after eating. He's such a good person, always thinking of her. Ji-Yu Mangxi has been raising her child alone for the past 5 years. A look of anger flashed in his eyes, along with that thought. How much hardship and difficulty has she been through? Lu Shanhei's blood was boiling, just thinking about it. He glared at Song Sen with eyes full of hatred. That bastard Song Sen. He gently sat down to talk to the little girl. Good girl, Choo-Choo, I came in a hurry today, but I'll buy you a gift next time. How about a baby doll? Ji-Yu Mangxi politely tried to stop him. You don't need to spoil her. Teacher Lu? Ji-Yu-Chu grinned brightly. I don't want that. Choo-Choo wants the newest game. The little girl lowered her voice a bit. And? She deliberately shouted the second half loudly, so the person outside could hear, I hate dolls the most. Song Sen, having been hit right where it hurts, threw the Barbie doll in his hand away. He closed his eyes, trying to calm himself down. Dolls? What dolls? There are no dolls. That night, Chang-Chi finally decided to head home. Miss Ji-Yu, no need to see me off. Go back inside. She nodded goodbye to young Master Chang. All right, safe travels, young Master Chang. Lu Shanhei also left shortly after, saying, Mangxi, I hope you'll consider my request from today. He really wanted her back on the big screen. Now that she didn't have as many worries as before, she could plan for herself. Ji-Yu Mangxi knew this was a good opportunity. Teacher, I'll think about it. He was happy she'd changed her mind. Okay, then I'll be going. The car started to move. Ji-Yu Mangxi stood watching. Drive safe. A noise behind her caught her attention. Song Sen was still waiting there. She was puzzled. Mr. Song, why haven't you left yet? He looked utterly dejected, saying, Mangshi, I want to talk to you. His gaze was serious, wanting to resolve the issues between them. I've never seen you as someone else, I just... Before he could finish, Jiyu Mangshi impatiently cut him off. Enough, Song-sen. I have something to tell you. She bluntly reminded Song-sen. There were two forces behind Choo-Choo's kidnapping. One was the Zhao family, and the other was a group from the States. I suspect this second group is connected to one of your pursuers. If you really want what's best for Choo-Choo, stay away from us. Jiyu Mangshi had long harbored these suspicions. Back when she and Song-sin were together, living a seemingly glamorous life, Cheng Qingyun had secretly tried to harm her countless times. This kidnapping was almost certainly related to her. Cheng Qingyun loved Song-sin, loved him to the point of madness. If she knew about Choo-Choo's existence, she might do something terrible. Not letting him say another word, she slammed the door shut and yelled, Don't come looking for me and my daughter again. You'll only bring danger to Choo-Choo. Song-sen was still stunned by Mangxi's words. A pursuer. Who, again? What do you mean again? Half a month later, like any other day, Ji-Yu-Chu peeked out onto the balcony and said, Mama, Uncle Song has been in the garden, teasing the dog for half an hour, and then he left. The little girl cupped her chin, lamenting on his behalf. I won't let Uncle Song in. Uncle Song can only play with the dog every time, secretly glancing into our house, and then leaves. However, Choo-Choo somewhat acknowledges him. Daddy is really trying, not discouraged to be rejected. Jiyu Mangxi, holding a script, coldly dismissed it. Just ignore him. He'll go away if he gets rejected enough. Excellent. This is exactly the reaction Ji-Yu-Chu wanted to see. Mama's in good shape now. Besides work, she's focusing on Liu Shenhe's script. She won't be as weak as she was in the original plot. Her IQ has increased. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Choo-Choo happily volunteered. I'll get it. Jiyu Mangxi tried to guess who it was. Maybe it's your uncle's back. The little girl thought so too, and spoke quickly as she opened the door. UNC, you. She didn't finish speaking before realizing the person ringing the doorbell wasn't someone she knew. A beautiful woman waved at the little girl. Hi, Choo-Choo. Long time no see. Ji-Yu-Chu was completely taken aback. It was Zhao Manshi, or as the little girl called her, Zhao Mandouche. She affectionately tapped the little girl's nose. Do you miss your little auntie? Ji-Yu-Chu secretly hated both Mandouche's identity and her perfume. What's this female supporting character doing here? Did she think her life was going too smoothly? Is she here to find me to harm her? Oh my god. Is this perfume she wears? It stinks. Zhao Manshi waltzed in like she owned the place. Hey there. Is Big Bro not home? Jiyu Mangxi was all kinds of confused, like, Zhao Manshi, what are you doing here? She was giving Mangxi major attitude. I'm here to see my brother. Do I need to get your permission first? Seriously, your brother has a massive villa and chooses to live in this dump. Manshi was spitting venom with every word. She brings all sorts of people to our home. She already had her eyes glued to the script on the table. Of course, I heard the famous director, Liu Shenhe, is very close to your brother recently. Zhao Missy is also dreaming of climbing up the social ladder through connections. If your brother could introduce me to him so I can act in his film. Zhao Manshi was on cloud 9 already. When my value skyrockets, I'll get closer to Song-sen. I gotta seize this opportunity. But what chances are there for you, girl? Your dreams are too big already. Becoming a celebrity, conquering Song-sen, marrying into the Song family, which I have been dreaming of for so long. The ultimate goal is to be sitting on a mountain of money, becoming the lady boss of the Song family. Back to reality, Jiyu Mangxi grabbed the script off the table. Big Bro's busy, he'll be back later. Choo-Choo, remembering what she said, retaliated. Auntie, you are wrong. Someone irrecyclable trash like you. My uncle won't even dare to bring you back home. Zhao Manshi slammed her hand on the table, totally pissed. You. She plastered on a fake smile, holding her face. Don't get angry, don't get angry. Gotta remember today's mission. I gotta protect my beautiful makeup. Can't fall for this brat's trap. Zhao Manshi turned her attention to her. Oh, you're reading a script. Don't tell me you know. Director Liu Shenhe too. Planning to use your brother's connection with the director to snag a cameo in the new film. She was babbling like she owned the script. Sis, let me give you a tip. You're really not cut out to be an actress. Director Liu won't even give you a second look. She was putting others down and praising herself. If anyone could catch the director's eye, it'd be me, last year at a party. Director Liu even stopped me to ask for my business card. Zhao Manshi's words were just background noise to Jiyu Mangxi, like a bunch of chirping birds. Sis, not just anyone can hack it as an actor. I took acting classes in college, at least I'm not camera shy. You're busy taking care of your kid. Best not to think about things you shouldn't be thinking about. She kept adding fuel to the fire. Furthermore, Ji Mangxi's patience has reached its limit, and she slammed the script on the table. Her face screamed, majorly annoyed. Can you? Chu frowned, adding to her mother's thought. Quiet down a bit, please. Zhao Manshi? Like, she was muted when she heard Manshi's anger. Beep beep beep, are you done yet? Do you want to play the role of an alarm clock or something that you keep nagging? The doorbell rang, saving her bacon, she whined. Ugh, these two always look down on me. Just 'cause they got big bro backing them up, they think they're all that. Ji Chu scampered to the door. I'll go open it. The door slowly opened. Who could be visiting their house? Turns out it was director Lu Shanhei. Here for a visit. Mangxi, what do you think of the script? Chu was thrilled to see him. Uncle Lu's here. Welcome, Uncle Lu. He handed her a gift first. This smart little girl promised to get you a model last time. Here you go. Ji Chu excitedly took the gift with both hands. Wow, Uncle Lu's the best. Zhao Manshi was so nervous meeting the famous director for the first time that she hid behind the wall. It was really Director Lu. He's known for being super picky and keeping his distance, so how come he's all buddy-buddy with this mother and daughter? Calm down, calm down. I'm way better than that cheap Ji Mangxi. I'll definitely win. She mustered all her courage and stepped out to greet him. Director Lu, hello, I've heard so much about you. I'm Zhao Manshi, Zhao Yan's younger sister. He coldly walked right past her, replying dismissively, oh, hello. Miss Zhao was going ballistic, her face completely blank. He ignored me. He dared to ignore me. Inside the living room, Lu Shanhei only cared about Ji Mangxi. Ji Mangxi. You've been reading the script for 3 days now. Any comments? She honestly handed him the script. Yes, I've marked the places that need changing with a blue pen. She smirked wickedly at her. Revising Director Lu's script. Haha. Ji Mangxi. You're so dead. I heard from my mother that Ji Mangxi dropped out of school at 18 to have a child, and then worked in a small town. This uneducated woman actually dares to revise the script. Lu Shanhei frowned slightly as he reviewed the revisions. Some of the changes aren't very logical. Just waiting for that. Zhao Manshi immediately jumped in. Sis, Director Lu's scriptwriting level is the best in the industry. You haven't even learned the basics yet. How can you understand these things? How can you casually revise the script? He further explained to her a few scenes. Scene 45, I want to express the heroine's confusion, so I added a lot of symbolic imagery. Manshi kept adding fuel to the fire. Director Lu, if you want, I can take a look at your script. Director Lu, my sister is uneducated, please don't blame her. Then he said to Ji Mangxi, but the new scenes you suggested, I'll consider adding them. She was completely shocked, her mouth agape. Director Lu actually listens to other people's script revision suggestions. Isn't he famously rigid and never lets outsiders touch his scripts? Miss Zhao still tried to get his attention. Director Lu, I also majored in screenwriting. I can help you revise the script. Lu Shanhei said unhappily. Can you be quiet? Zhao Manshi explained frantically. Director Lu, I didn't mean to offend you. I just thought that I could also help my sister revise your script. He yelled annoyed, every word like a fiery shout. Shut up, it's too noisy, you're giving me a headache. Manshi was silent, as if she was about to cry. He picked up the script and turned to leave, reminding her, Mangxi, let me borrow your study to revise the script. Call me when it's time for dinner. Ji Mangxi reacted quickly. Okay, please do your work. Ms. Zhao couldn't bear the feeling of being wronged. How can this be? Why is Director Lu so gentle with Ji Mangxi? She always thought the worst of Ji Mangxi alone. That's right. Ji Mangxi is unmarried but has a child. I don't know how many men she's been with. She must be very good at seducing men. Zhao Manshi said sarcastically. Ji Mangxi, I underestimated you. She approached her, praising her with a fake smile. Her methods are so profound, Miss Ji knew exactly what the kid was thinking. So she simply explained, Director Lu is my teacher. Manshi moved even closer to pressure her. Sis, can you prepare before lying? Director Lu is an idol in the capital's film industry. How could he be your teacher? She whispered dirty things into Ji Mangxi's ear. You really are a woman who's had a child. You understand everything. You serve Director Lu comfortably in bed, right? Mangxi angrily yelled, chasing her out of the house. Get out. Zhao Manshi laughed contemptuously. Oh, are you getting angry out of embarrassment? I just spoke the truth. If you have nothing to hide, why are you so mad? Chu hid behind her mother's skirt, wrinkling her nose at her in disgust. Seeing this, Ji Chu couldn't help but bare her fangs, eyeing Zhao Manshi's fair hand. Chu bit down hard, causing Zhao Manshi's eyes to widen in shock and pain. Ah, you little beast. Let go, it hurts. The little girl wiped her mouth, her eyes a bit intimidating, a far cry from her usual innocence. Ptui, Choo-Choo hasn't lost her baby teeth yet? It doesn't hurt at all. Da Huang, the dog outside, bites way harder. Auntie, if you don't leave, I'll call Da Huang in to play with you. Enraged, Zhao Manchi cursed as she fled the villa. Just you wait, I'll definitely get my older brother to deal with you. Behind her, Choo-Choo stood calmly at the door, bidding her farewell. Have a nice trip, Auntie. Suddenly, a soft hand rested on her shoulder, calling, Choo-Choo, causing the little girl to turn around. Manxie pulled her into a hug, whispering soothingly. You shouldn't talk to your elders like that, the little girl started to reply. But, only to be cut off by Manxie, I'm sorry. This isn't something a child like you should be involved in. At this moment, she was utterly disappointed in her own weakness. She couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't let those protecting her suffer humiliation. She had to use her strength to silence those who looked down on her. Seeing the change in her mother, the little girl perked up, smiling to herself. Mom, you're finally awake. That's great. Go focus on your career. My beloved mom, you can't rely on men. Only by being strong can you protect the ones you love. A few days later, a harmonious atmosphere filled the car. Zhao Yan was driving, and in the back, Choo-Choo was happily munching on candy. The two were chatting happily when the little girl asked, Uncle Song, are we really going to the studio? He replied, That's right. Your uncle Lu Shanhei has been very busy lately. Uncle's taking you to visit him. The little girl responded enthusiastically. Okay. But the little girl's expression changed, her eyes narrowing mischievously. You damn old man. You think, I don't know, you're looking for Lu Shanhei because you want to piss him off and act all fatherly in front of him? These past few days, Mom's been hiding in her room all day, studying scripts, practicing her roles, and focusing on her career, giving you, the damn old man, the chance to take me out for fun. Suddenly, Zhao Yan blurted out the question that had been on his mind. Choo-Choo, Uncle Lu, or Daddy, who do you like more? The little girl giggled adorably, replying, Choo-Choo likes both Uncle Lu and Uncle Song. Choo-Choo also likes Brother Cheng Chi and Brother Xiao-Chu, but in her heart she scoffed. Ha, you damn old man. It's only been a few days, and Mom's affection hasn't even increased yet, and you're already jealous. Childish. Oblivious, Zhao Yan was moved to tears. So Choo-Choo really does like me. The black car sped along the road, revealing a hidden thought. But the day of revealing my true identity as her father is still far away. Inside the studio, a file was slammed down with a loud thud. Lu Shanhei, his face dark with anger, roared, chasing the auditioning actor out. Get out! What the hell was that acting? You could grab a beggar off the street, and their acting would be better than yours. Next, the frightened contestant stammered, I'm sorry. The assistant gently tried to smooth things over. Master, you've been busy all morning. How about you take a break, grab a bite to eat, and then continue the auditions in the afternoon. Let the actors rest a bit too, and adjust their performance. Lu Shanhei covered his head with his hand, grimacing in frustration. No need to rest. Call the next person in for the audition. Just then, Choo-Choo and Zhao Yan entered. The little girl skipped in cheerfully, exclaiming, Wow! So many pretty aunties and handsome uncles. Seeing the two of them, Lu Shanhei quickly removed his hand from his forehead. He greeted them warmly, calling, Little Choo-Choo, the assistant behind him, dripping with sweat, forced a smile, thinking, seeing Ji-Yu-Chu, Master changes his face faster than flipping a book. The little girl excitedly ran up to Lu Shanhei. Hey, Uncle Lu. He smiled gently, replying, Little Choo-Choo, why did you remember to visit Uncle Lu today? The assistant next to him just couldn't resist teasing. Choo-Choo definitely knows her sixth uncle is busy and hasn't had lunch yet, so she came specially to eat with him, right? Tung Chu-Si just glared at him. Understanding the cue, the little girl patted her cute tummy and replied, Yeah, Choo-Choo is hungry, wants lunch. After being sweet-talked by the little girl, he generously announced, Everyone take an hour break for lunch, order extra premium lunch boxes, and make sure there's a kid's meal in there. Ship it over immediately. The two dudes behind him happily high-fived. Mission accomplished. Finally, their master was eating, all thanks to little Choo-Choo. Suddenly, he glanced sideways and asked, Where did you crawl out from? Before she could even process that, Choo-Choo felt someone picking her up. Song-Sun didn't bother hiding it. I came here with Choo-Choo, it's the weekend, and Choo-Choo just finished her homework, so I brought her out for some fun. Though outwardly friendly, inside he was totally digging at him, just showing you how much my relationship with my daughter has improved. Jealous much? These words instantly made Tang Chun-Shi freeze up. What a childish move. Just then, An assistant's voice rang out. Director Tang, the lunch has arrived. The staff member also couldn't resist Choo Choo's cuteness. Little Choo Choo, your sixth uncle usually eats so little. He's as skinny as a stick. You have to tell him to eat more meat. But then she unintentionally dealt him a critical hit. Okay, chubby uncle. Ji Choo understood the situation and turned to say, sixth uncle, eat lots, my mommy said. No matter how busy you are, you can't forget to eat, or you'll get sick, Tang Chengxi simply responded. Thanks, my lovely little Choo Choo. Song Sen seized the opportunity to act cute. Choo Choo, I'm usually super busy with work, and I have a stomachache too. After all his effort playing up the dramatics, he finally got Ji Choo's attention. Uncle Song, you eat too? This made him so happy. Hee hee. Meat? Meat the daughter picked for me. The little girl forced a smile on the outside but thought inside. Okay, you dog dad, that's enough already. So jealous. What kind of old geezer are you to be comparing yourself with a kindergartner like me? Cutting off Choo Choo's thoughts, the dog dad's phone rang and he quickly reminded her. Choo Choo, you eat first. Okay, I'll go answer the phone. The little girl obediently replied. Okay. Suddenly, a staff member ran over. Director Tang, finally found you. I have some script issues I want to ask about. Seeing he had work, Tang Chunji quickly left his seat, leaving only the little girl sitting alone at the table while the dog dad turned to handle business. After eating for a while, the little girl looked around for a drink. Feeling a bit thirsty, seeing the fridge in the corner, Choo Choo quickly jumped down and went over. There must be water in the bottle. Her little hand reached the fridge door and pulled it open. Click. Realizing something was off, Choo Choo's eyes widened as she thought, why is there a mechanical spring sound? Right above her head, the wooden plank suddenly broke, unable to support the light, and it fell straight towards her head, leaving her frozen in shock. By the time she could react, the light had already fallen. Crash. Out of nowhere, a spotlight and a wooden beam were falling right on Ji Choo. Luckily, Cheng Chi was nearby and noticed her. Cheng Chi didn't hesitate for a second. He rushed towards Ji Choo, totally ignoring the danger, yelling, Kid, watch out. Just as he finished speaking, Cheng Chi grabbed Ji Choo and rolled them both out of the way as the spotlight crashed down. Bam, wood and glass everywhere. Everyone heard the noise. Shan. He whipped around, seeing something bad was happening. Choo Choo. Song Sen also turned, shocked. Even though he was covered in cuts, Cheng Chi still checked on her. Little one, are you okay? Are you hurt? Ji Choo looked up at him and said, I'm okay, thank you for saving me. Right then, the others ran over, asking about the situation. Choo Choo, are you hurt? Choo Choo, Cheng Chi, are you both all right? Song Sen comforted her. Don't be scared. I'll take you to the hospital, Shan, he chimed in. Call an ambulance. A little later, everyone was at the hospital. Don't worry, Choo Choo will fix you right up, the doctor said soothingly. Song Sen was super worried about Ji Choo. Doctor, how is Choo Choo? The doctor reassured him. Don't worry, just a few scratches on her arm and ankle. I've put some cream on it. She'll be fine soon. He listened anxiously to the doctor's instructions. Keep her here for observation. If everything's okay, she can go home. Okay, I got it. The doctor turned to Shan He. As for Cheng Chi, his condition is more serious. Mild concussion, and there's still glass in his foot. I've sent him to surgery to get it removed. Thanks for your help. Let him get some rest. I'll cover his medical bills. Song Sen gave Shan He a sharp look, questioning him. Director Liu, I seem to recall investing $100 million in your studio last year, enough for some new equipment, right? Shan. He crossed his arms, looking serious. Are you suggesting my studio's equipment is outdated? Fugi, give Song Sen our routine inspection report. Fu Gui quickly told Song Sen, President Song, all our studio equipment gets a full inspection every 3 days. There's no way we'd have old or faulty equipment. The spotlight falling on set today must have been an accident. Song Sen, getting angry, yelled, an accident? You, but Ji Choo, all innocent and cheerful, piped up. If it was an accident, that's great. Oh, if Uncle Liu had gone to get me water, he might have been the one hit. Uncle Liu, you got lucky today. Even though deep down she knew things weren't that simple, I remember hearing a spring sound when I opened the fridge. Someone definitely set up a trap. Anyone who heard that would be thinking hard for a few seconds. Fu Guai covered his mouth, looking confused. Could it be? Song Sen asked to confirm his suspicions. Lu Shanhe, weren't you supposed to open that fridge, Shan? He raised his hand, hesitating like something wasn't quite right. That's my personal fridge. It's got my drinks, snacks, and face masks in it. I'm usually the only one who opens it, so if Choo Choo hadn't opened it today. His face darkened with fear, sweat pouring down. Then the one who got hit could very well have been me. As soon as he said that, he spun around to the other guy and ordered, Fugi, call the police now. Check the CCTV. Don't let anyone touch the scene. Today's auditions are cancelled. I want to find out who's got the balls to try it off me. Yes, sir. Hearing all that crazy talk from Shan-hee, Song-sen covered Ji-Yu-Chu's ears protectively. Lu Shan-hee, are you a dog? Talking like that in front of my daughter, Ji-Yu-Chu, unaffected by the words, just stared blankly. Dog, Dad. Geez, you think I'd be scared hearing that kind of stuff, whatever. Sung-sin hushed Shan-hee. Keep it down, dude. Not in front of the kid. What's with all the talk about life and death? After piecing things together, Song-sen grilled him further. So, your enemy wants to kick you off the Earth server, huh? Got any suspects? But Shan-hee, having met a lot of shady people in his life, was stumped. I usually piss off too many people. I honestly can't think of who to suspect right now. Sung-sen immediately rolled his eyes and snarked. PFF'd? What a loser. Feeling mocked, Shan. He snapped back. Hey, I got plenty of enemies, all right? You think you're so special with your few? Amidst the chaos, only Ji-Yu-Chu remained calm, feeling embarrassed for the two overgrown children. Are you two seriously comparing who has more enemies? Compared to my nemesis, you guys are small fries. In my past life, the enemies who wanted to chop me into pieces could circle the globe 3 times. Suddenly, Mengxi came rushing in, bursting through the door and calling out, Chu-Chu. She ran to her little girl, asking with concern, Chu-Chu, let Mommy see. Are you hurt? Ji-Yu-Chu smiled cheerfully and recounted, Mommy, Chu-Chu is okay. That uncle saved me. The two dudes were still bickering, but even in his head, Song-sen was stern. This attempted murder thing, you gotta keep it from Mengxi. She absolutely can't get involved. This is way too dangerous, and watch that foul mouth of yours, or I'll help you rip it off. Got it? Shan-hee, annoyed, glared at Song-sen. Did you even need to tell me that? Song-sen timidly, awkwardly, and shyly approached Ji-Yu-Chu's mom, Mengxi. Don't worry, Chu-Chu's fine. It was just an accident, a sudden situation at the studio. It's all my fault. I didn't have the staff check the equipment thoroughly, Shan. He chimed in. Seeing this, Mengxi turned to Song-sen, scolding him with frustration. Song-sen, I haven't had time to be with Chu-Chu lately, and I only let you take her out to play because you promised to take good care of her. And what happened? Song-sen, who always wanted to bring their family together, sadly confessed, feeling like he hadn't accomplished anything. I was wrong, Mengxi. I've never looked after kids before. I have no experience. I'll try to be more careful in the future, and not worry you. He was full of remorse. Mengxi was surprised to see the change in Song-sin. You, Song-sin, are actually admitting, you're wrong. He's the big boss, president of Song Corporation. I've never seen him bow his head before. What's going on today? Suddenly, Song-sen reappeared with an apple in his hand. You rushed here. You probably haven't had lunch yet, right? I'll have someone bring food over. I'll peel an apple for you first. Song-sen skillfully peeled the apple, creating one long, continuous strip of peel. Seeing how carefully Song-sen peeled the apple, she asked, I remember you didn't know how to peel apples before. Did you learn? He replied. Song-sen peeled, thinking about the grueling months of practice. So proud of it. To win back my wife and daughter, I practiced peeling apples day and night. I finally mastered it. He imagined how surprised Mengxi would be when she saw him peeling. She must be so moved right now. Song-sen gently placed the apple in her hand. Here you go. The neatly peeled apple was resting on Mengxi's hand. Manchi held the peeled apple in her hand, lost in thought. The fastidious, germophobic, workaholic CEO Song-da, who stays away from the kitchen and has specific tastes, his life used to be all about work. She thought, don't even mention peeling apples. He basically wouldn't even touch the skin. Her sad and melancholic expression became more evident. Mengxi didn't seem to believe the change in Song-sen, didn't believe he had tried to change for her, and said, Miss Ching is often sick. You learn to peel apples to take care of her. I understand. Song-sen suddenly froze, looking utterly perplexed. Hearing Mengxi's sorrowful words, Song-sen frantically waved his hands, flusteredly explaining, No, that's not it. I only started learning to peel apples half a month ago, and I'm learning to mold clay, play games, and still learning to cook. This has nothing to do with Chang Qingyun at all. Shan-hee and Ji-Yu-Chu sat in a corner of the room, snacking and watching Song-sen desperately explain himself to Mengxi. Ji-Yu-Chu thought, Isn't this dogshit daddy supposed to be the cold, calculating CEO type? Why is he getting dumber by the day? And Shan-hee, munching happily, snickered, Hee, what a show. In the hospital room, the doctor just finished checking up on Zhang Qi. Mr. Zhang, we've removed the glass shard from your leg. The two listened intently as the doctor gave instructions. The wound isn't deep. You're in good shape, so you'll recover in a week or two. Lu Shanhei nodded politely. Thanks for your trouble, doctor. Ji Yu Mangxi, carrying a huge bouquet of flowers, walked in, smiling. So this is the gentleman who saved Chu Chu. Ji Yu Chu made her most adorable face. Kind uncle. She handed the bouquet to Zhang Qi. I'm Chu Chu's mother. Thank you so much. Zhang Qi took a closer look and realized it was a celebrity. Stammering, you. His voice was filled with excitement. He knew of her fame. You're Miss Ji Yu Ruoxi, aren't you? Ji Yu Ruoxi had left the entertainment industry 5 years ago. She used to be a film darling. Ji Yu Mangxi was a little surprised, smiling gently. You know me? Yes, my former stage name was Ji Yu Ruoxi. My real name is Ji Yu Mangxi. Zhang Qi was flustered to meet his idol. Of course I know you. Back then you became famous with the film Falling Flowers. Your acting was superb, but you suddenly retired. I've always followed you. You're my idol. Ji Yu Chu, seeing his happy expression, thought. This Zhang Qi in the original story was a minor character, with only a few lines. He became famous because of Lu Shanhei's outstanding film. It's a pity his fame didn't last long. He later fell into a cheating scandal. His wife, furious, divorced him. Zhang Qi lost everything. His popularity plummeted to the 18th tier. He stayed in the lower levels for several years, and eventually died. Chu Chu couldn't understand how Zhang Qi could be involved in a scandal. This person is genuinely righteous. Would he really cheat, or did someone set him up? She secretly made a decision. A life debt must be repaid. When the time comes, I'll investigate his personal information. Lu Shanhei, seeing that he was an idol of Ji Yu Mangxi, suggested, Zhang Qi, rest well. Once you've recovered, join the crew. He conveniently told him, Miss Ji Yu here is the lead actress this time. We'll announce it in a couple of days. Keep it a secret for now. Ji Yu Mangxi nodded cooperatively. Please guide me. Zhang Qi was so happy he almost cried. Really? I can act with my idol? Chu Chu turned to chat with her mother. Mama, were you an actress before? Ji Yu Mangxi readily admitted. Mama used to act. Uncle Lu is a director. The little girl knew it clearly, but still deliberately asked. Mama is the most beautiful person in the world. She'll definitely become a superstar. Mama, why didn't you continue acting? Ji Yu Mangxi was left speechless. This. Lu Shan here said resentfully, alluding to what happened years ago. Your mother was a talented actress. Unfortunately, her luck wasn't good. She met some scumbags. Ji Yu Chu looked up in puzzlement. Scumbags? What are those? He gritted his teeth hatefully. They're not good people. They're criminals. The first person that definitely popped up in his head was Song Sen, and he had a million terrible names for him. Dog, criminal, scumbag, Mangxi is just too much. Why did you have to ask that cold-faced Song Sen when you could have borrowed money from me? To avoid tension, Ji Yu Mangxi excused herself. Ahem, Teacher Lu. I'll take Chu Chu home first. Chu Chu's kindergarten homework hasn't been done. The little girl refused. Unsatisfied. Kindergarten? No need. Upon reaching the door, they ran into Cheng Qi. He exclaimed, Miss Ji Yu, Director Lu. What a coincidence. Ji Yu Mangxi easily recognized him. Young Master Cheng. Young Master Cheng asked what was going on. Why are you two at my hospital? Director Lu Shanhe replied. There was an incident on set. It's good you're here. Please take care of my friend Zhang Qi for these 2 days that he's in the hospital. His face remained as cold as ice, his eyes glancing slightly toward Chu Chu. That's to be expected. Then he breathed a sigh of relief seeing the little one was safe. Good thing her injuries weren't serious. Cheng Qi, who originally dropped by to check on the kid, said, Excuse me, I've got things to do. You two take care. Ji Yu Chu silently watched him leave, thinking, Weird, isn't this guy chasing after mommy? Why didn't he even look at her today? And he noticed my boo-boo but didn't even ask about it, or try to suck up to mommy. The little girl rolled her eyes and shrugged. I give up. Can't understand what's going on in a 15-year-old boy's head. Assistant Cheng reported to him, Young Master, according to our surveillance of the hospital room. This time, the incident at Lu Dao's film set was man-made. Looks like it was aimed at Lu Dao, and Ji Yu Chu Miss was accidentally involved. Cheng Qi frowned and ordered. Find someone to keep an eye on Lu Shanhe. Assistant Cheng nodded. Yes, Young Master. He was really worried about Chu Chu. Even though Ji Yu Chu could protect herself, she was still just a 5-year-old kid, not some demon queen who could slay people with a glance from her past life. Cheng Qi, like Ji Yu Chu, had also transmigrated here, but he didn't know much about the original story. This angsty romance novel still had a lot of unknowns. I need to find a way out of here. ASAP, he thought. At Zhao Yan's house, Song Sin excitedly called out, Mangxi, I'm here. He stood before a table full of ingredients, arms crossed. This time I bought fresh fish and veggies. Choo-Choo got scared yesterday. She needs to eat more. The nanny was probably the happiest. Oh my, Songzong, you're too kind. Suddenly, his phone started ringing like crazy. It was Lu Shanhei calling with important info. Hello, I checked the cameras and found the person who messed with the refrigerator. It's Zhang Rui, an 18-tier actor who got rejected at auditions before. He summarized the situation and asked directly, Today I tricked him into coming to audition. Do you want to come over? Song Sen would obviously seize the opportunity. I'm on my way. He had to leave Zhao Yan's house immediately. Mangxi, I have something to take care of. Gotta run. See ya. She didn't bother asking too much. Okay, go do your thing. As he reached the door, he turned back and said, Wait for me. I'll come back and make you guys something delicious. The nanny chimed in, taking Song Sen's side. Mangxi. At first I thought Song Zong wouldn't last more than a few days, but it's been over half a month, and he's becoming more and more attentive. Yesterday he secretly asked me about your favorite dishes. Looks like he wants to learn to cook and make you happy. Jiyu Mangxi deliberately ignored her. Auntie Zhao, please wash the vegetables first. I'm going to check if Choo-Choo has finished her homework. They each went their own way, the nanny replied. Okay, Miss Jiyu. Upstairs in the bedroom, she called out to her daughter, Choo-Choo. After looking around for a while and not finding her, she started to worry. Where's Choo-Choo? Did that little rascal run out to play again? At the same time, amidst the flowing traffic, there was also a car carrying Jiyu-Chu. The little girl lay comfortably in the trunk, smiling to herself. That stinky daddy is probably out catching the guy who messed with the fridge. I want to see who's got a death wish. Song Sen had arrived too, stepping out of his car. But suddenly, a tiny voice called out from the trunk, Uncle Song. He opened it up, and Song Sen was stunned to see Jiyu-Chu. He looked at her, surprised, and blurted out, Choo-Choo, what are you doing in my trunk? Grumbling, Song Sen scooped Jiyu-Chu into his arms. You didn't sneak out on your mom, did you? That's super dangerous, you. But facing him, Jiyu-Chu just giggled. She looked up at him, held out her arms, and sweetly said, Choo-Choo wants to play with Uncle Song. Needless to say, that melted Song Sen instantly. His heart was already bursting with joy. Boom, boom, boom. Song Sen lovingly held Jiyu-Chu close. How could his precious daughter be so cute? Tones softening, Song Sen gently lectured. No more sneaking around next time. Okay. A moment later, he carried Jiyu-Chu into the office. She looked at Shan He excitedly and said, Uncle Lu, Choo-Choo and Uncle Song are here again, he exclaimed in surprise. Choo-Choo. He glared at Song Sen, clearly displeased, and questioned. Why did you bring Choo-Choo? Song Sen casually replied. She stowed away. He said that, but he was secretly smug, thinking, I can't help it. My daughter can't bear to be apart from me. Shan. He ignored him and turned to coax. Jiyu-Chu? Choo-Choo. I heard you like playing on the computer. Want to play in the next room. Hearing about her favorite game, how could she resist? She immediately agreed. The assistant led Jiyu-Chu away, and before leaving the room, Shan He cheerfully waved and reminded, Don't run around. After Jiyu-Chu left, his expression turned serious. Zhang Rui messed with the light bulb yesterday. I tricked him into an audition half an hour ago. I caught him, and he admitted it on camera. He said he was dissatisfied with me and wanted revenge. Song Sen sat down and continued, That can't be all. There's definitely someone behind him, Shan. He looked annoyed. Duh, of course. I know there's someone behind Zhang Rui. He's a nobody, an 18th-tier actor with no connections. He wouldn't dare mess with my dressing room in broad daylight without help. Shan. He looked at Song Sen. I suspect it's Wangxi Entertainment's doing. After all, the entertainment industry is such a big pie. Your company has the lion's share, and Wangxi has the rest. I'm investing in a new movie that has the potential to be a box office hit. Wangxi is afraid of losing market share, so it's possible they'd resort to dirty tricks. Song Sen simply said, I'll investigate. A hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he added, If it really is Wangxi, winter is coming. No need for back and forth. Every word was clear. Wangxi should go bankrupt already. Jiyu-Chu, even though she was wearing headphones and sucking on a milk carton, was eavesdropping on their conversation. She inwardly judged, what a overbearing daddy. The assistant brought Zhang Rui in. Master, the police have recorded Zhang Rui's statement. They said they'll investigate the case and told us to rest assured. Zhang Rui below still kept cursing. Lu Shanhei, you're inhuman. Are you blind? Zhang Qi is clearly just like me. Why did you choose him? What do I lack compared to him? Shan, he zoomed over and grabbed his collar. Why, Changli knows how to maintain his figure. You spend all day drinking until your teeth are yellow. Sangchi perseveres in practicing, but you can't even memorize your lines. Why would I choose you? Your own skills aren't up to par. You can't make it as an actor, but you want to be the death of me? Go rot in jail. Just then, Song Sen walked over. Listen up. Seeing him, Zhang Rui stammered in shock. Song, President Song. Song Sen, radiating an aura of oppressive power, growled, "If you're a dog for the Wang family, you'll pay a terrible price." Zhang Rui stubbornly denied it. I don't know what President Song is talking about, but in his heart, he was already panicking. Why is President Song here, and why is he with Lu Shanhe? Plus, that murderous aura is intense. Song Sen said coldly, "You're about to find out." In his heart, he coldly recalled all of Zhang Rui's crimes. Almost killed my precious daughter. Almost destroyed my love and family. You're done for. On Ji Yuchu's side, the little girl was happily playing on the computer while eavesdropping. President Song, let me explain. Take him away. Hand him over to the police. Hearing that, Ji Yuchu giggled with glee. This guy's definitely going to be eating prison food for a long time. But he's definitely just a scapegoat. Let's see who's really behind this. After a little digging, Ji Yuchu quickly discovered that Zhang Qi's contact number was suspicious. Plus, 1 million was deposited into his bank account. The account that transferred the money clearly stated the source, Wang Shi Entertainment Media Group. Ji Yuchu understood everything. Annoyed, she tossed her headphones aside and leaned back, coughing. This company is really bold. Aren't they afraid Daddy will make them bankrupt when he's in a bad mood? Freeze Wang Shi. Saying that, she suddenly realized. This time Lu Shanhe is okay, but they definitely won't give up. Next, they might target the director, the actors, even involve Mommy. I have to find a way to reveal Wang Shi's plot to Daddy, Lu Chu, he, you, and Uncle Cheng. An idea popped into her head. Ji Yuchu happily jumped up and down. I'll just provide the knife, and what they do with it is none of my business. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Ji Yuchu happily called out, Uncle Lu, you're back. But the person standing there was actually Jiang Cheng. He looked at Ji Yuchu in surprise. Who are you? Little Ji Yuchu was immediately seduced by his beauty and stared blankly at him. So handsome. Wait, isn't this the male supporting character who secretly loves Ji Yunanshi in the novel Jiang Cheng? The novel wrote a lot about him, called the hope of the television industry, the most popular movie star, Wang Shi Media's cash cow. Ji Yuchu became a little worried and tilted her head to look at him. Jiang Cheng doesn't like kids, and he especially doesn't like anyone touching his computer. On Jiang Cheng's side, he frowned in confusion. Who exactly is this kid? Ji Yuchu seized the moment. Her mood was a jumble of worry and fear. Why does Jiang Cheng's gaze feel so wrong, even hostile? But I'm just a 5-year-old kid. How could I have any grudges with him? There they were, the two of them. One big, one small, crammed together on a sofa. Chu-Chu was so not feeling this awkward vibe, totally cringeworthy. Girl decided to take matters into her own hands and break the ice. Are you Uncle Jiang Cheng? I always see you on TV. My mama and I are huge fans. Oh, and I'm Chu-Chu. Ji Yuchu is my full name. I'm almost 6. Dude was clearly not interested in kid talk. Yeah, Chu-Chu. You know where Lu Dao is? Speak of the devil. Lu Shanhe shows up like a superhero, busting through the door at just the right moment. Jiang Cheng gets up to greet them. Lu Dao, Song Zong. Shanhe is happy to see our frequent customers. When did you get here? You should have given me a heads up. He hands Shanhe a small gift bag. Just got here. The brand gave me a whole crate of special honey yesterday. Thought I'd bring some for you guys. He scratches his head, kinda embarrassed. Thanks, man. He looks at the kid and says, Choo-choo, your mom's been working hard lately. When you get home, make sure she gets some honey, okay? You gotta remind her to drink honey water every day. Keep her skin looking good. Got it? Ji Yuchu flashes a super bright smile. Yes, thank you, Uncle Lu. Seeing Lu Shanhe acting all buddy-buddy with Chu-Chu and her mom, Jiang Cheng just stands there staring from a distance. The little girl goes full detective mode. If I'm not mistaken, looks like the big movie star's got a little thing for Uncle Lu, huh? Song Sen, feeling a little left out, wedges himself between the two. No need to bother. Mangxi's got plenty of everything. Keep the honey for yourself. Lu Shanhe's been holding back on this guy for way too long. Hey Song, Mangxi's clearly not into you. What are you doing, acting like the main character? I'll give her whatever I want. She hasn't even married you yet. She's single right now. Song Sen wasn't backing down either. Mangxi accepting me is just a matter of time. Our relationship is way beyond what you can imagine. Suddenly, someone's phone rings. Huh. Mangxi. Song Sen, holds it up, trying to taunt Lu Shanhei. Gonna take this video call? Mangxi's calling. He happily taps, accept Mangxi. She asks anxiously about her little one. Is Chu Chu with you? I looked everywhere at home and couldn't find her. He turns the camera to show the two of them. Chu Chu chimes in. Mama, I'm here. I snuck onto Uncle Song's car to come out and play. She keeps boosting his ego. Chu Chu likes playing with Uncle Song. It would be so great if I could see Uncle Song every week. Song Sen is practically floating on cloud 9. Did I hear that right? My precious daughter likes playing with me. Father-daughter relationship, big progress. Mangxi, relieved that her daughter's safe, switches to mom mode. Song Sen, you get Chu Chu back here right now. He quickly tries to calm her down. Okay, don't get mad. Lu Shanhei is more worried about the mother and daughter than jealous. Even though Jiu Chu is Song Sen's biological daughter, he really doesn't feel good about Jiu Mangxi and Song Sen being together. After all, Song Sen still has that fiancée, Cheng Qingyun. That woman is no pushover. Zhang Cheng looks a bit bummed out. Who exactly is Jiu Chu's mom? Why is Lu Dao so overly concerned about them? And even arguing with Song Zong for that woman's sake? Looks like he's really into Lu Shanhei. After getting the orders from Jiu Mangxi, the two of them left. Mangxi told me to take Chu Chu home now. We'll head out first. Bye-bye. Uncle Lu, Uncle Zhang. Only Lu Shanhei and Jing Cheng were left. Jing Cheng probed. Lu Dao, that kid was really cute just now. You and her mom seem pretty close. You only talked about Jiu Chu and didn't mention her mom. Everyone loves Chu Chu. I'm thinking of a child role for the female lead in my movie. I wanted to talk to her mom about having Chu Chu play the part. Lu Shanhei leaned back in his chair, deliberately hiding Jiu Mangxi's identity. You've met her mom before, but it's a secret. For now. This is my secret. Zhang Cheng frowned, a little displeased. A secret. He still didn't say anything about her, just smiled, I promise. You'll be super shocked when you see Chu Chu's mom, haha. Zhang Cheng didn't press him further, just became even more curious. Ever since Jiu Ruoxi retired from the entertainment industry, Lu Dao hadn't laughed like this in ages. The kid's mom must be something special, if she can make Lu Dao so relaxed. Suddenly, he felt a little curious, even. His eyes lowered, a hint of melancholy in them, a little jealous. A few days later, at Songshi Entertainment Media, Cao Yueji was a little surprised to see an acquaintance. Jingyun, what are you doing here? She made Cheng Jingyun a cup of tea, asking after her health. You haven't been feeling well. You should be resting at home. How have you been lately? Cao Yueji was Cheng Jingyun's close friend and knew a lot about her, so she asked, why didn't your fiancé, President Song Shen, come with you? Cheng Jingyun stirred her tea, sighing dejectedly. Don't even mention him. Cheng Jingyun explained to her friend, I originally came to find him, but the staff said he was out on business. I just stopped by to see you. Just mentioning the name Song Shen made her feel frustrated. Ever since that woman left 5 years ago, he seemed to have changed into a different person, becoming increasingly difficult to grasp. But she had to hold on to this fiancé status of hers. Enough of that, we shouldn't talk about it. Jing Yun skillfully changed the subject. Yueji, I heard you got a role in Lu Shanhei's new movie. Congratulations. His movies are amazing. Your career is definitely going to reach new heights. Cao Yueji didn't think it was anything to be proud of. It's just the second female lead, nothing worth mentioning. Cheng Jingyun couldn't believe her ears. The second female lead? You could totally get the female lead role, so she asked, who's the female lead? Anyway, the female lead's information was supposed to be kept secret, so she shrugged, I don't know. Just then, a female assistant rushed in with a laptop. Sister Yueji, Lu Dao just posted the female lead's poster for Spring Breeze Returns. The assistant turned the laptop, showing the poster to Yueji. It's a newbie named Jiu Mangxi. There's no information about her online, but she's pretty good looking. On the screen was a photo of Jiu Mangxi in a luxurious black qipao, coyly covering part of her face with a fan. Cao Yueji screamed, Her? Why is it her? Her face turned pale as she looked closely at the poster. Didn't she retire from the entertainment industry? Jingyun peeked curiously at the female lead. Yueji, what's wrong? Who's that female lead? She instantly froze too. It's her. Jingyun looked at the female lead with apprehension. It took so much effort to chase Jiu Ruoxi away back then. Why is she back? Cao Yueji slammed her laptop shut in anger, cursing. That damn Jiu Ruoxi? Why is she back again? After she left the entertainment industry back then, I spent a fortune deleting all her photos and news online, and even reported Blossom Fall years to get it taken down. The more she thought about it, the more agitated she became. Isn't she back to steal my spotlight? And Lu Shanhei's attention again. Jingyun grabbed her hand to calm her down. Stay calm. She thought to herself sinisterly. Unlike Yueji, Ji-yu Ruoxi, I chased you away once, and I can chase you away a second time. Scene change. Ji-yu Mangxi was getting ready to go film. Choo-choo. Mommy's heading to the studio. Choo-choo waved happily to her mother, bye mommy, before getting into Shan. He's car. She reminded her daughter, be good at home, don't run around, mommy will check your crafts when I get back. The little girl smiled sweetly. My reputation is very trustworthy, hehehe. Choo-choo won't run around, however. When faced with a pile of colored paper, she was clueless. This. Ji-yu Chu, with tears welling up, collapsed on the table. Ah, someone please save me. Why make a demon like me cut out ducklings like this? Ask and ye shall receive. Cheng-Chi casually walked into the house and called out, Ms. Ji-yu. The little girl's eyes lit up like car headlights. Ah, my savior has arrived. Putting on her super cute face, the little girl hugged the pile of colored paper and looked at him. Brother Cheng-Chi, come over here and help me with my homework. Cheng-Chi froze at the little girl's expression. Okay, in his heart, he exclaimed, so cute. He began cutting out paper crafts for the little girl. My son looks really handsome when he's focused on working. Ji-yu Chu glanced at Cheng-Chi and praised silently. He's really handsome. If this kid were a few years older, even the dog father would have to step aside. Suddenly, he turned to ask the little girl, Choo-Choo, when is your mother coming back? Choo-Choo honestly reported, Mommy won't be back until 10 tonight. She has to have dinner with Uncle Lou. The little girl deliberately added the second part to test him, a sly smile on her face. Cheng-Chi is definitely after my beautiful mommy. Too bad. There's still the dog father and Uncle Lou blocking the way. But this was the answer he wanted to hear the most. In that case, I'll chat with Choo-Choo then. Does Choo-Choo like any boys at school? Choo-Choo jumped and quickly denied it. No. No one. She added an explanation. Mommy said, you have to be at least 18 to date. In her head, she mumbled, Young Master Cheng-Chi, your question is a little tricky. He seemed to be thinking about something, muttering, 18 years old, huh? That's right, he was remembering Ji-yu Chu's past life. Back then, when I took on the Red Spade Ace case and was ordered to arrest her, she had just turned 18 too. Truly a surprising and beautiful age. Back to reality, he kept probing. So what kind of boyfriend does Choo-Choo like? Choo-Choo was bewildered that he was still on this topic. Huh, me. The little girl rested her chin on her hand, seriously pondering. What kind of boyfriend do I like? Then, she started listing criteria while thinking. Like someone tall, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, thin lips, a really handsome side profile, preferably wears a black uniform, knows how to fight, good at video games, and also knows how to cook, race cars, and fly planes. Suddenly, the little girl froze, realizing she was just a 5-year-old. Oh geez, that's too much. Why am I even thinking about that? He replied vaguely, not revealing anything. Oh really, Choo-Choo sure has good taste. Actually, he was overjoyed because Red Spade Ace, the guy you just described, is basically me in my past life, so you do still remember me. Tit for tat, the little girl asked. Then, Cheng-Chi Gag, what kind of girl do you like? He pretended to hesitate for a moment. The kind of girl I like. Red Spade Ace is naturally the kind of girl I like. She knows how to fight, arrogant, unruly, a con artist through and through. Different from her strong exterior, she is actually very kind, but also secretly goes to feed stray cats. He knew all of Red Spade Ace's flaws. She was bad, she was arrogant, she had no shame, sleeping with people and then running away. Cheng-Chi recalled the chases. She was cunning, quick-witted, and every time she escaped right before my eyes, it made me so angry I wanted to jump. He quietly placed an ace card on the table. I hated her, because she never let me catch her. A smile had already bloomed on his lips, and his hand deliberately placed the A and T next to each other. But I also loved her for never letting me catch her. Despite having so many thoughts, Cheng-Chi still hadn't answered since he was asked. Ji-yu Chu didn't know and mistakenly thought he was thinking about Ji-yu Mangxi. Oh my god, he's already this lovey-dovey, just thinking about my mom. Hey, don't fall too hard for my mom. It was completely dark now. Time for Cheng Xiao to leave. Cheng-Chi Gag, goodbye. Come play again next time. Goodbye. Inside the private luxury car, the driver took the initiative to start a conversation. Young master, you really spent a long time playing with Miss Ji-yu today. He didn't bother to explain. Yeah, let's go. He smirked, making a devilish request. Send a notification to the art teacher at Ji-yu Chu-Chu's kindergarten. Tell her to give the kid more crafts to do, the harder the better. The naive driver said, so young master likes doing crafts. Cheng-Chi smiled knowingly, simply admitting, yeah, I really like it. A few days later, in a majestic building, a voice echoed, "Let's get acquainted. This is Jiang Cheng, the male lead in the new movie Spring Breeze Returns." Shan, he turned to introduce the two. "Jiang Cheng, this is your co-star, Ji-yu Mangxi. You might recognize her. She's Ji-yu Ruoxi from back then." Jiang Cheng was stunned by these words. "I didn't expect the secret Shan he mentioned would be about Ji-yu Ruoxi. And she's already a mother to a 5-year-old. Ruoxi simply smiled and extended her hand in greeting. "Hello, long time no see," he warmly replied. "Long time no see. Welcome back to acting." Suddenly, Shan. He burst out laughing. "Haha, the male and female leads are both here." He gave a few instructions before leaving. "Filming starts in a month. You two can rehearse the script now." They replied in unison. "Okay." Ruoxi didn't stand on ceremony and said, "Then let's go to the study to go through the script, please. Come upstairs." Jiang Cheng simply replied, "Okay." At the same time, Shani looked over at Ji Chu and saw her playing a game, Steady on the Road, coming right now. In some miraculous way, he still managed to make up a compliment. "Chu Chu is so smart. You're really good at gaming." But his expression gradually darkened, showing annoyance when a voice said, "That's obvious." Song Sen appeared out of nowhere like a god. "Chu Chu has good genes," he thought to himself, not even considering who Chu Chu's father is. Like father, like son. "Shan." He was annoyed when he saw him and snapped. "Why are you here? Don't you have a home? You're always running to Mangxi's house." But he only received the question, "Don't you have a home? Every time I come, you're here." He seemed to freeze at these words. Embarrassed into anger, Shan, he played dirty, "Get out of here." But Song Sen still called out regretfully, "Don't pull me, Chu Chu, there are snacks in the box, help yourself." She seemed to be burning CPU. Because of this situation, what are these two up to secretly? At the same time, her phone rang out. "Where are you? We're in a fight." She suddenly woke up. "Oh, the fight is important." She suddenly woke up. "Oh, the fight is important." Song Sen was dragged like a dog and got annoyed. "Let go. Say what you need to say. Don't pull my clothes, Shan." He was just as bad. "Song Sen, are you pretending to be blind or what?" He pulled out his phone and shoved it in Song Sen's face. "If you really care about Mengxi, then stop pretending to be blind. People are trash-talking her so badly online. You should at least think of a way to shut them up, instead of watching her get cyberbullied." On the screen were some terrible insults. Who is this Ji-yu Mangxi, the female lead of Spring Breeze Returns? Never heard of her. Isn't Goddess Yu more deserving? Why Ji-yu Mangxi? This Ji-yu Mangxi definitely has connections. Even the famous director Liu had to give in, I see. Miss Ji-yu is very skilled in bed. The directors are all impressed. Change the female lead. Change the female lead. Change the female lead. Movies are so messed up now, giving up a talented actress like Yue Ji because of connections. Yet Song Sen said, "Don't worry, it's being handled," which made Shan-hee even more annoyed. "You're handling it. Ha, what ability do you have to handle it?" Song Sen couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He pointed to himself and said smugly, "I have money." These words made Shan. He immediately hairspray. Song Sen held his phone up to Ji Chu's face. Check this out yourself. The info hit Chu Chu like a ton of bricks. That movie from 5 years ago that got banned, unbanned. You could practically see the gears turning in his head. He actually got Falling Flowers unbanned. The phone screen was blowing up with comments like, "OMG. Turns out Ji Mangxi's new movie's main girl, Ji Ruoxi, was in Falling Flowers. Falling Flowers is the bomb. I was 15 when I watched it 3 times already, bawling my eyes out. Props to the main actress's acting skills. Anyone who says Mangxi Goddess can't act, I'll send them to the ER for brain damage." Director Liu took the aesthetic to the max. The main actress looked stunning in that Cheongsam. How could this movie get banned? Grandma, mom, dad, uncle, I've all watched this movie. 5 years ago, I was only 12. I remember they were rushing to the cinema every day. NC fans of Sister Cow, take a seat. Your Shadow Queen skills compared to Ji-yu Goddess are like showing off your axe in front of a carpenter. Song Sen was grinning like a Cheshire cat. Now that these clueless netizens have seen Falling Flowers, they'll know how amazing Mangxi's acting is. That'll shut them up. From inside a room, a voice seethed. "Oh, so you think you're hot stuff now, huh?" A few days later, at Song's Media and Entertainment, someone greeted, "Hi Song Zong." Several female employees glanced at him carrying Ji Chu, wondering, who's that little girl? Followed by whispers of the president is carrying her. Could she be his secret daughter? Ji Chu, perched in his arms, launched into her act. Uncle Song, does your company have cute robots? You played along? Yep, we just got a bunch. They deliver coffee and snacks every day. Want me to give Choo Choo one? Her face lit up. Yes. Which made him burst with joy. Though he kept up the cold CEO act on the outside, Song Sen was bursting with happiness on the inside. So I finally know my daughter's likes. She likes adventurous stuff, not dolls. Anything my daughter wants, she can have. Song Sen walked up to the office and opened the door. Jing Yun turned around when she heard someone calling, Shen, I brought you chicken soup today. Despite standing in front of a pretty woman, Song Sen was as cold as ice. You don't have to bother. Someone else takes care of my meals. But she pretended not to hear him. I heard you've been working hard lately. I was worried you'd be tired. Despite standing in front of a pretty woman, Song Sen was as cold as ice. You don't have to bother. Someone else takes care of my meals. But she pretended not to hear him. I heard you've been working hard lately. I was worried you'd be tired. She put on a pitiful act. The doctor said I don't have much time left. Can't you let me have this one wish? I just want to take care of you. Ji Yu Chu, nestled in her dad's arms, gave her the side eye. No wonder she's the top White Lotus in the original novel. A total green tea master. Even her words are green tea flavored. Sung Sen ignored her and set Ji Yu Chu down on the chair. The best doctors in the country are treating you. You're not going to die. Which stunned Jing Yun, but... Right at the most awkward moment, Ji Yu Chu piped up, Wow, Uncle Song. That chicken soup that Auntie made looks so yummy. She immediately turned to probe, Who's that Auntie? Without letting her speak, Ji Yu Chu cutely continued. Chu already knows, being able to make soup like this auntie is definitely the chef in Uncle Song's house. Jing Yun's face darkened immediately, angrily said, Head, chef. Ji Yu Chu perked up, pretending to be interested. Uncle Song, Choo Choo wants to drink the chicken soup the chef made, okay? Song Sin immediately obliged, okay. Uncle will get you a bowl. Receiving the bowl, the little one slurped it down like she'd never tasted soup before. Seeing his little darling so well behaved, he couldn't help but smile brightly. Take your time, little one. After finishing, Ji Yu Chu still couldn't resist a little dig. Thank you, sous chef. The chicken soup was so yummy. Choo Choo finished it all. Jing Yun was annoyed by these words, but still had to pretend. Well, good that you liked it. But inside, a storm was brewing. Unbelievable. This little brat, with just a few words, snatched the whole pot of chicken soup that I poured my heart into. So, out of spite, she feigned curiosity. Ah Chen, whose kid is this? I've never seen her before. Hearing this, Song Sen replied, This is Choo Choo, she's... He suddenly remembered Mengxi's words. Two forces are after Choo Choo, the Zhao family, and another hidden in America. This made Song Sen thoughtful. I can't say. There are too many variables. Mengxi and I haven't reached a final conclusion. I can't reveal Choo Choo's identity for now. That's the only way to protect her best. Thinking of this, Song Sen could only bluff. She's the child of one of my partners. This made Jing Yun choke, a partner. Now she could only watch Ji Yu Chu act spoiled. Uncle Song, when are we going to see the robots? He replied sweetly. In a little while, honey. They're getting things arranged. Even so, she knew very well that with Song Ten's personality, he could never get along with kids. He clearly doesn't want to reveal his child's identity. Playing a game. I'll play along to the end. Jing Yun sat down beside her, asking with false concern, Choo Choo. Hello, I'm Cheng Jing Yun. You can call me Sister Cheng. She also took the opportunity to introduce herself. I'm Uncle Song's fiancé, not just his personal chef, okay? This made Ji Yu Chu freeze. Fiancé. Jing Yun immediately flashed a beauty pageant smile. Fiancé means someone he's going to marry. She casually took Song Sen's hand. Uncle Song and I. Jing Yun hugged him, feigning happiness. We'll be together forever. Song Sen was so scared by these words that he almost retracted. No, Miss Cheng is just joking. Uncle Song won't marry her. Ji Yu Chu simply replied lightly. Okay. But inside she was cackling, ha, so embarrassing, isn't it? Seeing this, Jing Yun's face stiffened. I've publicly been Song Chen's fiancé for 5 years, and today is the first time he's denied our relationship in front of someone. One shock wasn't enough, so here came another. Song Sen smoothly tried to get rid of her. Jing Yun, I have some business later. You're not feeling well, so you shouldn't be moving around too much. I'll have the driver take you home. She could only reluctantly agree. Okay, I'll go back first. Though bitter about not getting her way, she still pretended to be innocent. You must take good care of yourself. Don't work too hard. Don't let your body get as weak as mine. But she was met with a cold response. Yeah, I know. With the motto, if at first you don't succeed, try again. Jing Yun quickly came up with another foolish idea. She flailed like a fish out of water, crying out, "Ah, Chen, my chest hurts so much." Song Sen, unable to distinguish a scheming woman, rushed over with concern. "Are you okay? I'll have my assistant take you to the hospital." This made Ji Yu-chu roll her eyes. Idiot. Thinking she had the upper hand, Jing Yun acted coy. "Ah, Chen, I'm scared of needles. Can you stay with me?" At the same time, Ji Yu-chu cried out from behind, "Ow!" Seeing his little one cry out, Song Sen rushed over. "Chu-chu, what's wrong?" She acted so well, she deserved an Oscar. Chu-chu's tummy hurt so bad. Wah! Chu-chu's gonna die. Gonna die. These words made him panic even more. "Chu-chu, don't be scared. Uncle will take you to the doctor right away. Someone." From outside, a bodyguard opened the door and rushed in. "Chairman, what's wrong?" Then came a shout. "Get all the doctors from the corporation's medical department here in 3 minutes." Song Sen looked at Ji Yu-chu and analyzed like a genius. Chu-chu's tummy hurts. It could be appendicitis, diarrhea, or... As he spoke, he glanced at Jing Yun. Food poisoning. The bodyguard was a little flustered and asked, "What about Miss Cheng?" Song Sen didn't hesitate. "Take her to the Cheng family's private hospital." Jing Yun's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot when she heard this. How could this be? Tears streamed down her beautiful face. This was supposed to be my chance to win Song Chen's heart. Just like that, this brat ruined everything. In his eyes, this little thing is more important than me. But I'm the one with a terminal illness who could die at any moment. Ji Yu-chu started sobbing as well. Chu-chu hurt so much. Hurt so much. But in the midst of it, she opened her eyes and smirked. Hee hee. Jing Yun's eyes widened at the sight. This little brat is really faking it. Though furious, she could only curse in her heart. She's so young, and she already knows how to fake illness to get attention. She's a born little green tea. I have to investigate this kid's real identity. If she threatens my position, I won't show any mercy, even if she's just a child. Chang Jing-yun was fuming mad, muttering to herself. Just you wait. She couldn't believe she was being played by Ji Yu-chu. Like this, wasn't this exactly what she used to do to Chu-chu's mom? Little Ji Yu-chu, hiding behind Song Sen, couldn't hide the smug grin on her face, thinking, I'm just using the same tricks you used on my mom to deal with you, and now you're angry. In the original story, Chang Jing-yun relied on her top-notch "I'm so sick" act to achieve her goals, creating misunderstandings between the mom and the dog dad time and time again. Just look at the way she's faking being sick. Everyone can see right through it. Song Sen's assistant walked in and said, President Song, the medical team is here. Song Sen was worried, his face showing his anxiety. Hurry, check on Chu-chu. Song Sen looked at Ji Yu-chu and was suddenly taken aback. Ji Yu-chu narrowed her eyes and gave a sweet smile, putting on an adorable act. Ouchie, it hurts so much. Song Sen frowned in surprise. Is Chu-chu faking it? Completely bewildered, he raised his forehead in his palm, sighed, and told the assistant, Tell the medical team they can leave. The assistant immediately obeyed. Song Sen was having a headache, racking his brains, thinking, when kids lie and fake being sick, how do I teach them? He tried to recall the contents of the books he'd read. How to be a good dad. A father's love is like a mountain. A mother's love is like a stream. Things every dad should know. 300 ways to raise a child. Then, Song Sen gently touched Ji Yu-chu and softly called her name, Chu-chu. Are you faking being sick, aren't you? Ji Yu-chu immediately replied, her voice innocent. Yes, I am. Actually, she'd calculated everything. Her acting was the kind that made people think she was pretending. But in reality, she had a clear purpose. To make them realize she was acting. Song Sen had no idea about her little trick. He continued to gently teach her. Chu-chu, faking sickness is something only naughty children do. Faking sickness will make your mommy and Uncle Song worried. Why are you faking it? Ji Yu-chu looked at him with sparkling, clever eyes. Chu-chu doesn't like Auntie Chang. Her eyes are scary, even scarier than Snow White's stepmother. She scares Chu-chu to death. Song Sen was completely shocked. How could that be? Your Auntie Chang is so gentle. Besides, this is the first time you've met. She has no reason to target you. Ji Yu-chu firmly said, It's true, and Auntie Chang is faking being sick too. When we went outside, she was fine, and she glared at Chu-chu really fiercely. Song Sen was stunned. In his mind, Chang Jing-yun had always been well-behaved and gentle, but Ji Yu-chu's words didn't sound like a lie either. He sat down beside her and patted her head to comfort her. Uncle Song knows. Uncle will investigate. But Chu-chu, you can't fake being sick again in the future. Even if you meet someone you don't like, you can't play dirty tricks on them, okay? Little Ji Yu-chu innocently said. But I really don't like Auntie Cheng. She cleverly said. Choo-Choo doesn't want her to be Uncle Song's fiancé. Choo-Choo hopes Mommy will be Uncle Song's fiancé. Song-sen was so surprised and overjoyed that he wanted to jump for joy. He said to himself, What? My precious daughter personally said that she wants Manxi to be my wife. Song-sen was overjoyed. Really, really. Ji Yu-chu nodded. Yeah, Uncle Song treats Choo-Choo very well. Choo-Choo likes Uncle Song. I hope Mommy and Uncle Song get married. Song-sen was blooming with happiness, thinking with tears of joy. Over a month of devoted care has finally made my precious daughter feel my deep fatherly love. It's worth it. Choo-Choo doesn't want me to marry someone else, so she deliberately faked being sick. She's trying to protect the marriage of her biological father. Song-sen hugged Ji Yu-chu tight. Choo-Choo felt so secure. Uncle will protect you and your mommy for the rest of my life. Ji Yu-chu innocently replied. Uh-huh. Choo-Choo hopes Uncle Song and Uncle Lu will protect Mommy together. Song-sen froze when Ji Yu-chu mentioned Uncle Lu. He kind of short-circuited for a sec there. Looking at the little girl, he asked, This involves Lu Shenhe. Ji Yu-chu grinned. Uncle Song and Uncle Lu are both super nice to Mommy. Choo-Choo hopes Mommy can marry you guys. Ji Yu-chu held up her little fingers, counting. Uncle Song is Choo-Choo's big daddy. Uncle Lu is the little daddy. Uncle Jiang Cheng is the third daddy. Ji Yu-chu thought to herself. As for Cheng China, he's only 15. He's not in the running, for now. Song-sin frowned. Choo-Choo, your mommy can only marry one person. And that's me, Uncle Song. Song-sen was low-key panicking. He was not prepared for Ji Yu-chu's thought process. 3 daddies, Choo-Choo? Where did you even get such a scary idea? In Song-sen's mind, he was stomping Lu Shanhe's head into the ground. Lu Shanhe wants to be the little daddy. Dream on. He gritted his teeth. No way! Ji Yu-chu, having achieved her goal, winked internally. 3 dogs. You hurt Mommy so deeply, and you expect us to forgive you after only a month? No freaking way. You gotta slowly pay back the love you owe Mommy, at least until Uncle realizes what Chen Jingyun is really like. Then, and only then, will I hand Mommy over to you. Ji Yu-chu squeezed her eyes shut, feigning sadness as she said, Uncle Song, you don't know. Choo-Choo's family is so poor. Mommy has to work so hard to earn money. She's so tired every day she can barely stand. Ji Yu-chu's eyes welled up as she looked down, lost in memory. When Choo-Choo was little, I often had fevers and got sick a lot. One night, it was raining super hard, and we couldn't find a taxi. Mommy carried me on her back and walked 5 kilometers in the rain. Her feet were bleeding. Even when Mommy's sick, she won't go to the doctor. She always says she's fine. Mommy works so hard. Mommy loves Choo-Choo so much. But Choo-Choo is still too little. I can't do anything. Ji Yu-chu's tears dripped onto Song-sen's hand. She choked back a sob. And there are always so many bad people who want to bully Mommy. I hope the most amazing Mommy in the world has lots of people to protect her. Ji Yu-chu looked at him with pleading eyes. This kid was heartbreakingly mature. Every word she said was filled with helplessness and pain. Song-sen was speechless. He stroked the small child's head. His heart felt heavy as he vowed. Menshi, you've suffered too much these past years. I will slowly prove my sincerity to you. I will absolutely not let you suffer anymore. At Cheng's private hospital, the atmosphere in Dr. Li's office was tense. Cheng Jingyun said to the doctor, Dr. Li, help me check Ji Yu-chu's information. This hospital definitely has her medical records. Dr. Li didn't understand what Cheng Jingyun was getting at. Ms. Cheng, she's just a normal child. Cheng Jingyun's hands trembled as she recalled. A normal child, I'm not so sure. She angrily snapped. Chen cares about that child way too much. So much that I almost suspect she's his daughter. In the dim light of the hospital room, Cheng Jingyun said with ambition, I must marry into the Song family. Absolutely no mistakes allowed. Cheng Jingyun began to reminisce about the past. Before the age of 10, I always lived in the slums, where all I saw was filth and stench. Fortunately, God wasn't too unfair to me. Born into a complicated family, my biological father was actually the head of the Cheng family in the capital, Cheng Jingyuan. I thought my life had changed. I would become the princess of the Cheng family. But who knew? No, I was just one of the illegitimate children of the Cheng family. As illegitimate children, we weren't entitled to the Cheng family's shares or assets. So everyone started targeting the heir of the Cheng family, Cheng Qi. The rightful heir, Cheng Qi, full of ambition, used his cruelty to seize almost all of the Chang family's assets at the young age of 15. In a moment of struggle between the past and the present, Chang Qingyun clenched her trembling hands and slumped against the door. I don't want to go back to those bitter days again. Once you've tasted wealth and luxury, you can never escape that vanity. Her eyes full of calculation, she thought, I can't fight Cheng Qi, but as long as I marry into the Song family, I can rise to the sky in one step. A few days later, Lin Zhezhou came to Ji Yuchu and said, Chu, Director Liu wants you to play a small role in his movie. He peeled a tangerine for Ji Yuchu while saying, but this time there are 3 other minor actors competing for this role. Chu, try your best. You will definitely be better than them. In the soft fragrance of tangerines, Ji Yuchu smiled gently and said, I will try my best. But in her heart she thought, since Ji Mangxi joined the film crew, I haven't seen her for half a month already. I kinda miss her. In a deep train of thought, moreover, in the original novel, the villainous female supporting character Cao Yueji is also in the film crew. I must remind Mom to take extra precautions. Elsewhere, in the car of Tang Chengxi and Zhao Manqi, Zhao Manqi's voice rose. Mom, I'm here to visit my dear sister. Do you have any words you want to send to her? I'll pass them on. Tang Chengxi said with a sneer at Mangxi. Now that she has climbed so high, becoming a big star, this mother can't climb that high either. Her daughter replied while applying powder. She's really good. Quietly climbed into Director Liu's position. I'm her biological younger sister. She knows I also want to be an actress, but she doesn't give me a chance. Tang Chengxi drove while laughing contemptuously. Why are you comparing yourself to that kind of performer? We are nobles. She is just a street singer, not on the same level. I heard that Song Sen, the CEO of entertainment, often comes to check the progress of filming. You must seize the opportunity to approach him. In the calculating gaze hidden behind the thick powder, Zhao Manqi smiled and replied to her mother, Mom, don't worry, I will do it. And later when I meet my sister, I will do exactly as you said, crush her spirit. At the film set, in a scene recreating Europe in the aristocratic era, ancient castles stood tall, creating a nostalgic and magnificent atmosphere. Zhao Manqi was standing on the road, her eyes searching for Ji Manqi. This is Ji Manqi's filming area. Where is Ji Manqi? Suddenly, a handcart slipped towards her. The cart puller panicked and shouted, The cart is slipping! Ahead! Get out of the way! In that super close call moment, when the car was about to slam into Zhao Manqi, BM, this dude suddenly swoops in, grabs her by the waist, and pulls her out of the way. Sunlight's glinting off his slicked-back blonde hair, and his deep green eyes are giving off this chilly vibe. The kind of scrawny guy's holding Zhao Manqi, asking, What are you doing here? She's leaning on him, all like, I came to find someone. Zhao Manqi's face is turning all kinds of red. Her heart's doing the cha-cha, and she's dying to know who this guy is. Dude's green eyes narrow a little. He glances down at Zhao Manqi's legs, where the car just grazed her, leaving a scratch. Being all thoughtful, he turns to the staffer and says, She twisted her ankle. Could you grab an ice pack? The staffer's like, Yeah, sure, you do your thing. I got this. Miss? This way, please, the dude says, then turns and walks off. 'Cause she's nosy AF and wants to know who her savior is, Zhao Manqi spins around and grills the staffer. What's his name? Where does he live? Is he an actor? Does he have a girlfriend? The staffer's sweating bullets. Director Liu said we can't spill too much before the movie's out. All I can say is, he's an actor in the film, and Director Liu's really high on him. Zhao Manqi is blushing like crazy and is over the moon, totally forgetting about Song Shen. So, he's a movie star, huh? Blondie walks into the makeup room, and Lu Shanhei sees him and says, Finally, you're back. Dude yanks off the wig, revealing soft pink hair underneath. It's none other than Ji Mangxi. Lu Shanhei hurries her along. Chop chop. We've got another scene to shoot this afternoon, Mangxi. Get into this outfit. Your dude scenes are done, Ji Mangxi says in a low, steady voice. Got it? Changing now. While she's in the dressing room, one of the staffers can't help but gush. Eyes shining, she tells Lu Shanhei, Mangxi makes such a convincing guy. If I were a girl, I'd totally be into her. Another staffer suddenly leads Zhao Manqi into the room, saying, Director, this Ms. Zhao says she's here to see her older sister, Ji Manqi. Zhao Manqi flashes a sweet smile. Director Liu, I'm Zhao Manqi. We meet again. Lu Shanhei turns to her. Ms. Zhao, Manqi's still changing. Lu Shanhei gives her the side eye. This is a working area. You've got 5 minutes. Tops. Zhao Manqi's kinda stunned, feeling all awkward from the cold shoulder, and nervously nods. Okay. She quickly tries to change the subject, babbling to Lu Shanhei about the guy who saved her, Director Liu. There was this one actor on set wearing a Zhongshan suit, with his hair slicked back, not too tall, kinda thin. He just saved me. Could you tell me his name? I want to thank him in person. Zhao Manxi's already playing out the perfect scenario in her head. She closes her eyes, a dreamy smile playing on her lips. First, I get his name, then his story. Then we get to know each other and things develop. With someone as perfect as me, he's gotta fall for me. The staff member, hearing Zhao Manxi's question, scratched his head, trying to rack his memory but still couldn't recall. A male actor who's not tall and kinda skinny. Is there such an actor? Why can't I remember? Zhao Manxi was getting anxious. She gripped the staff member's hand, her voice laced with excitement. Yes, there really is. Think about it. He looks refined, with thick eyebrows and a really expressive face. The staff member gave an awkward laugh, his eyes a little flustered. Well, I really don't remember anyone like that. Could he be an extra? The extras are in Zone 2. You could go check there. Zhao Manxi's excitement deflated a bit. She felt a little let down, her eyes dimming slightly. An extra? Huh. Zhao Manxi lowered her head, dejected. Could it be that the person I like is poor? She thought sadly. I'm fine with it, but my family is kinda special. My parents might really object. This is the first time I've liked a guy. Not for profit, not for the sake of the family's business, just because I want to spend my life with him. A familiar voice cut through her thoughts. Sister Wang, this cheongsam has a tear in it. Needs to be mended. Zhao Manxi jumped, stunned, and turned around. Her heart skipped a beat. It was that voice. She lifted the curtain and walked straight into the dressing room. It's you. I came especially to find you. But the instant she saw who was standing inside, she froze completely. The man she was willing to give her first love to was a woman. It was Jiyu Mengxi in disguise. Zhao Manxi was petrified. You are. The staff member next to her chirped excitedly. I remember now, today, Sister Mengxi is playing a man. Miss Zhao, the person you're looking for is Sister Mengxi. Haha, what a coincidence. Zhao Manxi was so embarrassed that she became angry, her cheeks flushed red. She gritted her teeth. She burst out yelling, making the staff member jump. Why is it you, Jiyu Mengxi? You're so awful. Do you know how badly you tricked me? Zhao Manxi, mortified, screamed and ran out. I don't want to see you again. Lu Shanhe, seeing her outburst, was confused. What's wrong with her? Jiyu Mengxi, just as clueless, replied, I don't know. She suddenly went crazy. Zhao Manxi stomped her foot as she walked outside. Jiyu Mengxi. Why is it always Jiyu Mengxi? Zhao Manxi walked and cried, a mix of disappointment, bitterness, and embarrassment. Tears streamed down her meticulously made-up face, lamenting her unrequited love. Damn it! Why is she so handsome when she's pretending to be a man? I actually fell in love with her at first sight. The image of that handsome blonde man appeared in her head. Some people encounter romance, and I encounter my sister. Zhao Manxi sobbed and waved her arms, yelling in frustration, Quadruple A, I can't live anymore. If she spills the beans, how will I ever meet anyone else? People will laugh at me. Just thinking about becoming the laughingstock of the world made her even more miserable. Zhao Manxi squatted down and buried her face in her hands, crying. So embarrassing. Through her tears she thought, why do I even hate Jiyu Mengxi so much? She hasn't done anything to me. Do I hate that she's prettier than me? Or do I hate that she's unmarried and pregnant? A complex look flashed across Zhao Manxi's face. Could it be? I've always been jealous of her. Suddenly, two actresses sitting on a nearby bench started gossiping. One said, Is there something wrong with Lu Dao's brain? He didn't cast the movie Queen Cao Yueji as the lead, but instead, someone who is a nobody who retired from the entertainment industry 5 years ago. The other sneered, What do you understand? That female lead is as beautiful as a fairy. Lu Dao is a man, you know? Zhao Manxi frowned unhappily when she heard them insulting Jiyu Mengxi. Who do these two think they are, daring to badmouth Jiyu Mengxi? They continued chatting away. Ugh. Another female star sleeping her way to the top. The entertainment industry is so dirty. Just then, Zhao Manxi approached them. She berated the two of them. Are your brains made of rocks? Your heads are full of filth. Why don't you look in the mirror at yourselves before you gossip about others? Jiyu Mengxi is beautiful and a great actress. She deserves to be the female lead. Who are you to criticize her? Casting you two as extras is already a favor. Your character only fits the role of dog poop. They were both angry and flustered. One immediately retorted, It's none of your business. This is my mouth. I can say whatever I want. But you, with all that gaudy makeup, aren't you trying to seduce the director? Zhao Manshi sassily retorted, her eyes haughtily looking down on them. This young lady is beautiful, so I should doll up. Besides, I'm not some kind of actress. Zhao Manshi sharply rebuked, making them shrink back in fear. But the boss of the film industry is my friend. I've already taken pictures of you two. She threatened them with a terrifying expression. If you spout any more nonsense, I'll send your pictures to him. If you still want to hang around in this industry, shut your trap. Got it. The two of them were so scared that they didn't dare to say another word, abandoning their half-eaten lunchboxes and scurrying away. Zhao Manshi couldn't help but feel contempt, muttering, "TCH, trash. Only dare to smear someone's reputation behind their back." Suddenly, applause erupted nearby. Oh my god. I'm about to be captivated by Goddess Manxi. Her male disguise is killing me, and she's just as irresistible in women's clothing. On set, the director yelled, "Cut. That's a wrap for this scene. Everyone take a 10-minute break." The person continued showering praise. Amazing. Ji Mangshi actually managed to snag a role in Zhang Chang's film. Seriously, isn't her acting skill even better than a movie queen's? Zhao Manshi couldn't help but stare at Ji Mangshi in stunned surprise. Ji Mangshi was tall and graceful, and the pristine white dress further accentuated her porcelain-like skin. Every feature on her face was perfect. Praise filled the air, with constant exclamations like, "Sister Mangxi, your performance was fantastic, and Ji Mangxi is so talented." Ji Mangxi responded, "You flatter me. Thank you for everyone's help." Zhao Manshi looked at the girl in front of her, thinking to herself, "She's so radiant. Ji Mangxi doesn't seem as detestable as I thought. What Mom said is wrong." The weather was clear and refreshing, carrying a faint fragrance of grass and trees. In the car, Ji Yuchu said to Cheng Qi in a clear voice, "Brother Cheng Qi, thank you for taking me to see Mama. I hope Brother Xiao Zhou's tummy gets better soon." Cheng Qi replied, "No need to thank me, it's what I should do." Cheng Qi said to the little girl, "You don't have to worry about Xiao Zhou. I've already arranged a doctor." Ji Yuchu happily nodded. "That's great." Ji Yuchu thought to herself, Cheng Qi is surprisingly reliable. He came over immediately after finding out Xiao Zhou wasn't feeling well. Even though there are suspicions about meeting Mom, this kid acts pretty efficiently. Remember, he is also 15 years old. Not only can he handle Cheng's business, but also deal with a group of illegitimate children like tigers and wolves. How can he live without some means? I remember in the original work, Cheng Qi died young because of their plot. Ji Yuchu turned to Cheng Qi, her bright eyes twinkling. "Brother Cheng Qi, you have to be careful. I heard that your father seems to have many illegitimate children, and they always like to cause trouble for you. If you run into trouble, tell me. I'm very powerful and can protect you." Hearing the little girl's worried words, Cheng Qi was stunned, then suddenly broke into a gentle smile. He patted her head. "Choo-choo, don't worry. They won't be able to harm me. You should save your skills to protect yourself." Ji Yuchu smiled in agreement, her eyes curving like crescent moons. "Okay, we'll defeat the bad guys together." Cheng Qi tilted his head to look at the little girl, the corners of his lips gently lifting. "It's a deal, then." He smiled to himself, thinking, "You know I had a tragic ending in the original story, so you want to save me. But this time, I'm here, and I won't allow our ending to be tragic anymore." Cheng Qi took Ji Yuchu to visit Ji Mangxi. As they entered the room, the little girl playfully ran up, covering her mom's eyes with her tiny hands. Her voice rang out mischievously. "Guess who I am?" Ji Mangxi smiled, sitting on the chair, pretending to play along with her daughter. "I can't guess who you are." "Who are you?" Ji Yuchu giggled. "I'm Choo-Choo." "Mom's Choo-Choo." The little girl let go of her hands, tilting her head with an innocent smile. Ji Mangxi gazed at her daughter, her eyes filled with love. "Ah, Choo-Choo finally came to visit Mommy." Ji Yuchu giggled. A warm feeling suddenly surged in her little heart. She increasingly felt that having a mother was wonderful. In her previous life, she had neither father nor mother. In this life, Ji Mangxi gave her all the love of a mother. At this moment, Lu Shenhe came over and said to Ji Yuchu, "Choo-Choo, we're going to audition later. This time, there will be 3 girls around your age also competing for this role." Lu Shenhe smiled gently. Although Uncle Lu likes Choo-Choo very much, acting requires the child actors to display outstanding talent. Ji Yuchu confidently said, "I know, Uncle Lu. Don't worry, I'm a great actress." Lu Shanhe burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha, that's good then." Ji Mangxi reminded, "Choo-Choo, you're not allowed to brag." Ji Yuchu thought to herself, "Initially, I wasn't interested in this small role, but I heard that Cao Yujia's 7-year-old granddaughter will also be auditioning. I want to stay for 2 days to see what Cao Yujia is up to." Cheng Qi stood beside her, quietly observing Ji Yuchu. His eyes sparkled with a gentle smile as he thought to himself, I believe her acting is indeed unmatched. Outside, Cao Yueji looked down at her granddaughter, her voice stern, with a hint of expectation. Meng Meng, you must get this role. I heard that Ji Yumangxi also has a child coming to audition. You can't lose to that kid. The little girl raised her small face, her sparkling eyes shining with determination. Don't worry, I definitely won't let you down. The child smiled. Meng Meng wants to become a beautiful actress like you in the future. I will definitely not disappoint you. Hearing this, Cao Yueji was extremely pleased. That's my good girl. Deep down, she had her own plans. As long as Meng Meng gets into the film crew, I'll have a way to deal with that, Ji Yumangxi. I used to be the focus of the film crew, the director's darling, but now, everyone only cares about her. That little minx, Ji Yumangxi, you've enjoyed enough of the limelight. An employee came out to announce, everyone is here, we will start the audition immediately. Little ones, please pay attention. The young actors gathered neatly. The employee continued to explain to the children, our setting is a battlefield. A young girl witnesses her parents being killed by the enemy, then finds her parents' bodies on the battlefield. The scene and lines are free for you to express. We will focus on assessing the emotions in your acting, whether you can touch the hearts of the audience. All 4 girls listened attentively. The employee continued, the judges will be Mr. Lu Shanhei, Mr. Jiang Cheng, and Ms. Cao Yueji. Everyone, please relax. We will be fair to all of you. The employee called out, all right, who wants to audition first? As soon as he finished speaking, 3 of the girls, except Ji Yu Chu, immediately raised their hands, vying to go first. I want to try first. Me first. Let me go first. Then, Meng Meng, you'll try first. The others, please be ready. Ji Yu Chu felt extremely annoyed, thinking, so noisy. It feels like I'm back in the kindergarten nightmare. Suddenly, Cheng Chi came over and gently handed Ji Yu Chu a glass of water, with a warm smile, like sunshine. Don't be nervous. Cheng Chi's face with handsome features combined with gentle eyes, but also full of confidence. Drink some water to soothe your throat. Ji Yu Chu took the glass and drank several gulps. In a corner, Cao Yueji noticed this scene and thought uncomfortably. The young master of the Cheng family, why is he with the little girl that Ji Yumangxi brought? Ji Yumangxi is really capable. She's surrounded by rich and powerful men, not even letting a 15-year-old go. As she was thinking, on the stage, the little girl acting screamed, Triple A, Mom, don't leave me. I can't bear to leave you. The whole room went silent. The 3 judges shook their heads, forcing awkward smiles after that performance. Ouch. The staff member announced, all right, now we only have 1 person left. Little Chu 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 Chu, if you're ready, please come on stage and begin. Ji Yu Chu slowly walked onto the stage. She politely greeted, hello, judges? My name is Ji Yu Chu, and I'm 5 years old, Lu Shanhei told her to start performing. Tears started streaming down Ji Yu Chu's face. The little girl sobbed, tears flowing as she called out for her parents. Her voice was choked with emotion, carrying all the pain in the world, Mommy, Daddy. Ji Yu Chu imagined a desolate battlefield. Around her were broken pieces and scattered corpses. Her hands trembled. She hugged her mother's cold arm, her eyes filled with tears. I'm hungry, Mommy. Please take me home. Ji Yu Chu slumped down, curled up, and cried silently. Cao Yueji frowned and muttered, seriously, is this kid really only 5 years old? She wearily thought, Ji Yu Chu's acting is terrifying. It's not something a child should be capable of. I can't believe she's able to evoke such deep empathy in the audience with such a simple scenario. The other 2 child contestants were sobbing loudly. Wah, she's so pitiful. Wah, I just want to give her all my snacks. Meng's face was filled with worry and unease. After a moment, Lu Shanhei finally stood up and spoke. Everyone, you've all seen Chu Chu's performance. Do we all agree to choose Chu Chu? Any objections? The audience responded in unison. No objections. Zhang Cheng, sitting next to him, also admired. Chu Chu's acting is amazing. Only Cao Yueji kept her head down, silent, her hands clenched tightly in anger. Lu Shanhei said, okay, the audition ends here. At that moment, the staff member was still sobbing, overcome with emotion. He sniffled and said to Lu Shanhei, I'm gonna cry myself to death, master. How can you be so calm? Chu Chu is truly a born actress, a real genius. Suddenly, Lu Shanhei zoomed past him, spinning him around dizzily, scattering papers everywhere. The staff member fell to the ground, confused. Before he could figure out what happened, Lu Shanhei had already run to the door. Lu Shanhei rushed to find Ji Yumangxi. He pushed open the door and shouted, Mangxi, do you know how talented Chu Chu is? Ji Yumangxi, who was reading a script, jumped in surprise. Lu Shanhei's eyes sparkled as he enthusiastically said, "Have you considered letting Chu-Chu become an actress? I'll definitely do my best to train her. She's sure to become a world-class actress. I've never seen a child act better than her in my entire life. She's only 5 years old." 5 years old, Jiu Mangshi said in a panic. "Teacher Lu, calm down." Jiu Mangshi poured a glass of water for Lu Shanhei, saying, "Teacher, don't get so worked up. Take a sip of water and calm down." Jiang Cheng, who was next to her, said with deep admiration in his eyes, "No wonder Lu Dao is so excited. Little Chu-Chu not only portrays the innocence of a child, but also reflects the ups and downs of the era. It's really difficult. But Chu-Chu did it." Jiu Mangxi chuckled and said, "Really? Maybe this kid was just born with a special talent?" Suddenly, Lu Shanhei put down the glass. "You guys talk? I'm going to work." Lu Shanhei skipped happily out of the room, much to the astonishment of the other two. Chu-Chu's costume for tomorrow's shoot. "I have to go prepare, Mangxi. Think about what I said," Jiu Mangxi said helplessly. "Teacher Lu is really efficient." She turned to Jiang Cheng and said, "Teacher Lu is too dedicated. He doesn't pay attention to his health at all. He does everything, big or small." Jiang Cheng couldn't help but sigh. "That's him. He lives for film." At the set, Cheng Chi came over to Chu-Chu and complimented her. "Chu-Chu, you acted really well." Chu-Chu tilted her chin up confidently and said, "Of course, I'm a natural-born actress." Cheng Chi looked at her small, proud face, and old memories surged in his heart. "You really are a natural-born actress. In my past life, your acting skills completely played me for a fool." Just when he had finally managed to tear through her disguise and was preparing to have a serious talk, he was once again dragged into the angst-ridden novel by a sudden burst of drama. A gentle voice rang out. Jiu Mangshi came over to find Chu-Chu. She hugged Chu-Chu tightly and said softly, "Mama's done with work. I thought I'd take you for a walk nearby." Chu-Chu happily smiled and responded to her mother. Jiu Mangshi turned to Cheng Chi and said gratefully, "Cheng Chi, thank you for your trouble today." Cheng Chi gave a polite smile and said, "It's nothing, Miss Jiu. I'm relieved to leave Chu-Chu in your care. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Feel free to call me if you need anything." After saying that, he turned and left. Jiu Mangxi watched his retreating figure and praised, "Young Master Cheng is really a good person. He's not as cold as the rumors say." Chu-Chu made an O sound after hearing what her mother said. Chu-Chu thought, "This guy clearly wants to chase after my mom. How can she not see something so obvious?" On the other side, Cao Yuexi and her niece Meng Meng were quietly observing them. Meng Meng turned and said, "Auntie, Jiu Chu called that beautiful woman Mama. No wonder they're both so pretty." Cao Yuexi frowned slightly, pondering, could it be that Mangxi's mysterious departure from the industry was because she was pregnant? Cheng Jingyun even sent me a photo of Jiu Chu and asked me to investigate her background. Why would Cheng Jingyun want to investigate Jiu Chu? Never mind that for now, Jiu Mengxi. I've finally got your weakness this time. Thinking this, Cao Yuexi raised her phone and took a picture of the two of them hugging. Her eyes flashed with calculation. Then, she sent a text message to Cheng Jingyun. "The child you asked me to investigate before is named Jiu Chu. Her mother is Jiu Mangxi, formerly known as Jiu Ruoxi. She's back as an actress. The child's father is unknown. I'll continue investigating." Cheng Jingyun panicked. "The child that Song Sen was protecting that day is actually that bitch, Jiu Ruoxi's child." She thought frantically, could it be that this child is Song Sen's? Cheng Jingyun sat on the bed, gasping for breath, and shouted, "No way! I clearly gave Jiu Ruoxi abortion pills back then to get rid of her." Cheng Jingyun kept muttering, "No way, no way," and her hands trembled as she typed a message. "Yuexi, find a way to help me get a hair sample from Jiu Chu. I want to do a DNA test." She slammed the phone down on the bed. She was scheming in her heart. If that kid really is Song Sen's, then I have to make a move. Only I deserve to be the mistress of the Song family. Jiu Mangxi, thinking she can change her life with a kid, keep dreaming. The next day at the studio, someone exclaimed, praising Jiu Chu. Chu-Chu's makeup is so pretty, everyone. Take a look. All eyes immediately turned to Jiu Chu. The little one was wearing tattered clothes, with big, bright eyes and a small, smudged face. She looked so pitiful, yet adorable, that everyone gasped, "Ah, so cute." The girls swarmed around her, showering her with compliments. "Let me take a picture. Little cutie so adorable, like a stray kitten. Want to come home with me after work?" Jiu Chu was a little scared, secretly lamenting, "So intimidating. Suddenly flying around me like a fan meeting." Jiu Mangxi snapped photos like crazy, her eyes full of smiles. My Choo-Choo is so cute, I want to send a picture to him. And also Xiao Zhou, send Auntie Zhao one too. She pondered. Should I send one to Song Sen? She hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't resist sending one. Song Sen's phone buzzed with a message. He glanced at the screen, his eyes lighting up with joy when he saw the sender's name, Ji-Yu Mangxi. He quickly opened the message, and immediately, a picture of Ji-Yu Chu popped up with the message. Choo-Choo's makeup. Isn't she cute? Song Sen chuckled happily, hugging his phone, thinking, my daughter is so cute. This little smudged face looks like an eggshell. He was still basking in happiness when a voice interrupted him. President Song. Song Sen was startled back to reality. He looked up and saw the entire conference room staring at him in confusion. And he had just had that blissful expression on his face. The employees couldn't help but cough a few times, stifling their laughter. President Song, about the date we were discussing, can we pass it? Song Sen coughed lightly, feeling a bit embarrassed, and quickly said, seriously, I was just spacing out. Please go over the project plan again. Song Sen didn't forget to reply to his love. So cute. Just like you. Oh, right. I had someone bring the fabric over yesterday. Remember not to eat too much. Easy to get a stomachache. Ji-Yu Mangxi received the message from him and couldn't help but blush and smile, replying, okay, you focus on work. Just then, a childish voice rang out beside her. Mama, your face is so red. She was startled and stammered, no, it's just a bit hot today. With that, Ji-Yu Mangxi quickly took Ji-Yu Chu's hand. Let's go, Mommy will take you to the film set. Ji-Yu Chu happily followed her mom. She had already seen through it. Great, Mom and Dad's relationship is slowly recovering. But before I test that obstacle, Jingyun, Mom can't think about marrying Dad. More importantly, Mom needs to focus on her career now and work hard to earn money. Ji-Yu Mangxi suddenly called out, Choo-Choo. Choo-Choo looked up and saw a man happily greeting him. Uncle Zhangqi, you're here. Zhangqi bent down and said with a smile, yeah, I've recovered, so I came to film, thanks to Choo-Choo for visiting me in the hospital before. Cao Yueji appeared like a ghost from behind. Isn't this Mr. Zhangqi? Long time no see. Ji-Yu Chu immediately became vigilant. Cough, the evil female villain is here again. The woman reached out to Ji-Yu Chu in a friendly manner. Oh my, Choo-Choo's here too. You have to act well later. Don't disappoint. Director Liu, okay. Ji-Yu Chu subtly dodged her and replied with an awkward smile. Auntie Cow, don't mess up Choo-Choo's hairstyle. Uncle Liu will be angry. But inwardly she was complaining. What does this woman want with my hair? The little girl was filled with suspicion. Could she be planning to use my hair for a paternity test? With whom? Lu Shanhei or Songshen? Auntie Cow gently reached out, proactively asking, Choo-Choo is so adorable. Can Auntie touch you a little? Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door. Choo-Choo, come here quickly. This made her action stop abruptly. Uncle Lu's calling me. The little girl quickly ran towards the voice of Uncle Lu. Bye, Auntie Cow. The only thing Auntie Cow could do was watching her leave without saying a word. Auntie Cow's expression turned gloomy. I didn't expect to fail. But it's okay. As long as Ji-Yu Chu is still in the film crew, I still have a chance. As for Ji-Yu Chu, she smirked and looked at her. Cao Yueji, whatever your intentions are, I won't let you get my hair for now. Sometime later, Ji-Yu Mangxi instructed. Choo-Choo, I have a scene to film this afternoon. Can you follow Uncle Zhangqi for now? Ji-Yu Chu nodded obediently. Okay, Mommy. Zhang Qi happily said. Brother Song Shen sent someone to deliver ice cream for the whole film crew. What flavor does Choo-Choo want? I'll get it for you. Ji-Yu Chu sat there and quickly replied, I want vanilla flavor, thank you, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Qi waved it off. Don't be so polite, don't wander around. Okay, I'll be right back. The little girl obediently agreed. Okay. Suddenly, a figure walked over, attracting the little girl's attention. Choo-Choo, what a coincidence to see you again. It was Cao Yueji again. She was still persisting in achieving her goal. Your hat is so pretty. Can you let Auntie take a look? Ji-Yu Chu narrowed her eyes, judging inwardly. This woman is like dog glue, sticking to me relentlessly. When she reached her hand down, she missed. Ji-Yu Chu dodged in time, replying hastily. Auntie Cow, the hat is just held on by a hairpin. I can't take it off. Cao Yueji tried to suppress her anger. Really? Auntie also wants to wear a hat like this. Can Choo-Choo show Auntie how it's done? Can you? The little girl innocently moved away. No can do. She was annoyed. It's just a few strands of hair. Does this kid need to hide it so much? Could she have guessed something? That's why she's always avoiding me. How is that possible? She's just a 5 or 6 year old child. What could she possibly understand? Cao Yueji tried to restrain her irritation. It was already annoying to take a supporting role in this weird film crew, but now I even have to coax a kid. Now she was no longer gently demeaning herself, going straight to the point. The hat, give it to me, the little girl insisted. No. Ji Yuchu's hand quickly touched the iron bars behind her. Was Cao Yueji planning to use force? The little girl curled her lips. Very good, this lady hasn't beaten anyone in a while. Just then, a girl walked over. Oh, isn't this our big movie queen? Are you bullying a child again? It was Ye Tiantian, a popular star, who said triumphantly, this virtue of yours, always bullying the weak, really hasn't changed. Cao Yueji felt a little uncomfortable upon hearing this. Why did this woman come here? She forced a smile, waving her hand in response. I saw a bug on the child's hat. I was afraid it would scare her. Yi Tiantian laughed loudly. Stop pretending, your acting skills and your character are equally terrible. Saying this made her feel ashamed but speechless. Even Ji Yuchu couldn't help but giggle. This girl really knows how to throw shade. Cao Yueji is such a pain. Yi Tiantian, who does she think she is? Just a copycat. At the audition, the director almost canned her, and she had to beg him to get a role. Yi Tian wasn't scared. She was happy. Instead, don't worry, I'm not going to compete with you. For the director's attention, Director Liu personally invited me to sing the theme song, and it's not just for one movie. That pissed Cao Yueji off to no end. Cao Yueji huffed and turned away. I can't be bothered with you. Yi Tiantian even waved at her. Our movie queen shouldn't get angry. Gotta be generous. All your die-hard fans praise you for being a kind and beautiful big sister. Ji Yuchu stared at her, thinking, Ye Tiantian. She's a super popular idol star right now. It's rare to find someone so passionate and upright in showbiz. Then she got all gloomy. It's just that I remember she had a personality, but her ending was pretty tragic. When the famous martial arts star Zhang Qi was falsely accused of cheating and got cancelled by everyone online, she bravely spoke up for him. A barrage of negative comments appeared. As a result, she got dragged down too, and her career went downhill fast. Later, she was targeted by the rising actress Cao Yueji, and they ruined her voice. She disappeared from the entertainment industry after that. Luckily, it's still not too late to prevent all of this. Yi Tiantian looked over at Ji Yuchu and asked in a friendly way, Are you Chu-Chu, the cute little girl who beat Gao's actress's niece? Ji Yuchu happily replied, I'm Chu-Chu. Hello, big sister. She sat down and praised her endlessly. Little cutie, let me tell you, stay away from that woman in the future. She's got bad intentions. The little girl nodded obediently. Okay, who are you looking for? Yi Tiantian scratched her head. I was just taking a walk. I heard Zhang Qi is here. Have you seen him? Ji Yuchu beamed. Uncle Zhang Qi went to get me ice cream. He'll be right back. So, she's looking for Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi? A man in his 30s. Not exactly a hottie. What's Yi Tiantian looking for him for? Zhang Qi returned just in time. Oh, Miss Yi, long time no see. As soon as they met, Tiantian got excited. Teacher Zhang. He handed the ice cream to the kid and said, Chu-Chu, it's my turn to film soon. I need to go to the set to prepare. Can I take you to the set to find your mom? Ji Yuchu nodded obediently. Okay. Yi Tiantian pleaded a little. Teacher Zhang, can I watch you film? I love watching your fight scenes the most. Zhang Qi smiled kindly. Sure, no problem. However, Ji Yuchu, with her all-seeing eyes, understood the situation. At the film set, Teacher Zhang. In this scene, you're seriously injured, rescuing the female lead from the thugs. The main director said, we need to use a wire for the stunt later. You'll jump from point A on the 10-meter-high platform to point B, then roll down, stand up, and chase after the bad guys. Ji Yuchu observed and thought. In the original story, Zhang Qi had an accident during filming, and then his cheating scandal quickly came out. According to the timeline, the time of Zhang Qi's filming accident is right now. Ji Yuchu turned to Ji Yumanxi and said, Mommy, I'm going to watch Uncle Zhang do the wire stunt. I'll find you later. Ji Yumanxi reminded her. Slow down. The little girl nodded. Okay. And then Ji Yuchu quickly ran forward. There are so many people around. Someone must have messed with the props. Ji Yuchu's eyes widened, her clear voice ringing out. Uncle Cheng Chi, why are they tying those steel cables to you? Cheng Chi chuckled softly, a playful glint in his eyes. The prop staff were meticulously adjusting the cables around his waist, tightening each safety buckle. He tilted his head towards the little girl, explaining gently, These are called suspension cables. Once you're strapped in, you can fly up and down. Yi Tiantian, her long hair flowing down, stood beside him. She leaned down, smiling softly. Sweetie, With these, you won't fall even from way up high. Plus, your Uncle Chang-Chi never uses stunt doubles for action scenes. How awesome is that? Ji Yu-chu blinked, her tiny hand lightly touching the sturdy black cable. She squinted, examining its intricate structure, not spotting anything amiss yet. But still, she furrowed her brow worriedly. But what if this thin cable snaps, and you fall? The prop guy overheard and laughed, reassuring her. Don't worry, kiddo. I've been working with a rigging crew for decades. The cables are inspected daily, and the equipment is replaced regularly. We haven't had an accident in all these years. Choo-Choo looked up. Really? The little girl closed her eyes, thinking to herself, this little brat is way too naive. I'm the one who holds the script in my hands. You know, I gotta secretly mess with things a little. Ji Yu-chu grinned. The cables really do look secure. Choo-Choo feels much more at ease now. Just then, the director raised his megaphone and boomed. First stage rehearsal. Begin. Actors to your positions. Prepare for liftoff. First, pull Chang-Chi up to the 20-meter high platform. The system operator started the machine, the pulleys clicking as the cable tightened, slowly lifting Chang-Chi. Yi Tian stood below, watching intently. But suddenly, something went wrong, and Chang-Chi's face turned pale. Chang-Chi, his face flushed, shouted in a panic. Stop. Stop right now. I'm about to lose my pants. I don't think I tightened my belt enough. Lower me down. Yi Tian covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes curving into crescents. The cable guy also laughed, saying quickly, I'll lower you down right away, haha. But at that moment, snap, the cable broke. Chang-Chi's body plummeted, his eyes widened in terror, his heart skipping a beat. Thud, luckily, he landed on the safety cushion. Everyone was too scared to breathe, Yi Tian cried out in worry. Teacher Chang. She rushed over, her face panicked. Are you okay? Cold sweat trickled down Ji Yu-chu's face, she thought to herself. Just as I thought. Yi Tian and a crew member quickly helped Chang-Chi up, one on each side. Her face was pale with worry, while the crew member urged anxiously, Quick, help him over for a checkup. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed as director Liu Shanhei rushed over. What happened? Without hesitation, he immediately ordered Wang Fugi, call the medical team for assistance now. Also, clear the set of all non-essential personnel. Finally, re-inspect all the equipment and leave the scene as is. Wang Fugi, his forehead beaded with cold sweat, quickly replied, understood, and turned to carry out his orders. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a staff member from the props department rushed over to report to Liu Shanhei, director. We checked everything thoroughly before the test. The cable was totally fine, Google. But right after we lifted Teacher Zhang, the cable suddenly snapped. Liu Shanhei narrowed his eyes, repeating with suspicion, suddenly. Just then, Wang Fugi came running back in a panic, holding the broken cable in his hand. His face was pale. Master, something's wrong. The two strands of the cable were cut super clean. Wang Fugi held up the cable, his voice filled with dread. Someone deliberately made a small cut. When it bore the weight, it gradually snapped. Good thing. Teacher Zhang's pants were loose. The cable stopped at a height of 5 meters, not even reaching the planned altitude. If he'd fallen from more than 10 meters, even with safety mats, he definitely would have broken some bones. Liu Shanhei clenched the severed cable, his expression darkening. His eyes were cold and deep, like an abyss. Furious, he ordered in a low but powerful voice, investigate immediately. Check all the equipment for me. Keep it a secret. Just say the equipment needs temporary adjustments for the scene. Over at the Song family villa, Song Sen said, has the shipment been sent to the film crew yet? His assistant bowed his head to report. Don't worry, General Manager, the truck's on its way. It's expected to arrive around 7 in the evening. Song Sen casually adjusted his tie, giving a slight nod. At 10 tonight, put the group's new project documents in my office. I'll take a look. The assistant respectfully replied. Yes, sir. I'll get right on it. As soon as the assistant left, a steady voice came from behind. Where do you think you're going? Song Sen turned around to see his grandfather sitting there. Despite his age, the old man still carried an imposing air. His sharp eyes swept over his grandson. The old man snorted. What's going on between you and that kid from the Liu family? You're having your assistant send stuff to his film crew regularly, and you're always hanging around there yourself. Song Sen nonchalantly replied. The group is heavily invested in Liu Shanhei's film project. I'm just monitoring the progress at all times. His grandfather frowned angrily, his eyes stern. Don't try to fool me. Tell me the truth, and I won't blame you. You think I haven't seen some big waves? He scoffed. Over the years, I've arranged countless matchmaking sessions with daughters from prestigious families for you, but you never liked any of them. Those social gatherings were just formalities. The old man sees right through it. Song Sen knelt beside his grandfather. Grandfather is indeed wise. He thought to himself, my engagement to Chang Jingyun is actually just a stalling tactic. Initially, I agreed to marry Chang Jingyun, first, to repay a debt of gratitude, and second, because I was forced into blind dates by the elders in the family again and again. The grandfather looked at his grandson for a long time, then closed his eyes, letting out a sigh. That kid, Lu Shanhei, he's young and talented, and his movies are pretty good. The grandfather pondered for a moment. If you like that kid, Lu Shanhei, I can accept it too. Song Sen's face went blank. He jumped up as if he'd been electrocuted, glaring and shouting. Grandfather, heaven and earth bear witness. The sun and moon can attest. I have absolutely no interest in that Lu guy whatsoever. His shout echoed throughout the room. The grandfather coughed, his eyes looking at his grandson meaningfully. His voice slow. I'm not blind. The Song family has no one to carry on the line, and that's my fault too. I should have made your father have a few more kids back then, instead of ending up with not even one to hold. Song Sen frowned and quickly spoke up. Grandfather, I really don't feel that way about Lu Shanhei. The grandfather casually made the decision. All right, don't hide it anymore. Go! It's my 80th birthday in half a month. I'll send an invitation to Lu Shanhei. As for that Miss Cheng, don't keep dragging her along, either. If the engagement should be cancelled, then cancel it. No matter how much I say, the grandfather won't listen. Song Sen's face immediately darkened. He clenched his fist, letting out a heavy breath. Looks like I can't explain it anymore now, he thought to himself. Looks like I'll have to bring my grandfather's cute, well-behaved choo-choo to the big 80th birthday hotel at the film studio. Ji Yu-chu sat on the bed, her small face looking at the laptop screen. News about the cable break had spread throughout the film crew. After checking all the suspension cables, the crew resumed work as normal. Sadly, they still haven't found out who intended to sabotage it. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. A clear female voice rang out from outside. Brother-in-law. Open the door. I called you, but you didn't answer. I texted you, but you didn't reply. Ji Yu-chu startled, blinking as she looked at the door. Who is it? The little girl opened the door and asked, Who are you looking for? The woman was none other than Xiao Shui, Zhang Qi's sister-in-law. She had loose curly hair, heavy makeup, and a sly face. You could tell she was bad news just by looking at her. She looked at Ji Yu-chu, her eyes revealing a hint of suspicion, and asked, Hey, who are you? I'm looking for the big star Zhang Qi. He's my brother-in-law. Kid, why are you in my brother-in-law's room? Her eyes gleamed with smugness, and the corners of her lips curled into a slight smile as she thought. Could it be that Zhang Qi is hiding my sister to keep a mistress outside and even has illegitimate children? The thought made Xiao Shui feel extremely excited. She secretly laughed to herself with glee. Ha, hot news just fell into my hands. Ji Yu-chu looked at her, feeling worried as she secretly thought. She is Zhang Qi's sister-in-law. The plot is progressing here already. Zhang Qi is about to have bad luck. But outwardly, she just smiled innocently, her voice clear. Uncle Zhang Qi is in the room over there, 1221. This is room 1212. You've got the wrong room, but he's filming. He probably won't be back until very late. Hearing this, Xiao Shui's enthusiasm died down. She waved dismissively and turned to leave, her attitude revealing arrogance and conceit as she thought. Tisk. So he doesn't have an illegitimate child. What a waste of my excitement. Ji Yu-chu smiled and said goodbye. Have a good one. Watching her back, Ji Yu-chu's eyes gradually darkened. Chu-chu thought to herself, this woman is no pushover. In the novel She's So Close, she appeared on Zhang Qi's bed and was photographed by paparazzi. Because of this, Zhang Qi's reputation was ruined. He fell from an A-list star to the lowest rank, and finally died from overwork. I have to find a way to remind Zhang Qi. Dinner at the hotel restaurant. In the luxurious space, Xiao Shui used a crisp tone full of flattery at the dining table. Brother-in-law, I'm joining a TV drama crew for filming tomorrow, just a small role. You also have a scene to film tomorrow, right? Try to visit me before your time. Zhang Qi hurriedly put food into his mouth without looking at her, saying without enthusiasm, Okay, I'll take some time to visit you tomorrow. If you are not familiar with anything, just tell me. I promised my sister that I will take good care of you. She covered her face flatteringly, showing an exaggerated look of admiration. Brother-in-law, you are so amazing. You even got a role in Director Lu's movie. My sister is so lucky to marry a good husband like you. Zhang Qi smiled embarrassedly and scratched his head, sincerely saying, It's only natural for men to earn money to support their families. I'm often not at home. My sister has to take care of the children alone. It's much harder for her than for me. Xiao Shui immediately leaned closer, her fingertips intentionally brushing lightly against Zhang Qi's shoulder. Her voice was like honey, praising him incessantly. Brother-in-law is so considerate. She lowered her voice charmingly. Oh dear brother-in-law, you have sauce on the corner of your mouth. Let me wipe it for you. As she spoke, she reached out, her body pressing close to Zhang Qi. Before she could act, Zhang Qi lightly wiped his mouth. It's okay, eat quickly, it's getting late, and you have a scene to film tomorrow morning. Xiao Shui stiffened. She froze for a few seconds, feeling extremely uncomfortable in her heart. What a man who doesn't understand romance. But very quickly, her expression changed, becoming sinister. But it's okay. I've already installed a camera to record everything that happens between us. I've already thought of the title, which is Shocking, Famous Action Movie Star Dating Beauty at Midnight. At the hotel room, Ji Yu-chu used the laptop to check for unidentified cameras and found a camera recording Xiao Shui being intimate eating a meal with Zhang Qi. Chu-chu thought. Looks like she really doesn't have good intentions. The little girl sat on the bed drinking milk. Looks like I have to take action. A chat window popped up on the laptop screen. She messaged a henchman in her organization. Come here. He replied instantly. Boss, you finally contacted me. Any missions for me lately? Ji Yu-chu followed up. Xiao Shui, Xiao Nan, a paparazzi, Zhang Xiaochang. Monitor these 3 people's call logs for the next few days. He responded, piece of cake. Oh right, boss. The hacker competition in the US sent us an invitation. Also, a leader from another organization contacted me privately, wanting to invite us to join their organization. Coincidentally, that organization is also named Poker. Chu-chu paused, stunned. In this angsty novel world, there's also an organization named Poker. She continued texting her subordinate. Just complete the mission first. Don't approach that organization for now. He replied immediately. Got it, boss. See you at the World Hacker Competition. I can't wait to see your real face. Must be a hottie, hee hee. Ji Yu-chu continued to ponder. I've been in this world for almost 2 years. How come I never noticed the existence of the Poker organization? In my past life, the hacker organization I joined was also named Poker. Lao Mo and I founded it together, gradually expanding it into a world-class organization. Then, Lao Mo suddenly disappeared mysteriously. To find him, I had to step out of the shadows and show my face. Before he disappeared, Lao Mo was always searching for a special stone. It was also because of that stone that I was inexplicably dragged into this angsty novel world. She sneered. Maybe I should go to the US to investigate. I have to expose the true face of this poker organization. Who knows, there might be surprises. Ji Yu Mangxi came home and saw her daughter was still awake, so she asked, Chu-chu, it's so late, why aren't you asleep yet? Chu-chu was delighted to see her mother return, her tiny hands reaching out for a hug. Chu-chu was waiting for Mommy to come home. Ji Yu Mangxi smiled, sat down, and hugged her daughter. Mommy's been so busy lately, I haven't had time to take care of you. Ji Yu-chu cheered happily. It's okay. Mommy is a big star now. Chu-chu is so happy, haha, Ji Yu Mangxi chuckled. Mommy's not a big star or anything. Suddenly remembering something, Ji Yu Mangxi said, Oh right, Uncle Song is coming tomorrow? Mommy asked him to help you with your summer homework. You have to be good. Okay. Summer homework, Ji Yu-chu's nightmare. Ji Yu-chu was instantly stunned. The little girl froze, crying in her heart. I forgot, there's that boring kindergarten homework. The next day, in the morning, Song-sen arrived with a smug look. He thought, today, Mankey specifically assigned me to tutor you. Little Chu-chu, don't even think about going anywhere today. You have to obediently do your homework. Chu-chu immediately wanted to cry and call for help. Uncle Song. Song-sen crossed his arms, unyielding. No way. Your mom said you have to finish math and language before you can rest. Chu-chu clasped her hands together, begging, her face pleading, her eyes sparkling like a kitten, her voice sweet as honey. Uncle Song, Chu-chu is thirsty. I want to drink juice. How about we go downstairs to buy a cup of juice? Song-sen's heart skipped a beat. That action was like a sweet arrow that pierced through Song-sen's heart, making him unable to resist. Her adorable appearance could melt the whole world. Song-sen stood up, holding Ji Yu-chu's hand with one hand and raising the other hand to the sky with a heroic aura. Let's go. It's just buying a cup of juice. It's reasonable. Chu-chu also cheered excitedly. Reasonable. Reasonable. Ji Yu-chu smiled secretly, her beautiful eyes looking at Song-sen. Hee-hey. This uncle is getting more humane. Her mind had already planned another move. This is the perfect time to monitor Xiao Shui, Zhang Qi's troublesome sister-in-law. She seems to be up to something. Ji Yu-chu grabbed Song-sen's hand and headed to the restaurant. She frowned slightly, her eyes unconsciously scanning the exquisite table settings, while she internally muttered, Tang Chungyi's sister-in-law doesn't have any filming schedules this afternoon, and she hasn't shown up at the studio looking for Changxi. She must be stirring up trouble again. Before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, her clear eyes suddenly lit up. As Xiao Xue's familiar figure came into view, Ji Yuchu almost cheered inwardly. Found her. She excitedly ran over, her clear voice ringing like silver bells. Uncle Song, let's sit here. The waiter recognized Song Sen's identity and immediately bowed respectfully, a professional smile mixed with a hint of caution. President Song, welcome. I didn't greet you from afar. Please forgive me. What would you like to order? Song Sen presented the menu to Ji Yuchu, his voice deep and gentle. Chu-chu, pick whatever you like to eat. Ji Yuchu, like a little sparrow, her bright eyes darting quickly across the menu, excitedly pointing haphazardly. I want this, and this too. The waiter chuckled softly, bowing his head. President Song, I'll go prepare your order then. Please call me if you need anything else. Song Sen nodded slightly, raising his water glass in response. He opened his phone and sent a message to his wife. Ji Yuchu finished her math homework, and I'm taking her out to eat. Before long, a message came back from the other end. Thank you for your hard work. Song Sen immediately blushed with joy, his heart swelling with warmth. Ah, Ming, she cares about me. She has me in her heart. He quickly replied. It's no trouble at all. This is what I should be doing. Seeing Song Sen grinning like an idiot, his eyes narrowed. Ji Yuchu just rolled her eyes, resting her chin on her hand with a sigh. Seriously, all men in love are total dorks. She lazily reached out, gently touching her earpiece, her fingertips gliding over the button with the skill of a pro hacker. With a soft beep, the listening device connected successfully. She heard Xiao Xue behind her talking on the phone. Sister, Jia is already 6 years old and getting bigger. People will soon realize he's different from Zhang Qi. This is all for the good of us sisters. Zhang Qi has so much wealth. Don't you want it? Besides, we have Lao Wang's help. There's absolutely no way we'll fail. Her tone suddenly deepened, accompanied by a dangerous smirk. It's tonight. Zhang Qi finishes work at 8 o'clock. I'll put the stuff in the chicken soup. Don't worry, no one will ever know. Ji Yuchu sipped her water, thinking, oh, too bad, I already know. They want to ruin Zhang Qi's reputation tonight, how awful. At this moment, Song Sen slammed his hand on the table with a thump. His thick eyebrows furrowed as he grumbled. Chu-chu, why did you order so much ice cream? Ji Yuchu looked up innocently. It's only 5 cups. He frowned menacingly, his deep voice carrying the authority of a CEO, but not at all scary. Mengxi said you can only have 1 cup a day at most. I'll have them take these away. You can't eat them. With that, Song Sen snatched away the 4 cups of ice cream before Ji Yuchu's bewildered eyes. Watching her 4 beloved cups of ice cream being stolen right before her eyes, Ji Yuchu clenched her fist in her heart, grinding her teeth with resentment. Mengxi. Go look in the mirror, you pathetic simp. See if the person in the mirror looks whipped or not. Ugh. CEO, my butt. Can't even eat all the ice cream I want. Song Sen smiled. Choo-choo. Let's make a deal. My grandfather is turning 80 in August. Would you like to meet Grandpa Song? The little girl was scooping up a spoonful of ice cream but paused at his words. The name Song Laoyezi immediately popped into her head. Song Laoyezi was one of the few people who treated Jiu Mengxi well. His eyes weren't blind. An unpleasant memory immediately flashed in her mind. During the 80th birthday celebration, Qing Tingyun sabotaged Song Laoyezi's wheelchair, causing it to lose control and crash into a pillar, ultimately resulting in a tragic death. She frowned, her eyes suddenly darkening as she muttered to herself, I need to keep an eye on this Qing Tingyun. That thought only flashed through her mind for a few seconds. Chu-Chu quickly returned to her usual playful self, happily nodding. Okay, Chu-Chu wants to meet Uncle Song's grandpa. Song Sen looked at her, the corners of his lips curving up in satisfaction. Then, Uncle. Before he could even finish, a shrill, ear-splitting voice cut in, dripping with fake excitement. Mr. Song. Before Chu-Chu could react, Xiao Xue, all slender in a tight black dress, had squeezed her way to the table, her cloying perfume assaulting Chu-Chu's nose. Shamelessly, she leaned in close, despite Song Sen's discomfort. Mr. Song, I'm Xiao Xue, the sister-in-law of your company star, Zhang Qi. So thrilled to meet you here. You're even more handsome than in the magazines. Chu-Chu rolled her eyes, utterly disgusted. The little one quietly put her ice cream spoon down, jumped up, and zoomed off like a little whirlwind. Song Sen immediately stood up. Chu-Chu, where are you going? She replied with an innocent voice. Going to call Mama. Uncle Song has someone with him already. Chu-Chu will have Mama come pick me up. Don't want to bother you two, Song Sen jolted, watching the small figure run off in a panic. That's not it, Song Sen called out loudly, striding to catch up. Chucho, come back! But as he ran, Xiao Shui's hand grabbed his arm. Mr. Song? He turned back to glare at her, her sugary voice oozing calculation. Mr. Song, please wait. Actually, I'm also involved in filming. She swayed as she spoke, deliberately acting coy, her eyes full of anticipation. Could I maybe take this opportunity to ask Mr. Song for some pointers? He flung her hand off and snapped. Get lost! Her face paled with fright, and she stammered. Sorry. Without sparing a single glance at her trembling form, he immediately quickened his pace to chase after Choo-Choo. Choo-Choo, wait. Xiao Shui stood frozen, terrified. Oh no, I forgot Song Sen is a clean freak. He doesn't let anyone touch him. But why is that kid so close to him? Could it be? Just then, Zhang Qi called her. She hurriedly answered, suppressing her recent panic, her voice returning to a gentle, alluring tone, with a smile saying, Hello, brother-in-law. You're finally done filming. I'm starving. Let's go to a Western restaurant tonight. There's this really good one. Song Sen gently picked up some food and placed it in Jiyu Mangasi's bowl, his voice low and doting. Mangasi, eat more. Filming is exhausting. She took the bowl and replied softly, Thank you. Jiyu Chu, sitting beside them, ate while putting on a curious face, tilting her head up to ask, Mama, what does catching someone in the act mean? Song Sen, who was chewing rice, immediately changed his expression, and the food about to reach Mangxi's bowl also fell out. Jiyu Mangxi couldn't help but frown at this question, her gaze darkening slightly. Ming Yanhe narrowed her eyes, giving him a cold glare. Song Sen trembled and recoiled. He swallowed hard. No, it wasn't me. I didn't teach Choo-Choo that word. I'm being framed. Jiyu Mangxi turned to Jiyu Chu, her voice calm. Choo-Choo? That's not a good word. Where did you hear it? The little girl replied innocently. Choo-Choo was waiting downstairs for Mama to come back, drank a lot of water, so I went to the bathroom. Choo-Choo heard Auntie on the phone in the bathroom. Something about, quote, praying for a son and preparing to catch someone in the act tonight at Zhang Qi's room. After it's done, she said she'd be given a big chunk of money, and she said even if Uncle Zhang Qi jumped into the Yellow River, he wouldn't be able to wash away his sins. Hearing this, the adults' eyebrows furrowed. Choo-Choo didn't pay attention to their reactions, continuing to pretend to be oblivious, blinking her eyes and asking, Mama, did Uncle Zhang Qi really jump into the Yellow River? Song Sen grabbed Mangxi's hand, but she stopped him. I need to find Chang Qi. Can you watch Choo-Choo for me? He tried to reason with her. You don't have any proof. You're just going on what a kid said. Going there won't do any good. But she was still worried. Then what am I supposed to do? Just watch Chang Qi get framed? Song Sen turned to Jiyu Chu and said, Choo-Choo, Mommy and Uncle have to go out for a bit. A nanny will be here to take care of you soon. Don't be scared, and don't wander around. Wait for Uncle and Mommy to come back, okay? Jiyu Chu happily agreed. At least this dad is somewhat reliable at this crucial moment, she thought to herself. He held Mingxi's hand tightly again. Song Sen decided, we're going to the surveillance room first. If they're planning something, they're bound to leave evidence. His affectionate gesture made her feel awkward. Meanwhile, at Cheng Qi's place, his sister-in-law, Xiao Shui, was putting her plan into action. She walked in with a pot and said, Brother-in-law, my sister told me you need to eat nourishing food every day. This is chicken soup I brought. Drink it while it's hot, Cheng Qi casually replied. Just leave it there. I'll drink it after I finish reading the script. Xiao Shui kept coaxing him. No, drink it while it's hot. It's best that way. Just then, a call came in. Cheng Qi thought suspiciously. Why is Miss Ji Yu calling me so late? He took the phone outside. I'm gonna take this call. Xiao Sui sweetly replied. Come back soon, okay. In her mind, she was determined, no matter what, I have to make Cheng Qi drink this today. After he drinks this chicken soup with the drug, he'll fall into a coma within half an hour. Then, I just need to sneak into Cheng Qi's bed and let my sister catch us in the act. Cheng Qi's assets will all be ours. Cheng Qi came back into the room. Seeing him return, Xiao Shui asked curiously, Brother-in-law, who was that calling? You were on the phone for so long, he replied. It was a colleague from the film crew. They told me what minor scenes we're shooting tomorrow. Xiao Shui, it's getting late. You should go back to your room and rest early. She handed him the pot of chicken soup. I know, brother-in-law. You're tired after working all day. Drink some chicken soup to nourish your body. You have no idea how worried my sister is about you. He still gave her a chance. Can I just not drink it? HMPH. Brother-in-law, you want to reject my sister's good intentions. I'm going to tell her and see if she gives you a good scolding. You're the pillar of this family. How can you not take care of your own health? Chang-chi gave in. Okay, I'll drink it, okay. He tilted his head back and chugged the entire pot of chicken soup. Then he handed the empty pot to Xiao Shui. Tell my sister I finished it, she said with a pretense. We're just doing what's best for you. Then I'll go now, brother-in-law. Go to sleep early too. Her face was full of smugness because her plan had succeeded. The fish is hooked. Zhang Qi, on the other hand, watched her leave with a dark expression. He rushed into the bathroom and threw up everything he had just drunk. He had just received a call from Meng Qi. Zhang Qi, we just got some news. Your sister-in-law, Xiao Shui, she's planning to drug you. Don't drink anything she gives you, no matter what. At that point, he still couldn't believe it. Miss G, that's impossible. Xiao Shui has always been so good to me. She tried to persuade him. Seriously, you have to trust me on this. We've investigated and found evidence that she's colluding with paparazzi to set you up. These kinds of tactics are pretty common in the entertainment industry. Mengxi thought to herself. Years ago, I accidentally drank a spiked drink myself, which led to me stumbling into Song Sen's room. He treated me like a prostitute, available to powerful people. Song Sen snatched the phone and said, Zhang Qi, it's Song Sen, I've got their recording. They're doing more than just this to you. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up. Just wait half an hour and you'll know the truth. If it turns out to be a misunderstanding, I'll make it up to you properly. Zhang Qi decided to trust them for once, all right? The door to the room was opened. Xiao Shui walked into the room. She slowly took off her clothes. Brother-in-law, don't blame me. If you're gonna blame someone, blame yourself for being so stupid yet so rich. Someone like you shouldn't have so much money to enjoy. The next morning, his wife stormed in with a group of reporters. Zhang Qi, you scumbag, get out here. I'm at home working hard taking care of the kids, and you're out here having fun with other women? Open the door, you bastard Zhang Qi. Open the door now. Hurry up and open the door, or I'll break it down. Xiao Shui pretended to be innocent and opened the door, asking, Sister, cousins, why are you here? Xiao Nan feigned heartbreak in front of the cameras. You're my sister. Aren't you ashamed of what you're doing to me? Xiao Shui immediately got into character as well. Sister, please listen to me. It's all because of brother-in-law. He forced me. If I didn't agree, he wouldn't let me have a good time in the entertainment industry. Sister, I know I was wrong. The group of people barged in aggressively. Zhang Qi is really bullying people too much. He married my cousin, and now he also wants to humiliate another one of my cousins. We need to expose his disgusting behavior. They woke the man in bed. Stop pretending to be dead. Get up. The man groggily asked. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. You are? Who the hell are you? Xiao Nan coldly asked. Where is Zhang Qi? Xiao Shui also said, dumbfoundedly. I clearly slept with him here last night. The two of them looked towards the door at the same time. Zhang Qi walked in and signaled to his assistant. The child is tired. Help me take him to Songzong. The assistant immediately obeyed, yes. Xiao Shui hesitantly called out, Brother-in-law. Xiao Nan, on the other hand, feigned concern and asked, Honey, why are you here? Zhang Qi coldly glanced at her. If not, where should I be? She said awkwardly, You bad thing, I couldn't find you, honey. It's all my fault for being too anxious. I almost caused a misunderstanding. In her heart, she muttered, Has Zhang Qi noticed anything? He's usually so easy to fool, he probably won't this time either. But Zhang Qi rejected her. Don't call me honey. Every time you see me, it's bad luck. Now it was time for him to settle accounts with his sister-in-law, Xiao Shui. I've always treated you like a younger sister, loving you, giving you money, giving you resources. She could only exclaim in fear, Brother-in-law. His entire face turned gloomy. But you treat me like this. Xiao Shui tried to find an excuse. This, brother-in-law, it's all a misunderstanding. She knew very well that Zhang Qi was the cash cow of their Xiao family. This money tree absolutely couldn't be lost. What to do? What to do? She stammered. It's all my fault. It's me. It's jealousy. I'm jealous. I saw you and my sister being so loving, and I was jealous and wanted to ruin your relationship. Brother-in-law, I think you're too good, and I want you to be as good to me as you are to my sister. Xiao Nan signaled with her eyes to her younger sister, and at the same time coaxed him. I'm sorry, honey. I just love you too much, and I was impulsive and didn't think too much. Don't be angry, Xiao Shui also added. Brother-in-law, it's all my fault. It has nothing to do with my sister. Those cousins also chimed in. Xiao Zhang, Xiao Nan, is tired from taking care of the baby every day. That's why she's thinking nonsense. Usually, she's so kind. Let this go. Right. Your two children are still young. Don't quarrel and affect them. Moreover, Making a big deal out of this would be detrimental to your career. He only coldly repeated, easy to forgive. So good people deserve to be schemed against by you all? Eldest cousin, you took tens of thousands from me to get married. Second cousin, my cars, one after another, you drove them back to your house, and now they're yours, right? Xiao Shui, do you need me to take out the bills for the cosmetic surgery I paid for you? Are these all small matters? Your son was someone else? I raised him for 5 years. And you don't even thank me? Finally, towards the ringleader, Xiao Nan, Zhang Qi said through gritted teeth, as for you, your son with someone else. I raised him for 5 years. And you don't even thank me. Everyone was as if struck by lightning. Xiao Shui thought in a panic, how does Zhang Qi know this is over? Xiao Nan still tried to argue. Zhang Qi, you're talking nonsense. I worked so hard to give birth to a child for you. What basis do you have to suspect that the child isn't yours? Zhang Qi played a recording, then listened to this. The content of the recording was, Sis, Gigi is already 6 years old, and he's getting bigger and bigger. Outsiders will quickly see that he doesn't look like Zhang Qi. This is for the good of our sisters. After it's done, give me half of the family fortune. Lao Wang, I'll marry you after I divorce that idiot Zhang Qi. He's like a dog, raising our son for 5 or 6 years. He declared, Xiaonan, let's get a divorce. I'll have my lawyer sort out your debts. Don't even dream of getting a single cent. But she wouldn't agree. Divorce you can dream on. I, your old lady, married a poor guy like you in the first place. Now you want to dump me. No way. She was blocked by the bodyguards from getting near Zhang Qi, so she yelled, You, come back here. Explain yourself to me, you jerk. Serves you right for getting cuckolded. Zhang Qi asked the person next to him, Hey, can you get the manager to throw them out? The guy replied, Sure thing. He still felt a pang of sadness, thinking, How can people be so cruel? If Jiyu Mangxi hadn't warned me tonight, and Song Zong hadn't helped out so much, I would have really fallen into their trap. The consequences are unimaginable. The next day, news spread across the internet. Famous star Zhang Qi announces divorce from his wife. Suspected fraud is under investigation. Ji Yu Chu immediately sent a message. Boss, did I do a good job? The boss replied, Not bad. Good work. Keep an eye on Xiao Nan and Xiao Shui. Prevent them from going down with the ship and causing trouble. She assured, Boss, relax. They're done for. Along with that, shocking news rocked the entertainment industry. Modern-day Pan Jinlian and her small business. Netizens were all hyped. It's real. They're divorced. Damn, Xiao Shu went all out. Hurt her lover, ran away, and even scammed a ton of money from her before leaving. That Xiao Shu never had any talent anyway, just relied on Zhang Qi to get resources. Now no one will dare to use her anymore. Ji Yuchu felt very satisfied reading these comments. Great, they can't turn the tables now. Good thing I backed up all the documents and sent them to Bobo to give to the reporters. Gotta have enough evidence to crush them, otherwise Zhang Qi would really have a hard time getting out of this. In the novel, Zhang Qi was harmed by them, losing both money and his reputation. Not only did he shoulder tens of millions in debt, but his career also declined. He ended up going back to Hangdian as a stunt double, working himself to death. Luckily, none of that happened yet. Even though I wasn't a good person before, I won't watch a good person be bullied to the point of dying. At the film set, the director's scolding echoed, Cao Yuiji, do you even know how to act? The role you're playing is a high and mighty young lady, not a shrewish woman. A whole bunch of people are getting rained on because of you. Can you do it or not? If not, we'll replace you. Cao Yuiji said apologetically. I'm sorry. The director left angrily. So annoying. That's it. Let our Cao Yinghu take a break until she figures it out. Mengxi hurriedly handed her a towel. Hurry. Wipe yourself off. Don't catch a cold. Director Liu is just hot-tempered. Don't take it to heart, she replied. Thank you. Mengxi said sincerely. You're probably just too tired. Get a good rest tonight, and we'll continue filming tomorrow. Yuiji replied. Thank you, Mengxi. I'll try my best. Whispers arose around them. That Cao Yingho has been filming one scene for 5 hours. It's tough on all of us. Mangxiji's personality is so good. She doesn't get angry even when she's tired. Don't even mention it. Mangxiji and Cao Yingho standing next to each other. Her figure and looks are on a whole other level. She cursed inwardly. That bitch Jiyu Mangxi, deliberately using her acting skills to suppress me and make me look bad. I won't let you get away with this. Cao Yueji's phone beeped. A message from Wangxi Entertainment about the last matter. Have you thought it over yet?
Cao Yueji frowned at her phone. It's that old Wang again, she thought. Although he had repeatedly invited her to jump ship, his greasy, disgusting face truly made one nauseous. Besides, Liu Shanhei and the Wang Corporation were sworn enemies. She had finally managed to latch onto Liu Shanhei's coattails with great difficulty. How could she give that up so easily? So she immediately, politely declined. Thank you, President Wang, for your kind offer, but I currently have no plans to leave the Song Corporation. Wang Tiancheng looked at Cao Yueji's message and sneered. HMPH, movie queen, bought with money, dares to act like a big star in front of me. His assistant anxiously asked, President Wang, if Cao Yueji doesn't agree to jump ship, what should we do? Jiang Cheng isn't renewing their contract with us next year. We absolutely need to find a money-making star to replace Jiang Cheng's position. He nodded, raising an eyebrow, and replied, I know, Cao Yueji must be pulled over. If we can't win her over openly, we'll act in the shadows. Go, arrange for someone to join Liu Shanhei's film crew. I want to drag this cow movie queen from the heavens down to the mud. Wang Tiancheng then flashed a scheming smile. Once she realizes she's nothing over there, she'll obediently return and crawl into my hands. Inside the magnificent villa, a stern voice reminded, Choo-choo, stop playing on your phone and come eat. The little girl didn't bother to look up, focused on her phone, and replied, I'm chatting with brother Cheng-chi. Song Sen curiously leaned over and asked, Cheng-chi? Ji Chu smiled happily, full of delight. That's right, brother Cheng-chi is so good to me. Whenever I'm in trouble, he always helps me. I really like him. In her heart, she secretly rejoiced. The trouble is, that pile of handmade homework, haha, I'll just dump it all on Cheng-chi. Song Sen turned and whispered to Jiu Mangxi, What do you think, young Master Cheng suddenly being so nice to Chu-Chu? Could he have ulterior motives towards her? But she thought he was overreacting. What nonsense are you talking about? Chu-Chu and young Master Cheng are still kids. It's normal for them to play together. But Song Sen was very serious. Not necessarily. The Cheng family is a den of wolves. Although Cheng-chi is young, his way of dealing with people isn't simple at all. Jiu Mangxi chuckled. Ever since we had Chu-Chu, you see everyone as a potential kidnapper of our daughter. Song Sen leaned closer and whispered, Of course. Our daughter, we naturally have to keep a close watch on her. His words made her blush. She pretended to cough to turn away. But Song Sen didn't notice and became even more concerned. What's wrong? You were fine just now, and now you're coughing. Unexpectedly, Jiu Mangxi couldn't stand steadily and had to be supported by Song Sen. She reassured him. Maybe it's because I got caught in the rain this afternoon. I'm just a little under the weather. Song Sen panicked. Wait here. I'll call the doctor right away. But she dismissed the idea. It's nothing. I'll take a cold pill and rest for a while. Song Sen watched her take the medicine and then instructed. Then you should sleep first. If you feel unwell, call the doctor immediately. Ji Yu Chu also put down her phone and ran over. Mommy, I hope you get well soon. Seeing him tuck her in, Jiu Mangxi quickly struggled to get up. I can't, I still have things to do. But Song Sen reminded her, Don't worry about that now. The person who needs to be taken care of is you. After finishing everything, he led Ji Yu Chu away to give her space to rest. Chu-Chu, come over here. Let your mother rest. And you, go eat first with your uncle. Also, no more texting. The little girl obediently nodded. Jiu Mangxi smiled as she watched the harmonious scene of father and daughter, thinking to herself, It's like a dream. Half a year ago, I was still enduring those days of illness all alone, working extra shifts every day just to pay for rent and living expenses. But now, Chu-Chu has a better life, Song Sen has returned, and I can even continue acting. Fate seems to have started to shift. Every day that passes makes me feel happiness more clearly. Thinking of this, she closed her eyes tightly, falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, she woke up early and went to the film set. Liu Shanhei had been informed about her health condition and was quite polite. Mangxi, I've postponed your filming schedule. It's not too late if you come in the afternoon. But out of professional dedication, she quickly refused. It's okay. I'm almost fully recovered. We're getting ready, and we can start filming at any time. Liu Shanhei didn't force the issue. All right then, everyone. Do a test run first to get a feel for it. Jiu Mangxi kindly turned to inquire about her co-star, Yue Zihe, asking if she was all right after being rained on for so long yesterday. And to take care not to catch a cold, Cao Yuezi was startled and replied that she was fine, a little rain was nothing, she exercised every day. Jiu Mangxi couldn't help but praise her, saying how impressive that was, but Cao Yuezi misunderstood, thinking Jiu Mangxi was mocking her. How hateful. Not only was she faking illness to gain sympathy, but she also deliberately mentioned the rain to imply that she acted poorly, taking 5 hours to get through a scene. Lu Shanhei suddenly turned back to remind her, Yue Zihi, you should learn to relax like Mangxi when acting. Let's try to get through the scene today. I'm going to check the location. We'll start filming in half an hour. Cao Yue Zihi, being directly addressed, could only force a smile and say yes. She glared at Jiyu Mangxi with envy, thinking, Learn! Learn what? That hateful Jiyu Mangxi? Every time I act with her, I feel like I don't know how to act anymore. After a long while, the shout of cut finally rang out. Lu Shanhei couldn't help but praise her. Yue Zihi, your condition is quite good today. This scene is a pass. She didn't even bother to notice that she was soaking wet, lost in her daydreams. It was the first time Lu Shanhei had spoken to her so gently. All the script reading and character analysis I did all night was worth it. Who knew he would add a sentence that shattered her illusions? It seems you should communicate with Mangxi more often. She understands the character deeply. With her guidance, you'll improve faster. Cao Yuezi was even more indignant, thinking, what does he mean by that? Rely on her. In Lu Shanhei's eyes, am I still nothing? After a hard day's work, the sentence everyone was waiting for finally rang out. Rap? Everyone worked hard. The makeup artist, while doing her hair, praised her effusively. Sister Yue Zihi, your acting was really good today. You almost suppressed Jiyu Mangxi. She quickly caught the meaning in her words and asked back. Almost. Seeing that the makeup artist didn't answer immediately, Cao Yuezhi angrily smashed the thermos bottle, shouting loudly, Get out! Get out! She seemed to be driven to the verge of madness, speaking loudly without any restraint. Everyone is on Jiyu Mangxi's side. Almost suppressing her, huh? Does that mean I still lost to her? The makeup artist apologized and hurriedly ran out. The crew members who heard the commotion inside didn't bother to hold back and spoke directly. What's with the pretentious act? Just admit you're a bad actress. What's the point of hitting and scolding people? That's right, compared to Miss Ji Yu, both her acting and character are far inferior. Cao Yuezhi tensed up when she heard that. Miss Ji Yu insisted on persevering even when she was sick, and she treats everyone kindly. No one is like her. I thought Cao Yuezhi's acting was okay today. What did she act? Haha. If I filmed with Jiyu Mangxi every day, I could act too. Cao Yuezhi had a master to guide her. She's sure to level up. Every word felt like a cut to her heart, causing the person who always wrapped herself in a strong facade to shed tears today. Cao Yuezhi told herself. Enough. Song Sen brought a lunchbox to the set to feed his beloved, Mangxi. Have some porridge. She shyly snatched the spoon from his hand. I can do it myself. Song Sen didn't mind and only instructed. Then, drink more, okay? You didn't rest well yesterday, and you've been filming all day today. I even asked Aunt Zhao to make you nourishing soup to replenish your strength. Cao Yuezhi, passing by, suddenly spotted the couple. She secretly observed and discovered that the person was Song Sen. She was unwilling, and her thoughts were in a jumble. It's over, it's over. Song Sen is Jiyu Mangxi's sugar daddy. Then all the good resources will definitely be reserved for her, so how much will be left for me? Looks like this job hop isn't going to work out either. Cao Yuezhi deliberately lingered to listen to them talk. Choo-Choo is still waiting for you at the hotel. You should go back first. Song Sen held her back. Aunt Zhao will take care of the child. There's no rush. We can continue dating. Song Sen happily chatted with Jiyu Mangxi. Auntie Zhao was busy taking care of the child and daughter every day, but she was very happy. Cao Yuezhi, who was eavesdropping on the side, became a little worried. She frowned, her face showing fear. Daughter, that's right. Jiyu Mangxi also has a daughter. Could it be that General Manager Song thinks that Jiyu Chu is Auntie Zhao's daughter? Jiyu Mangxi lied to General Manager Song, saying that the child was the nanny's child. Song Sen had no idea that Jiyu Mangxi had ever given birth. Her fingers clenched tightly on the corner of the wall, expressing resentment. In her heart she kept cursing, Jiyu Mangxi, you're so good you dare to lie like that to seduce Song Sen. You've made me lose my place in Song Corporation. I don't have the heart to stay in Song Corporation anymore, but before I leave, I'll give you a big gift. After returning home, Cao Yuezhi immediately contacted Wang Tiancheng. Very happy that you contacted us. Welcome you to join Wang's entertainment. When are you free? I'll directly discuss the contract signing with you. She calmly replied. No hurry, I still have some matters to deal with at the film crew. He didn't pay attention and continued rambling. Lu Shanhei's film this time is highly regarded in the industry. Our Wang Corporation scriptwriting team is very interested in this script. You are a smart woman, I believe you know what to do. After hearing him speak, her expression became distorted and ugly. Wang Tiancheng wants me to steal the script. If the script is leaked, this film will die prematurely. I like Lu Shanhei, how could I do that? Then she struggled internally, but doing so would prevent Ji Mangxi from recovering with this film and stealing my Best Actress title. In the end, Cao Yuezhi decided to leave it hanging and didn't reply immediately. Let me think about it. A notification appeared on the computer. Attention, Cao Yuezhi's location has moved. Ji Yuchu looked at the constantly moving location on the computer and couldn't help but wonder. That's strange. Why did Cao Yuezhi run to Lu Shanhei's studio? The little girl imagined the scene of her tying up Lu Shanhei to carry out her evil intentions. This woman always has feelings for Lu Shanhei. Could it be that she plans to take advantage of his absence and sneak into the room? Because of her gossipy nature, she decided to go and investigate. I have to go see what tricks this female villain is up to again. Her hands hurriedly flipped through to check each page of the document. The mountain of paper made the other person sigh inwardly. So many documents. Cao Yuezhi peeked into this drawer and that drawer. Where could the Spring Breeze Reverie script be? After a long time, she was overjoyed and almost screamed. Found it, unexpectedly, after only a few seconds. A young but suspicious voice rang out behind her. Auntie Cao, what are you doing? To avoid being harmed by her, the little girl smiled friendly-cosily. Auntie Casio, you're looking for Uncle Lu, but Uncle Lu's at the film crew. He won't be back until late. At this time, Casio Yuezhi breathed a sigh of relief, scared to death. Luckily, it's just a little kid. She had to give a reason that she thought was reasonable to reply. Auntie forgot something here, just came to find it. What about you, only 5 years old and running around everywhere? Aren't you afraid your mother will worry? Ji Yuchu naively said. Auntie Cao, stealing is not good. Cao Yuezhi's complexion immediately turned gray when she knew that the little girl had discovered her bad deed. She hurriedly waved her hand to defend herself. Auntie is not stealing. Auntie is just finding something. Choo-choo, don't tell anyone about this outside, okay? Suddenly, she bent down and reached out to snatch a few strands of Ji Yuchu's hair. Good opportunity. Get Ji Yuchu and Ji Mangxi's hair for a DNA test, then show it to General Manager Song, thinking that everything would go smoothly. But just as she reached out to carry out her intentions, she was teased and dodged by the little girl. You go find your stuff, I'll leave after I finish my ice cream. Cao Yuezhi had been caught off guard several times but still had to force herself to endure. Damn it, she got away again. Never mind, getting the script is more important. She quickly took out her phone to photograph the script, and the constant clicking of the flash rang out. Ji Yuchu stood in the distance, holding an ice cream cone, pretending to eat while observing her movements. Why is Cao Yuezhi stealing the script? Is she planning to sell it for a high price? That doesn't make sense. Or is she planning to terminate her contract, leave the film crew, and then play dirty to cripple the film crew? The little girl knew she couldn't fight against adults alone, so she took out her phone and sent a voice message to Song Sen. Uncle Song, I'm playing at Uncle Lu's studio. Please come pick me up. A smug look flickered in her eyes. Cao Yuezhi, whatever tricks you're planning, I'll play along with you until the very end. After a while of sneaking around and secretly taking photos, Cao Yuezhi finally, with satisfaction, put the script back in its original place. It's done. Her next target was the little girl. Now I just need to collect Ji Yuchu's hair. She gently walked up to her side, feigning kindness, and said, Choo-choo, don't move. There's dirt in your hair. Let me help you get it out. Ji Yuchu instinctively dodged away, not letting her touch her. It's fine, I can just wash my hair when I get home. The cat-and-mouse game the little girl had been playing truly infuriated Cao Yuezhi. Making her see red, she roared, Come here, don't run! Ji Yuchu pretended to be scared, cupping her cheeks and shaking her head vigorously to provoke her. Auntie Cao is so mean. My mom has never scolded me before. And so, the two of them played a game of chase in the cramped room. Stop right there, you brat. If you keep chasing me, I'll tell Uncle Lu that you stole something. You have no proof. Who would believe a stupid, fatherless child like you? Ji Yuchu bluntly accused. You're a bad person. I read online that people say Auntie Kakao gave her co-star tainted water, causing her to be harassed by a wicked director. The more she heard, the angrier she became. What nonsense are you spouting? The little girl continued to tease. I also heard that a few years ago, Auntie Cao slept with a producer to get the lead role in a TV drama. And also, Auntie Cao got plastic surgery but refuses to admit it. The more she heard, the more terrified she became. How does this little brat know so much? I've already dealt with all those things and banned them from spreading online ages ago. Ji Chu stood 3 or 4 meters away from her. Shaking her finger, she declared with certainty, Uncle Lu would never like a bad person like you. She even emphasized, never, ever. The self-restraint Cao Yuezihe had cultivated for so long was quickly shattered by the little girl. She gritted her teeth and hissed, You! Shut your mouth. After saying that, she immediately grabbed a stack of papers and threw them forcefully at Ji Chu. Just then, the room door swung open. The stack of papers she had just thrown hit the person who had just walked in square in the face. Song Sen's face darkened, and the murderous aura around him immediately grew thick. As for Cao Yuezihe, she was so scared she didn't dare utter a sound. Due to his anger, veins bulged on his handsome face. At this moment, cold sweat was profusely running down Cao Yuezihe's usually arrogant face. She meekly called out, CEO Song. Before she could even explain, Gi Chu burst into tears to accuse her. Wah! Chu hurts. Wah! The bad person wants to twist my head off and even hit me. Song Sen held Ji Chu in his arms, comforting her tenderly while coldly reminding, Cao Yuezihe, you better give me a reasonable explanation. Although terrified, she tried to downplay her actions. President Song, you've misunderstood. This child is a little disobedient and secretly sneaks food. I just wanted to teach her a lesson. I didn't expect her to be so rude. Cursing me repeatedly, I lost my temper and hit her. Unable to accept this, he retorted, Chu is just a child. No matter what, you shouldn't hit her. Cao Yuezihe's voice rose, questioning, A child? Does she look like a child? Do you know how horribly she cursed at me just now? Anxious to expose Ji Chu's true colors, she insisted, I think she's just pretending to be innocent. President Song, don't be fooled by her. Seeing that she was still fearless, the little girl thought to herself, Cao Yuezihe, you're forcing my hand, don't blame me. Then Ji Chu immediately burst into tears, complaining to Song Sen, Auntie Cao is so mean, don't be afraid, he comforted her. Heartbroken, Chu, Uncle Song is here. Wiping away her tears, she tried her best to recount bravely, Just now, Auntie Cao chased after me, grabbed my hair, and said she wanted to do a DNA test. I also saw Auntie Cao secretly taking pictures of Uncle Luce's manuscripts, taking a lot of them. Hearing Ji Chu reveal her secret, she went crazy and tried to slap the little girl. You little brat, daring to talk nonsense. But before her hand could touch a single strand of her hair, Song Sen grabbed her wrist tightly. He coldly warned, daring to lay a hand on her right in front of me. You've got some nerve, Cao Yuezihe quickly denied. It's not like that. He flung her hand away, causing her to fall to the ground, and declared bluntly, acting out in front of everyone, plotting behind their backs, Cao Yuezihe, you're no longer needed on this film crew. At this point, Cao Yuezihe didn't want to hold back anymore. She sneered and said, Song Sen, do you think you're so clever? Ji Mangxi is lying to you, her own daughter, and she says she's the daughter of the help, a bastard child with no father, yet you treasure her like a gem. Unexpectedly, Song Sen calmly replied, I know Chu is Mangxi's daughter. I know better than anyone. Hearing this, a hint of unwillingness flashed in the depths of her eyes. Song Sen didn't want to waste any more words with her, and simply uttered a chilling sentence. Cao Yuezihe, you will pay for what you did today. But she was already numb, no longer afraid, replaced by a hint of disdain. Pay? Haven't I already paid? I've been an artist for your company for 6 years, generating countless profits. Hot tears streamed down her face as Cao Yuezihe continued resentfully. And what's the result? Because of Ji Mangxi, because of a child, you ruthlessly forced me to leave. I'm sometimes jealous of Ji Mangxi's face. Relying on men is all it takes to succeed. If I had such a pretty face and knew how to act pitiful, I wouldn't have to work so hard. Seeing her mother being slandered, Ji Chu frowned and retorted, My mom doesn't rely on her face. Before my mom came here, she read scripts every day, the house was full of discarded drafts, she didn't have time to play with Chu or time to coax Chu to sleep, staying up all night for many nights. My mom also works very hard. It's just that you don't want to see the good in others. Clearly, she could have improved along with everyone else, but all she knows is making excuses, sabotaging, and spacing out. Cao Yuezihe was stunned. As the little girl had hit the nail on the head, she disappointedly opened the door to leave, not forgetting to say to Song Sen before leaving, It's come to this, CEO Song. You don't need to fire me. In a few days, I'll send in my resignation myself. I've had enough here. Leaving you, I'll still be an award-winning actress, she deliberately emphasized. An award-winning actress of the Wang Corporation Entertainment, Ji Chu watched Cao Yuezhi leave dejectedly, a feeling of disgust and sympathy rising in her heart. Over the years, to maintain her position as the top female star, Cao Yuezhi had secretly suppressed countless artists, seeing only life-or-death competition, ultimately pushing herself into a dead end, truly pitiful and sad. Half an hour after Lu Shanhe returned, Song Sen suspiciously asked, Lu Shanhe, all the overturned documents are here, check if there's anything wrong. Waiting for him to flip through them for a while without responding, Song Sen impatiently asked again, so, is the information leak serious? At this moment, Lu Shanhe threw the stack of papers on the table. Too lazy to say anything, this idiot can't even steal properly. He even put on a cool facade to explain, relax, I've revised the script hundreds of times. What she stole was just a draft that was discarded long ago. Song Sen looked at his expression and gnashed his teeth in anger. Just seeing his smug look made him furious. Lu Shanhe slumped onto the sofa, calculating with a headache. But the film crew will probably have to stop filming for a few days. After all, the second female lead has left the role, and we need to find a suitable actor again. Ji Mangxi wiped Ji Chu's mouth and then felt sorry for Cao Yuezhi. Unexpectedly, Cao Yuezhi is that kind of person. Thinking back, 6 years ago, Cao Yuezhi and I were both new actresses entering the entertainment industry. That day at the banquet, I only drank a glass of water given to me by Cao Yuezhi. And then my mind started to feel dizzy. In a daze, I was taken to a hotel room, and unintentionally ended up in bed with Song Sen. The more she thought about it, the more quickly the sympathy turned into hatred. So it was a conspiracy back then. Of course, the person who slept with her, Song Sen, couldn't escape blame either, becoming a target in her sights. Song Sen was rearranging things, feeling the murderous aura emanating from Mangxi's direction, and broke out in a cold sweat. Why is Mangxi looking at me so strangely? Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. He pretended to stagger as if about to fall to escape punishment. Sure enough, as soon as she saw something happen to him, she immediately asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" and hurriedly ran over to support him. "Are you okay?" Although Song Sen was sick, he still tried his best to reply, "Dizzy, mild concussion." She quickly checked his head. "Let me see, there's a small wound on your forehead. Did Cao Yuezhi hit you with the manuscript?" "Wait a moment, I'll call the film crew's doctor." From the moment he opened his mouth, the other two had already realized he was lying. They gnashed their teeth, angrily thinking to themselves, "This cunning guy, Dad? If the doctor arrives a few minutes later, your forehead will heal." Song Sen had just arrived at the company when his assistant reported bad news. "President Song, Cao Yuezhi's fans are attacking us like crazy, leaving abusive comments under the company's official Weibo account. Some people are even going to Gua's newly opened Weibo to write vulgarities." Cao Yuezhi posted as soon as she got back, "The harder you work, the less lucky you might be. Song Corporation Entertainment Media, goodbye." The comments under the post were all cursing Ji Mangxi, saying she was cruel, suppressed resources, forced her to leave, and even demanded contract compensation. The more Song Sen read, the more his eyebrows furrowed. She dares to hire internet trolls to slander Mangxi after moving to a new company. She's tired of living. So he immediately ordered his assistant, directly issue a ban on Cao Yuezhi. Also, it's getting cold these days, the Wang group should... He was interrupted mid-sentence by a call from his beloved wife. Song Sen waved for his assistant to leave. The assistant hurriedly excused himself. President Song, I'll take my leave." He then changed to a sweet tone to answer the phone. "Beloved wife, hello, Mangxi, what's wrong?" Ji Mangxi calmly said, "Song Sen, I've seen the negative public opinions online." Song Sen thought she was hurt by reading them, and immediately reassured her, "Mangxi, don't worry, I'll handle it right away." Unexpectedly, she stopped him. "No, don't get involved in this. Cao Yuezhi wants Chuchu's hair. She definitely has a scheme. I'm worried she'll find out about your relationship with Chuchu. If you ban her, what if she recklessly exposes everything, and the situation gets out of control? I can withstand this public pressure. But Chuchu is still young. I can't let her be in danger." Song Sen admired her as he listened to her speak in one breath. "My decisive wife is so cool." He then agreed with her. "I'll listen to you, Mangxi. Using this method to let Chuchu know my identity isn't appropriate." Suddenly, Song Sen hesitated and said gently, Wait for me, agree to marry me, and I'll publicly announce your and our daughter's identity to the world. Ji-yu Mangsi was startled when she heard this and refused. Mary, I don't want to get married for now. Not only did he not understand, but he also misunderstood. Then, let's get engaged first. His eagerness made her blush. She hung up the phone abruptly, leaving Song Sen with endless regrets. He thought with a headache, I can't be hasty. It seems Mangsi still has some reservations about me. I must seize the time to talk to Cheng Qingyun, quickly cancel the engagement, and resolve everything properly. Mangsi will naturally feel my sincerity. The most urgent matter now is Cao Yuezhi. With such an overwhelming number of internet trolls, the Wang family must be backing her. The reason I haven't touched the Wang family these past few years is to save old Mr. Wang's face, leaving Wang Tiancheng a little room to wiggle. Song Sen's eyes were now filled with murderous intent. Now it seems, they don't appreciate the leniency. If I can't ban her immediately, then I'll slowly take away everything she pursues, making her life worse than death. At this time, Ji Yu-chu was lying at home, browsing information online to assess the situation. The public opinion online has indeed been tense these days. Uncle Lu has issued a statement that Cao Yuezhi stole the script, and Jiang Cheng also announced his withdrawal from Wang Corporation Entertainment, transferring to Song Corporation Entertainment. The little girl ate strawberries while angrily questioning, yet those useless fathers only talk about Cao Yuezhi's diva behavior at Song Corporation, strikes and the like, all these insignificant things, of little use. Why not just ban her directly? Only now did Lu Shanhei get drunk enough to be helped home by the staff. With a slurred voice he greeted, Hello, Choo-choo? The staff explained to the little girl, he's drunk, he hasn't been able to find a female supporting role these past few days. He sadly confided in Ji Yu-chu, Choo-choo, if only you were 20 years old, I wouldn't be lacking a second female lead. You have no idea how foolish those actresses are, without a trace of charm. The little girl quickly encouraged, Uncle Lu, don't be discouraged. If you can't find a suitable actress, try auditioning again and look for someone new. Lu Shanhei pinched her cheek and murmured, That's right, Choo-choo is still the smartest. I wonder how this little head grows to be so clever. The little girl was squeezed so hard that she growled in anger, let go of my hand. Ji Yu-chu quickly stuffed a strawberry into his mouth to stop him. Uncle Lu, eat some strawberries to sober up. The little girl sat quietly watching him soliloquize. Strawberries are so delicious. Strawberries, red, so sweet. She felt a little worried. If he still can't find someone suitable, he'll probably go crazy. A long line of people queued up to audition. Inside the closed room, an announcement sounded, Those who have come to audition, please collect your number. 10 people per group. Prepare to enter. Zhao Manshi, number 37, keep it safe. She happily accepted it and smiled. Okay, thank you. But as soon as she turned around, she heard the staff gossiping about her sister. It's all Ji-yu Mangsi's fault. Daring to go against the best actress quit, causing us to be suspended as well. The person next to him also maliciously chimed in. No woman in the entertainment industry is easy to deal with. That Miss Ji-yu has so many thoughts, I heard she sneaks into the director's room in the middle of the night. What do you think a man and a woman can do alone? Zhao Manshi, who was next to them, couldn't help but sarcastically speak up. Why do I still hear dogs barking when there aren't any dogs around? She crossed her arms, looking at the two people with open contempt. You two men, instead of idly gossiping about others, why don't you think about how to work and support your families? Do you know Ji-yu Mangsi? Do you know what kind of person she is in real life? Before you talk about others, why don't you look at yourselves to see if you are worthy? Seeing that there were many onlookers, the two men knew they were at a disadvantage and only dared to question, Who are you? I wasn't talking about you. But, Zhao Manshi retorted, you can't talk about anyone, all full of prejudice against women, jumping to conclusions, disrespecting women. Don't forget your mothers are also women. The last sentence was almost shouted out in anger. She advised, It's fine if men don't have the ability, but if they don't even have morals, then they are truly trash. Just at this moment, Lu Shanhei led Ji Yu-chu in. The little girl was a little curious when she saw Zhao Manshi. Zhao Manshi, is she also here to audition? The two people were so ashamed by her words that they wanted to find a hole to hide in. I won't bother with you. As they left, she still didn't let them go. If I hear you making up stories about Ji-yu Mangsi again, I will definitely report you so you won't have the opportunity to work. Ji Yu-chu couldn't quite believe her eyes. It's getting stranger and stranger. Zhao Manxi is possessed, yet she's standing up for Ji Mangxi, even arguing with two men. As the little girl looked up, she saw Lu Shanhe was assessing her. Sharp and willful, sweet but cunning, two faces, beautiful noble temperament but not rigid, he excitedly declared, "This person, isn't this the female supporting character I've been longing for?" Zhao Manxi suddenly widened her eyes in surprise. Then she smiled and greeted him, confidently introducing herself. "Director Lu, I'm Zhao Manxi, Ji Mangxi's younger sister. I'm here for the audition today, number 37. Please remember me." The confidence she exuded stunned Lu Shanhe. He thought to himself, "Director Lu, I'm Zhao Manxi, Ji Mangxi's younger sister. I'm here for the audition today, number 37. Please remember me." That noble aura radiating from her bones, confident and generous, without needing any embellishment, she's the perfect candidate for the supporting female role. Seeing that he didn't react, Zhao Manxi approached and waved her hand, "Director Lu." Only then did he snap out of his thoughts and respond, "Oh, hello?" She continued to inquire, "Director Lu, is my sister busy? I wanted to see her." Lu Shanhe quickly replied, "No, she's resting in the backstage lounge." Zhao Manxi happily nodded. "Then I'll go find her." Ji Chu, who had been observing from the side, became even more wary, wondering what this woman was up to again. Unexpectedly, she turned to the little girl and asked, "Hey, Chu Chu, perfect timing. Let's go find your mommy together." This made Ji Chu even more worried. Why is she being so friendly today? Something's not right. Very not right. Before the little girl could answer, Zhao Manxi turned to Director Lu and asked, "Oh, right, Director Lu. The public opinion has been in an uproar lately because of Cao Yuezhi. My sister hasn't signed with any entertainment company and is all alone. I'm worried she won't be able to handle such intense public pressure. Could you help her find a suitable company?" Ji Chu was so frightened that she jumped upon hearing this. A series of thoughts ran wild in her mind. What's going on? Am I still dreaming? Or has this woman's soul been swapped? Is she paving the way for Ji Mangxi? Not only that, but she also carefully instructed him. "Also, I'm worried that Cao Yuezhi's brain-dead fans will harm my sister." "I hope you can increase security around the set," Lu Shanhe agreed without hesitation. "Okay, you're very thoughtful." It was one thing to hear about it, but witnessing it firsthand made it truly unbelievable for Ji Chu. "Let me digest this for a moment. What's going on? Why is Zhao Manxi being so concerned about Ji Mangxi? Could it be that because I interfered with the original plot, the personalities of some characters have been skewed, and the villainous female supporting character has turned over a new leaf?" Eager to find a satisfactory female supporting actress, Lu Shanhe quickly changed the subject. "Have you ever acted before?" She honestly replied, "Yes, but they were all small roles with not much screen time. Even though there wasn't much screen time, I was still very happy to be acting, so I hope Director Lu can keep an eye on me. Even if it's just a small supporting role, I will do my best. Even if my acting isn't as good as my sister's, I'm working hard to learn." Lu Shanhe immediately interrupted, "Then you'll play the female supporting role." His words surprised her so much that she couldn't react, believing that one day, after realizing what he had just said, her bright eyes widened. She was so happy that she almost screamed in Lu Shanhe's face. "The female supporting role? Really?" He calmly replied, "Yes, I'll send you a portion of the script for the female supporting role. Try acting it out." At this moment, Zhao Manxi was so happy that tears welled up in her eyes, and she tremblingly held up 2 fingers to confirm, "Really? The female supporting role, I can be in your movie, and it's even the female supporting role." Upon receiving a confirming nod, she no longer cared about her image, and thanked him while crying, "Thank you, Director Lu, for giving me this opportunity. I definitely won't let you down." He was embarrassed by her enthusiastic attitude, but still explained clearly, "Very good. Follow me, and I'll explain the background to you." Lu Shanhe led Zhao Manxi into the film set and carefully instructed, "Just relax and be yourself. Just show your natural state." The two of them left Ji Chu standing there, dumbfounded and unable to accept the truth. What on earth just happened? What day is it today? The plot is developing so fast, I'm so confused. Tang Chengxi was overjoyed to learn that her daughter had been cast as the female supporting role. Congratulations, Manxi, for being chosen by Director Lu for the female supporting role. "I heard that Song Shen often comes to the film set to visit. Now that's great." She grabbed her daughter's hand and reminded her, "Cling onto this big tree. Mom believes that you will definitely achieve fame and success in the future." She obediently nodded, yes. Suddenly, her face became vicious, and she gritted her teeth, spitting out each word as if to engrave it into her daughter's mind. That little slut Gu Manxi is also on the film set. You absolutely cannot lose to her. Mom will help you. I will definitely make you crush that little slut. Zhao Manshi quickly spoke up for her sister. Mom, Gu Manxi has always been well behaved and hasn't caused any trouble for us. We were wrong to scheme to have her marry CEO Lai in the first place. Now don't. Before she could finish, Tang Chengxi interrupted her. You idiot! What nonsense are you talking about? She's pregnant before marriage and doesn't know how to protect herself, using seductive tactics to enter the entertainment industry. Do you think she's a good person? Zhao Shiman wanted to refute, but she angered her mother. She shouted like a madwoman. Enough! A pure and innocent lady like you is speaking up for trash like her. A dirty pot like her should only be paired with a rotten lid. She patted her shoulder and reminded her. Don't think about those useless things. Once you're on the film set, you must seize the opportunity to get close to Song Shen and cultivate your relationship. Don't let that slut Gu Manxi bewitch Song Shen. A filthy woman like her doesn't deserve to enter the Song family. Listen to Mom. Mom is doing this for your own good. Zhao Manshi didn't dare to turn around to look at her mother. The more she thought about it, the more suspicious she became. Why does Mom hate her sister so much? I always feel like Mom is hiding something. My older brother has left home, my sister has severed ties with the family, and my dad hasn't been home in a long time. The house is always just me, the house is always just me, this house is frighteningly cold. Tang Chengxi walked to a distant corner before muttering to herself, I didn't expect her to speak up for that little slut Gu Manxi. The seeds of the Zhao family are all worthless. She looked up at the photo of the two of them hanging in the middle of the house, her voice filled with hatred. Zhao Jing, for the past dozen years, you've been embracing young models out there, leaving me alone and lonely. I will remember this debt. Just wait. I will make you wish you were dead. Early in the morning, the film set was already bustling with activity, and the sound of cut echoed. Lu Shanhei, who had been observing from the outside, approached Zhao Manshi and praised, Very good. You acted very well just now. Take a break. We'll shoot the next scene in half an hour. She happily said. Thank you, Director Liu. I will continue to work hard. Hee, the director praised me. So happy, so happy. Gu Manxi, who was watching from behind, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Seriously, she's still like a child. The director's announcement echoed. Scene 12. One take only. Action. Zhao Manshi grabbed Gu Manxi's arm, angrily questioning. Why you? You were the one who reported my father. Gu Manxi turned away, looking distressed. Your father was a traitor. His hands were stained with the blood of 300 students. Zhao Manshi knew this, but said with anguish. But I couldn't just watch my father die. At this moment, Gu Manxi coldly declared, he deserved to die. Lu Shanhei immediately shouted, Cut! Fantastic! He didn't hold back his praise. Very good, this scene is perfect. Everyone, take a break. The crew members were also highly praising the supporting actress. Newcomer Zhao Manshi's acting is quite good. Natural and authentic. Yeah, it's much smoother than when we were filming with Cao Yuezhi. Zhao Manshi ignored them and sweetly asked her sister. Sister, let's go change clothes together, okay? Gu Manxi quickly wiped her soaked hair and nodded. Okay. Gu Chu, on the other hand, was looking at the two of them, chatting animatedly with a headache. Sister, help me rehearse my lines. Okay, I don't quite understand this part. Okay, sister. Let's go for a walk later, okay? Sister, we haven't gone shopping yet. Let's go stroll around. Gu Chu couldn't help clicking her tongue inwardly as she heard their conversation. Her thoughts were in utter chaos. Ugh, this is so annoying. What does this little thing want, anyway? Why did she suddenly change her personality? I can't find any opening at all. That evening, Gu Chu was sitting on the sofa alone, fiddling with her phone. Suddenly, someone put a peach in front of her, startling her. Chu Chu! A fairy peach for you. Recognizing who it was, she immediately greeted him. Uncle Song Sen, smiled and asked, It's been a few days. Does my little Chu Chu miss me? She happily replied, Yes, I do, Uncle Song. Have you been very busy lately? He gently patted her head. Yes, but luckily I just finished my work. Hearing him say that, Gu Chu knew what he had been busy with. The troubles caused by Cao Yuezhi in the past few days had subsided. It must be because her dog dad had stepped in to clean up the mess. You can tell he rushed here as soon as he finished work. After taking off his coat to get comfortable, Song Sen noticed the phone in her hand and asked curiously, Chu Chu, why are you playing on your phone? Have you finished your homework? Gu Chu blankly replied, I'm texting with brother Cheng Chi. As soon as he heard those two words, He became vigilant. Cheng-chi again. That little thief. He texts my precious every few days. 9 times out of 10, he has bad intentions. Suddenly, her voice lowered. Brother Cheng-chi just said that he has a very smart older brother who's been in the hospital. It seems like he's not going to make it, Uncle Song. Why do smart, young people die so easily? This innocent question left Song Sen flustered. Ah well, he cursed inwardly. That little thief Cheng, always talking about death. Daring to talk nonsense to my precious daughter. I'll see how I make you die. As they were talking, Ji-yu Mangxi and Zhao Menxi returned home at the same time. Sister, I just asked the assistant to make 2 cups of ginger tea to bring over. Drink some to warm up. Okay, you're so thoughtful. As soon as Song Sen saw her, he turned to her and said in a spoiled tone, Mangxi, where did you go just now? I looked all over the set but couldn't find you. But she was even more puzzled by his appearance here. General Manager Song, why are you here so late? The two of them looked at each other and chatted happily. I brought fairy peaches for you and Choo Choo. You could have just had the assistant bring them tomorrow. Why did you have to come yourself? Zhao Manxi stood behind them, staring blankly at Song Sen. In her mind, she sighed. Looking at him this close, Song Sen is really handsome. Ji-yu Chu, in the distance, of course, observed every movement. She practically turned into a detective, deducing, haha, I get it now. That woman must be pretending to get close to Ji-yu Mangxi. In reality, she wants to destroy the relationship between my mom and my dog dad, and snatch my dad right in front of me. No way! Song Sen knew she wouldn't let him stay, so he quickly found an excuse. Mangxi, look, these fairy peaches are very sweet. Let me peel one for you, okay? As expected, Ji-yu Mangxi immediately refused. No need, I'll eat them tomorrow. It's late now, you should go home. Then, he scratched his ear, stammering a lie. My car ran out of gas. You know, my car needs special gasoline. I can't get it today. I can only ask the assistant to bring it tomorrow. Zhao Manxi couldn't escape his charm the more she looked at him. Song Sen, does he really have such a gentle side? Then, he gave a forced smile and offered a solution. How about I sleep on the sofa tonight? But Ji-yu Mangxi still decisively said, just call a car and go home. Hearing this, Song Sen retorted, no way! Someone of my status, how can I call a car? Who knew that even after using all his tricks, she was still willing to kick him out. Pretending to be pitiful was useless, he wasn't allowed to stay here. Zhao Manxi was taken from one surprise to another, acting like a spoiled child on the spot. Is this the decisive, cold-blooded general manager? Suddenly, she realized something and her eyes immediately widened. Wait a minute, he's pursuing my sister. Even though Ji-yu Mangxi was so decisive, Song Sen's thick skin was still a match for her. Mangxi, I'm really tired today. I don't want to go back anymore. Just let me stay for one night. I can sleep on the sofa. Who knew that Zhao Manxi would react so violently before the landlord could even respond, no way! Her scream made Ji-yu Mangxi jump. Song Sen, only now realizing there was a stranger in the house, warily asked, who are you? She quickly stood in front of Ji-yu Mangxi to protect her, then stammered, I'm Mangxi's younger sister, Zhao Manxi. Boss Song, you can't sleep here. Ji-yu Chu sat on the chair, clutching her skirt, frowning and thinking to herself, this woman finally couldn't hold back and wants to cause trouble, huh? She resolved to deliver a long speech. You're a major shareholder, and you have a fiancé. My sister is just an actress without a foothold. If rumors spread, it's just a joke to you, but for my sister, everything will be ruined. Please, General Manager Song, don't make things difficult for us. Ji-yu Chu froze on the spot after hearing that. Was she actually protecting Ji-yu Mangxi? Song Sen looked at the girl puffing up like a mother hen protecting her chicks, and was momentarily stunned. Then, he picked up a peach from the table and shoved it straight into her mouth. I get it, have a peach. Then, he disdainfully glanced at her struggling with the peach, commenting, this girl is really foolish. Song Sen picked up his coat and turned to Ji-yu. Mangxi, see me out, I have something to tell you, okay? Seeing her sister following Song Sen, Zhao Manxi hurriedly tried to stop them. Sister, wait. But Ji-yu Chu pulled her hand back, gently calling, it's okay, Auntie. She was overjoyed, feeling like she was in heaven when her niece called her Auntie for the first time. She couldn't help but wave her arms around. Haha, Auntie is me, I am Choo Choo's Auntie. Choo Choo, call me Auntie again. Choo Choo, want a peach? Auntie will cut one for you. Seeing her series of actions, Ji-yu Chu couldn't help but sigh. She's really too lively. Ji-yu Mangxi walked alongside him, explaining for her sister, Just now, Manshi only wanted to protect me. She doesn't know about our relationship, so she spoke a bit bluntly. Don't take it to heart. Of course, Song-sen wasn't so petty. She was thinking of you, I understand. Only then did she curiously ask, didn't you say you had something to tell me? As soon as she asked about this, he stammered, next week, Saturday is my grandfather's 80th birthday. I want to take Choo-Choo to the party. Ji-Yu Mangsi reacted violently upon hearing this. No way. You want to take Choo-Choo back to the Song family? I absolutely don't agree. Song-sen hurriedly explained. No, it's not what you think. I have no intention of fighting for Choo-Choo's custody, she still firmly said. But taking her to see Grandpa Song isn't that. But he interrupted her. It's just a meeting. If you don't want to reveal Choo-Choo's identity publicly, I won't, Mangsi. I know what you're worried about. Song-sen's handsome face crumpled. He said seriously, as long as you nod, I can marry you right now. We can register immediately. The engagement, the rumors, our jobs, everything. I can handle it all. His every word was a plea. Choo-Choo is our child. I truly want to raise her with you. I really want to be with you and her every single day. Ji-Yu Mangsi was also moved by him and blushed, calling out, my love, but her rationality brought her back from the daze, and she quickly dodged his embrace. Don't talk nonsense. She turned her face away. Panting as if she had just escaped a nightmare, Song-sen asked worriedly. Mangsi, are you okay? Ji-Yu Mangsi didn't turn back, but still tried to stay calm and replied, please take Choo-Choo with you. Grandpa Song is getting on in years. It's not fair to either of them to keep him from seeing his granddaughter. Just promise me that Choo-Choo will be absolutely safe. Song-sen was overjoyed. You agreed. Don't worry, I will arrange for the highest level of protection. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and walked straight home. I'm going back. You don't need to see me off. His mood was the complete opposite. All right, good night, my love. Text me when you get there, my love. Ji-Yu Mangsi didn't even need to turn around to know that Song-sen was daydreaming. She frowned and thought to herself, how annoying. 6 years ago, I paid a heavy price for my recklessness. It's not easy for my life to finally start looking up. She reminded herself to stay strong. Ji-Yu Mangsi, don't waver. As soon as she got home, she heard Zhao Manshi complaining. Sis, why did you take so long? Choo-Choo is already asleep, she asked indignantly. Did that guy surnamed Song give you a hard time again? But Ji-Yu Mangsi simply replied calmly. It's nothing, don't worry. Zhao Manshi held her arm and advised, Sis, I didn't treat you well before, but now I truly see you as my sister. Listen to my advice, stay away from Song-sen. He has a fiancée named Cheng Qingyun. She's not an easy person to deal with. He's already engaged, yet he's still clinging to you. He's a scumbag. He has a fiancée and is still getting involved with you. Ji-Yu Mangsi listened to her sister's long speech, and knowing that she truly cared, she soothed her. I know, Manshi. That's why I can't stop trying. I have to stand on my own 2 feet. I can't be a vine clinging to a big tree. I have to be my own son. In Zhao Manshi's eyes now, she was an idol to aspire to, which made her admire and exclaim, my sister is so cool. Suddenly, she remembered something, and turned to ask her sister, oh, right, Manshi. You guys are also invited to Grandpa CEO Song's birthday, right? She nodded honestly. Yeah, do you want to come with me? Ji-Yu? Mangsi denied it. I'm not going. Choo-Choo will go. Can you help me look after her when you're there? No problem. Ji-Yu wasn't actually asleep. She was eavesdropping on their conversation. The little girl thought to herself smugly, oh, so we've reached the grandpa's birthday banquet plot now. Cheng Qingyun, here I come to play with you. At the Song family's villa, at this moment, everyone was crowding around to celebrate the old master's birthday, with congratulatory words echoing continuously, Happy birthday, Grandpa Song. Wishing you boundless longevity. Happy birthday, Grandpa Song. Wishing you a joyful birthday. Thank you, thank you. The old master frowned wearily, thinking to himself, too many people. My face is stiff from smiling. I'll go to the garden to rest for a while. On the way, he saw Ji-Yu struggling to pick a grape from the high trellis. He was delighted to see such adorable children at his party. Whose child is this? Such a chubby face, so lovable. Why is such a cute child dressed so plainly? If the little girl heard this, she'd definitely complain. My awful father chose it. Seeing the little girl struggling for so long without being able to pick the grapes, he chuckled good-naturedly. Ha ha! Arms too short to reach the grapes. It wasn't until he realized they were grapes that he was startled. He hurriedly struck the ground with his cane, reminding Ji-Yu, hey, little one, those grapes are not for eating. Seeing Grandpa Song paying attention to her, the little girl smiled to herself. Got him hooked. Then she toddled over to his feet, honestly admitting her mistake. Grandpa, I'm sorry. She even explained ingratiatingly. Choo-Choo got lost and was too hungry, so I was going to pick some grapes to eat. I'm sorry, Grandpa, I won't pick anymore. How could old Master Song resist this cuteness? His heart was melted by the little girl, so tiny, so soft, and so well-behaved. Is this what it feels like to have a great-granddaughter? He didn't make things difficult for Ji Chu. Instead, he instructed his assistant beside him. Quickly prepare a table of children's food and bring it to the garden. Yes, sir. Ji Chu glanced around, assessing the situation. The wheelchair is still there. It seems Ching Yun hasn't arrived yet. In the original plot, if Ching Yun couldn't get Old Master Song to officiate the wedding, she would resort to assassination at all costs. Today, I will stick close to Grandpa Song and see how Ching Yun makes her move. Old Master Song bent down and gently asked, Ji Chu, Little one, whose child are you? Where's your mother? The little girl replied vaguely, My mother is working, very busy. Hearing this, he became even more curious. Then, where's your father? Unexpectedly, the little girl answered straightforwardly. I don't have a father. I'm staying at my uncle's house right now. My uncle and Uncle Song are friends. Uncle Song brought me here today. Old Master Song sadly patted the little girl's head. Oh, such a poor child. If my grandson had married earlier, my great-granddaughter might be your age by now. Ji Chu asked innocently. Grandpa, is your grandson not married yet? The old master nodded. That's right, that turtle grandson of mine is almost 30 and still hasn't taken a wife. Usually I don't see him getting close to women, just keeping a lukewarm fiancé around to appease me. The more he talked, the tighter his brows furrowed, and a look of suspicion appeared in his eyes. That brat! Could there be something wrong with his orientation? Hearing him ask this, Ji Chu almost burst out laughing. Haha, what cruel things has my awful father done to make Grandpa Song suspect his orientation? Just then, Song Sen's nose itched, and he sneezed. He couldn't help but wonder, who was talking about me just now? Suddenly, someone called his name. President Song. The person who greeted him was Cheng Kaiyuan, the head of the Cheng family, long time no see. Following him was Cheng Chi. Seeing him appear, Song Sen was a bit curious. Cheng Kaiyuan came. Wasn't he busy searching for his mistress all over the world? Why did he come here? Cheng Kaiyuan went over to shake hands with Song Sen, chatting intimately. Director Cheng, how have you been lately? I heard that President Song recently won a good piece of land in the suburbs. Congratulations, congratulations, it's a big deal. Cheng Chi, however, didn't care about the two of them, only wanting to ask about his daughter's whereabouts. Mr. Song? Where is Chu Chu? A flicker of vigilance flashed in Song Sen's mind. This brat came and immediately asked about my precious daughter. Just like his father, full of ambition, so he kindly reminded, Cheng Chi, you should focus on your family business. I have things to do. Excuse me. Cheng Chi didn't need him to say it, retortingly. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Song. Cheng Chi will keep it in mind. Cheng Kaiyuan, as if discovering an untapped treasure, stopped Cheng Chi and asked incessantly, What is it? What's wrong? Who is Chu Chu? Whose daughter is she? Tell Dad quickly. Is there anything good that Dad doesn't know? Cheng Chi refused to answer him with disgust. What's it got to do with you? All you ever do is look for mistresses. Do you even deserve to be a father? He immediately threw a glare at him, sternly warning, Don't have any bad intentions. I've already reserved a private room for you in the hospital. Sure enough, that terrifying gaze made Cheng Kaiyuan choke. At this time, Grandpa Song was sitting next to Ji Chu, watching her nibble on the pastries on the table, occasionally asking, Chu Chu, is it delicious? The little girl didn't want to displease him, so she enthusiastically praised, It's delicious! All Chu Chu's favorite things to eat. Grandpa Song carefully instructed her, Eat slowly, be careful not to choke. Suddenly, the housekeeper came in to announce, Master, Miss Cheng Yun has arrived, saying she's here to congratulate you on your birthday, Grandpa Song said with disgust. How did she find her way here? Let her in, Ji Chu thought to herself. She's here. The little girl quickly changed her expression, worriedly saying, Grandpa Song, don't let others know that Chu Chu is secretly snacking, or Mom will scold me. I have to hide. Chu Chu will hide here, okay, she said, then hid under the table, and Grandpa Song chuckled, reminding her, Haha, you mischievous little thing, you have to hide well. Cheng Yun, dressed formally, politely approached to greet him. Grandpa Song, long time no see. Grandpa Song, Ah Sen, is entertaining guests in the front hall. I deliberately came to visit you and wish you a long and healthy life. She placed the gift box on the table and introduced, "This is Da Hong Pao tea that I asked someone to buy. Picked from the second-generation mother tree. Extremely rare," Grandpa Song said politely. "You're too kind, just leave it there." Before Cheng Qingyun could even ask, she was subtly driven away by him. "There are many guests today. Go help Asen entertain them." Even so, she shamelessly stood there. "It's okay. Asen was afraid you'd be lonely, so he told me to keep you company." Unexpectedly, the old man bluntly refused. "No need. This old man finds it very good to drink tea alone," making her feel embarrassed. But she could only curse inwardly. "This damn old man." Cheng Qingyun schemed in her mind. "This old man has a weird temper. If Asen hadn't been growing distant from me recently, I wouldn't bother flattering him. No matter what, I must get him to agree to the marriage today." Finally, she still deliberately ignored the old man's words and sat down. "Grandpa Song, I know you don't like me." Before she could finish speaking, tears were already streaming down her face. "But after all, I am Asen's fiancée, your future granddaughter-in-law. Although I have a terminal illness and won't live much longer, I truly love Asen. I want to leave offspring for Asen before I leave this world. You also know, Asen isn't close to women, but he still cares a little about me. If I pass away, I'm afraid Asen will no longer have children." Ji Yu Chu, hiding underneath, had to acknowledge her scheming ability. Cheng Qingyun's appeal to emotion was truly masterful. In the eyes of outsiders, if they didn't want the Song family's assets to fall into the hands of others, the best way was to quickly produce an heir, and the most suitable person to have children was her, Cheng Qingyun, the only fiancé recognized by Song Sen. Tang Sen's grandfather deliberately asked again, "So, you want to marry my grandson?" Cheng Qingyun burst into tears, putting on a pitiful act. "Whether we marry or not isn't important. As long as I have his child to carry on the Tang family's bloodline, I'll be content," she thought smugly. "As long as my true intentions aren't exposed, and as long as the Tang family wants a child, they'll have no choice but to let me in." Old Master Tang asked curiously, "You said you have an incurable disease, so what is it? Modern medical technology can't cure it." She continued to sob. "Congenital heart disease. In the past 2 years, it's been getting worse. The doctor says the chances of a cure are slim." The old man sighed upon hearing this. Alas, a pitiful child. Cheng Qingyun raised her hand to wipe away her tears, actually testing his attitude. "Great, this old fool is starting to soften. Once I give birth to the child, I'll go live in America for 2 years and pretend my illness is cured." Just when she thought she would be accepted, Old Master Tang only uttered a short sentence. "Leave. The Tang family doesn't need you." She froze upon hearing this, only able to stammer out, "Huh." Then she hurriedly explained, "Old Master Tang, you may not need a granddaughter-in-law like me, but you don't need a great-grandson either. My time is running out. My only wish is to bear Asen's child." But he didn't bother listening to her, coldly replying, "You have a disease. What if your illness is hereditary and harms an innocent life? And the notion that Asen won't have children if he leaves you is even more absurd. He's still young. Who knows, one day he'll meet his soulmate, then marry and have children. Miss Cheng, if you know your body is weak, then taking good care of your health is the most important thing. I'll discuss it with Tang Sen another day and cancel your engagement. As compensation, the Tang family will bear all your medical expenses." His words made Cheng Qingyun's previously smug face darken. Ji Yu Chu, hiding under the table, was so amused that she almost couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, Old Master Tang's perspective is truly unique. I'm impressed. Cheng Qingyun, the head of the Tang family, isn't someone you can fool with a few words. You've cut off your own escape route, haven't you?" Old Master Tang, afraid she still wouldn't give up, deliberately added sarcastically, "Miss Cheng, this old man will give you a piece of advice today. Be honest in your words and deeds. Once you wear a mask for too long, you'll never be able to take it off." Cheng Qingyun stood up. "Feeling wronged, I understand, Old Master Tang. I will remember and deeply engrave your teachings today, Qingyun," she said, placing her hand on his wheelchair. Then, narrowing her eyes filled with murderous intent, she calmly said, "It's windy outside. Let me push you back." Ji Yu Chu, hiding under the table, saw her making moves and knew she was about to resort to dirty tricks. Just as her hand, already wearing gloves to hide evidence of the crime, was about to act, suddenly a loud noise came from under the table, causing her to panic for fear of being discovered. At this moment, Ji Yu Chu pretended to be hit by the table, covered the wound on her forehead, and groaned, "Old Master Tang, your table hit me so hard." The little girl even deliberately turned to mock Cheng Qingyun, not knowing if she understood. "Auntie Cheng, did Choo Choo scare you? I was watching ants on the ground just now. The ants wanted to eat a butterfly. So scary, her face paled as she thought, this child is here too. What does she want to do? Ji Yu Chu brought the teacup on the table closer to her, saying filially, Uncle Song, Aunt Chang said earlier that she wasn't feeling well. Chu Chu brought this fruit tea for Aunt Chang to nourish her health. Is that okay? The old man looked at the little girl with a smile. Slowly, be careful, it's hot. Chang Qingyun, however, retreated in panic. She thought, this little beast wants to cause trouble. So she hurriedly refused. No need. Who knew Ji Yu Chu was even faster, pretending to fall so that the teacup spilled on her. Ah, it's hot. While she was flustered trying to avoid it, she lost her focus and dropped the dagger from her hand to the ground with a clatter. Ji Yu Chu achieved her goal but feigned ignorance and walked closer, casually asking, oh, what fell from Aunt Chang? It's a blade. After hearing this, Old Man Song couldn't help but ponder. A blade. Carrying a blade and lingering around me. Could it be that Chang Qingyun intends to make a move on me? Chang Qingyun became even more flustered after being exposed. What to do? Old Man Song must have started suspecting me already, she thought, and hurriedly tried to find a reason to justify herself. This is my eyebrow razor. I might have accidentally gotten it stuck in my clothes while I was busy offering birthday wishes. Ji Yu Chu added fuel to the fire. Aunt Chang needs to be more careful. If you hurt Uncle Song, others might misunderstand. Chang Qingyun stammered. I didn't. Having lived a long life, Old Man Song naturally understood 8 or 9 parts of the situation. He coldly issued an order to see her out. All right, Miss Cheng, you've had a tiring day coming here. Please go back and rest. No need to see you off. Chang Qingyun's face turned terrifyingly vicious. She thought to herself, damn old man, you want to chase me away? If I don't make you disappear today, there won't be a chance later. She was just about to make up an excuse, Uncle Song, when suddenly Cheng Chi spoke up. What a lively scene. Ji Yu Chu was also very happy to see him. Brother Cheng Chi. He stepped forward and politely greeted, Uncle Song, please excuse my intrusion. Seeing everyone chatting so happily, I couldn't help but come over to say hello. Cheng Chi's appearance caused all of Chang Qingyun's ambitions to vanish completely. In her mind, only 2 words remained. Escape. Cheng Chi, him. I must leave quickly. This tyrant of the Cheng family is the nightmare of all illegitimate children like us. Staying here means certain death. Sure enough, after only a few seconds, she found an excuse to slip away. Uncle Song, you two can talk. I'll go ahead. Ji Yu Chu looked at the demon behind her with a bit of emotion. Is Cheng Chi really that scary? That Aunt Chang ran away so quickly? I remember in the original story, Cheng Chi was often bullied by these illegitimate children. Why is the situation reversed now? Chang Qingyun clenched her fists unwillingly. Damn it, today is really a bad luck. Suspected by that old Song family, tricked by a 5-year-old child, and even ran into that plague god Cheng Chi. Just you wait. I'll deal with each of you one by one. Anyone who blocks my path must die. While she was lost in her own thoughts, she was suddenly startled by Ji Yu Chu's call, Aunt Cheng. The little girl held out the dagger she was holding in her hand and said obediently, Aunt Cheng, you forgot your blade. Oh, it's an eyebrow razor. Here, I'll return it to you. This time, she couldn't help but curse. You little bitch. Cheng Qingyun, as if gone mad, grabbed Ji Yu Chu's dress. You little brat, don't think I don't know. You did it on purpose. You intentionally hid under the table, deliberately spilled tea on me. Did Ji Yu Mangxi teach you to do this? You and that slut of a mother of yours? The little girl, without a hint of panic, broke her pinky finger. Cheng Qingyun roared in pain. Atia, my hand! Ji Yu Chu seized the opportunity, using her finger as leverage to jump down. By the time the little girl landed safely, Cheng Qingyun was sitting limply on the ground, tears streaming down her face. It hurt so much. Ji Yu Chu's face darkened, and she raised a dagger to question. Aunt Cheng, who did you just call a slut? Chu Chu doesn't understand. The little girl emphasized each word through gritted teeth. Dare you say it again? Cheng Qingyun couldn't help but feel a chill, thinking to herself, this look, it's just like a wild beast's, cold, bloodthirsty, ready to strike and kill at any moment. I've seen this look before. She suddenly remembered someone. It's Cheng Chi's. This child has the exact same aura as Cheng Chi, even scarier. Is she really only 5 years old? No, who is she really? The little girl disdainfully tossed the dagger to the ground. The razor is returned to you. Then she carefully leaned down to warn, don't use such dangerous things again, okay? Choo-Choo hopes you'll become a good person. Know your place, Aunt Chang. Ji Yu-Chu gave her a mocking look. Chang Qingyun, this warning should be enough to keep you from acting rashly again. She was terrified and didn't dare to look the little girl in the eye, only daring to curse inwardly. That little rascal is more difficult to deal with than I thought. Ji Yu-Chu skipped back, chirping. Brother Cheng-Chi, Grandpa Song. I'm back, Cheng-Chi asked worriedly. Why were you gone so long? Are you all right? The little girl nodded. Yes, I returned the eyebrow razor to Aunt Chang. Suddenly, he asked suspiciously. Why are your clothes torn? The little girl quickly explained. Oh, I must have gotten scratched by a tree branch. Cheng-Chi was worried and wanted to investigate further. Really? It doesn't look like a tree branch tore it, but Ji Yu-Chu flashed a conciliatory smile. Haha, it's really nothing. Cheng-Chi's words caused suspicion to take root in Old Man Song's heart. The old man thought to himself, how could a tree branch tear right through the chest? Could it be that Cheng Qingyun laid a hand on Choo-Choo? Perhaps I'm overthinking it. If she really attacked Choo-Choo, Choo-Choo wouldn't be so calm. Finally, overcome with fatigue, he massaged his temples and blurted out, Damn it, what kind of birthday is this? Not a moment's peace. Zhao Cheng-Chi, take Choo-Choo to change her clothes first. Yes, Grandpa Song. Cheng-Chi waited for them to leave before asking, Choo-Choo, tell me the truth. Cheng Qingyun didn't really do anything to you, did she? Ji Yu-Chu replied cheerfully. No, Auntie Cheng is very easy to talk to. He looked at her, thinking to himself, that expression, she gives herself away the moment she lies. Seeing that he wasn't responding, Ji Yu-Chu paused and called out hesitantly, Brother Cheng-Chi. Suddenly, Cheng-Chi said to her seriously, Choo-Choo, you don't have to shoulder everything yourself. If you need anything, you can always come to me. His current demeanor stirred something within Ji Yu-Chu. Cheng-Chi? How can he have such a mature aura beyond his years? In the original story, he didn't seem this reliable at all. But then she brushed it off. Well, in the original story, he was just a minor character with little screen time. It's normal not to understand him clearly. Afterwards, Ji Yu-Chu cheerfully skipped along, chatting with him. Brother Cheng-Chi, is Auntie Cheng very afraid of you? She ran off as soon as she saw you arrive? Maybe she had something to do. Haha, I don't believe it. Song Sen ran over to report to Grandpa Song. Grandpa, everything's ready in the hall. He tried to advise him, but he choked on his words, stopped by his grandpa's meaningful glare. I'm still angry, which left him bewildered. Why is Grandpa looking at me like that? Seeing that Song Sen still didn't understand, Grandpa Song scolded angrily. Every year you push this old widower out to greet the guests. Where's my 5 generations under one roof? The usually aloof and arrogant Song Sen now coaxed his grandpa in a soft voice. Grandpa, it's your birthday today. Please don't scold me. Suddenly, 2 words of Grandpa rang out from behind, drawing both of their attention. Ji Yu-Chu smiled, showing off her beautiful dress. Uncle Song, look, isn't Choo-Choo's dress pretty? When Song Sen saw their hands clasped tightly together, he nearly went mad and wanted to roar, Hands, hands, hands! He hurriedly picked Ji Yu-Chu up, shouting directly at Cheng-Chi as if he'd stolen his treasure. Let go of her hand! Who said you could hold her hand? What? You're the one who took her to change clothes. Then he turned to question his daughter. Who changed your clothes? Was it Cheng-Chi? Ji Yu-Chu smiled and replied, No. Brother Cheng-Chi took me to find Auntie to change my clothes. Song Sen put her down and instructed, In the future, don't let anyone other than Mommy change your clothes, understand? If anyone else wants to help you change your clothes, you must ask Mommy or Daddy first, got it? The little girl nodded politely. Choo-Choo understands. Suddenly the old man realized. Could it be that Choo-Choo is this kid's daughter? The old man nearly burst into tears of joy. It must be. It can't be wrong. Look at the kid's attitude. Choo-Choo is definitely not his friend's child. This old man has a great-grandchild. Seeing the beaming face of Grandpa Song, Ji Yu-Chu felt a little smug. Having achieved her goal, Hee, it seems Grandpa Song has discovered the relationship between me and Dog Dad. Tang Chengxi tirelessly lectured her daughter, Zhao Manxi. This birthday banquet for that old Song family geezer is filled with influential figures. Your mother went through great pains to get an invitation. You absolutely must seize this opportunity. Besides Song Sen, you should also interact more with other men at the party. For example, Wang Tiancheng of the Wang Corporation in the capital, or Cheng Kaiyuan of the Cheng Corporation. You need to actively approach them, offer them drinks, understand. She was tired of listening to her mother nagging her all the way. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. It turned out she had spotted her niece standing in the distance. Zhao Manshi excitedly called out, "Choo-choo!" Tang Chengxi's attitude, however, was completely opposite. Although annoyed, she could only restrain herself at such a major event. She frowned and cursed under her breath. That wretched girl. Zhao Manshi ran over to her niece and happily said, "Great! I was just about to look for you." Ji Yu Chu also praised her without reservation. "Little aunt, you look so beautiful today." She confidently accepted the compliment. Of course, when is your little aunt not beautiful? After receiving a text message, Zhao Manshi carefully instructed her niece, "Your mother texted me. You two go in first, I'll reply to the message and come in later, okay? Okay. Did you find Choo-choo?" "Yes, I found her. Don't worry. How's your side going? Is the commercial shoot going smoothly?" Ji Yu Mangxi quickly replied. "Still shooting. It's taking longer than expected. Everyone is about to starve." She couldn't bear to see her sister suffer. "Ugh, how could I let my sister go hungry? Wait for me tonight, I'll bring you some delicious food, Ji Yu." Mangxi couldn't refuse her spoiled younger sister. Okay, I'm just waiting for you to take care of me." Zhao Manshi hugged her phone to her chest, feeling so happy she was floating on air. These warm family chats are the best. It's so good to have a sister. She quickly asked a waiter there, "Excuse me, could you please wrap up a piece of cake for me?" "Yes, of course." A group of 3 girls, not knowing which family they were from, burst out laughing mockingly when they saw this. Wrapping up leftovers at a place like this? Hilarious. Don't you know her? She's the famous gold digger, Zhao Manshi. She's desperate to seduce Song Sen. Her mother begged everywhere to get her in here. Of course, if she gets in once, she has to eat and take away, or she'll lose out. To think someone like her wants to seduce brother Song Sen, how ridiculous. Very quickly, the waiter brought Zhao Manshi a carefully packaged cake. "Ms. Zhao, the cake is wrapped up." At this moment, she put her hands on her hips and questioned, deliberately speaking loudly for the group to hear, "Waiter, why did you let 1,000 ducks in here? It's so noisy my ears hurt." The waiter was stunned and asked, "Ducks?" Unexpectedly, she confidently pointed at the 3 of them. "There, those 3. They're as noisy as 1,000 ducks." One of the women stepped forward and angrily retorted, "Zhao Manshi, are you calling me a duck? You know that Brother Song has a fiancé and you're still shamelessly clinging to him? What are you even—" Of course, Zhao Manshi wasn't going to let herself be taken advantage of. "At least I dare to do what I do. What about you all? You know Song Sen has a fiancé, but you still call him Brother Song so sweetly. You like him but don't dare to pursue him, only knowing how to gossip behind his back. When I was young and naive, I used to like Song Sen, but I gave up long ago. Whether I like someone or not, I dare to admit it. What about you?" The 3 of them were scolded to the point of stammering, "Shh, but Zhao Manshi snapped even louder. "She what?" She pointed at their faces, warning, "Either keep quiet and let things settle down, or I'll expose all your intentions. Don't expect any peace." The swirling wine reflected Zhao Manshi's image, intertwined with a meaningful remark. Intriguing. The comment came from Wang Tiancheng's mouth, and Zhao Manshi had unfortunately caught his attention. So this is Ms. Zhao, who replaced actress Cao Yuezhi to grab the second female lead role. Quite a personality, a truly interesting one. Tang Chengxi, hiding behind, felt extremely pleased seeing her daughter noticed by such a big shot. After wandering around the banquet hall, Zhao Manshi finally took Ji Yu Chu home. Before leaving, the little girl chirped, "Goodbye, goodbye, Uncle Song, goodbye, Brother Cheng Chi, I'm going home with Auntie." Song Sen saw them off at the entrance. "Okay, remember to tell your uncle when you get home." "Yes." Ji Yu Chu said goodbye, earnestly once more. "Goodbye, Brother Cheng Chi." Cheng Chi smiled and replied, "Goodbye." This scene was witnessed by Cheng Chi's useless father. Cheng Chi asked curiously, "Son, Dad always feels like General Manager Song doesn't like you. Is it because of that Choo-choo girl?" But after Ji Yu Chu left, Cheng Chi's expression immediately changed, coldly warning, "Don't ask what you shouldn't." He didn't care about the unpleasant attitude, rambling on, "Even though I'm your father, you're so cold to me, it breaks my heart." Cheng Qingyun suddenly appeared, greeting, "Dad." He immediately threw Cheng Chi's matter to the back of his mind, chatting enthusiastically, "Oh my, isn't this my daughter?" "Which daughter are you again?" She patiently replied, "Qingyun." Only then did he nod, remembering, "Right, there's a Qingyun, I remember now. You look exactly like your mother." Hearing this, Cheng Qingyun felt disgusted. You still remember my mother? Please, stop joking. Despite the hatred, she only dared to curse silently in her heart. Where were you when my mother and I were suffering in the slums? You only showed up after my mother passed away. Besides forcing me to acknowledge my ancestry, what have you done for me? I don't want to go back to that slum. To climb higher, I have to endure. I have to please this father, even though my heart is full of resentment. Chang Qingyun immediately played the role of a filial daughter. Dad, Qingyun hasn't seen you in so long. I miss you so much. Zhongqi didn't bother to consider if she was sincere, laughing, ha ha ha, get in the car, it's freezing standing here. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Qi, who was inside the car, ordered the driver, drive. His words startled him. Wait! He hurried to stop the car. Wait! Dad hasn't gotten in yet. He coldly called out to her, Cheng Qingyun, come here. I know what you're planning. I don't care who you want to target, but if you dare to touch Chu Chu and her mother. He paused for a moment, then emphasized each word. I will make you wish you were dead. After speaking, Cheng Qi ignored Cheng Qingyun, who was standing there in stunned fear. He quickly ordered the driver. Drive. After the party, Grandpa Song angrily pulled Song Sen aside to reprimand him. Kneel down. This useless brat, Song Sen, didn't know why his grandfather was so angry and could only blankly ask, Grandpa, what are you talking about? Grandpa Song said sternly, Don't pretend. That little girl named Chu Chu today, do you think I'm blind and can't see what relationship she has with you? Quickly confess. Who is the child's mother? He hastily reassured. Grandpa, don't be angry. Song Sen could only confess, I haven't contacted Chu Chu's mother for 5 years now. I only recently found them. She raised Chu Chu alone before, and I didn't know about the child. Hearing this, Grandpa Song became even angrier. 5 years? Chu Chu looks only about 5 or 6 years old. You scoundrel! Are you saying you had your fun and then ran away, leaving her to raise the child alone for all these years? I'll beat this irresponsible you to death? As he scolded, he used his cane to hit Song Sen, causing him to groan in pain. It's not like that, Grandpa. Hear me out. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Afraid that his grandfather's anger would be bad for his health, he explained, I already proposed, but Manxie didn't agree to marry me. She'll only let me acknowledge Chu Chu. Don't be upset, Grandpa. I still need time for Manxie to accept me. Unexpectedly, the more he spoke, the more he angered his grandfather. You're still engaged to Cheng Qingyun? How do you expect her to accept it? You really want to anger me to death. You're usually so quick-witted at work, but why are you so stupid when it comes to love? First, cancel the engagement with Cheng Qingyun, then apologize to the mother and daughter. Only then can you talk about whether or not they'll forgive you. Even so, Song Sen still hesitated. But Qingyun, he recalled the past. When I was little, I fell into the water and was rescued by a girl. To repay her, I gave her a ruby necklace. This is for you. Thank you for saving me. Later, I met Cheng Qingyun again in the capital. At that time, the Cheng family was in turmoil, and Cheng Qingyun was lonely. Anyone could bully her. I saw her wearing the ruby necklace and we recognized each other, with the Song family backing her. At least no one dared to touch her. I've been protecting her and the Cheng family for these years. She also has kindness towards me. I really can't bear to let her return to her old hell. Grandpa Song turned his back and reminded in a deep voice, I know you still owe Cheng Qingyun a life debt, but, Shen, kindness and duty must be clearly distinguished in terms of importance. To protect Cheng Qingyun safely, you don't necessarily have to marry her. With the Song family's capabilities, it's more than enough to let her live a stable life. But with Chu Chu and her mother, you not only owe them, but also have an inescapable obligation. Think carefully about what to do yourself. Song Sen still didn't know what to do after listening. Grandpa, after thinking for a long time, he finally understood. You're right, I was confused. For the one I love, I must be cruel to myself. Ji Yu Chu nibbled on a bag of potato chips and watched the news on TV. Yesterday, the Capitol Museum was robbed. 5 priceless antiques were stolen. It is known that this group of criminals belongs to a mysterious theft organization that has been operating for 6 years, stealing all kinds of jewels and oil paintings. Among the lost items, the most prominent is the Moonstone, that once belonged to King Boro of the Roman Empire. According to the news, the stone has now been sold. An anonymous collector in the United States bought it at a high price. As soon as the announcer mentioned it, the little girl jumped up. How can it be? It's it! This moonstone made me accidentally transmigrate into this novel. Lin Xiaojiao, seeing the complex expression on the little girl's face, asked worriedly, Chu Chu, what's wrong? At this time, Ji Yu-chu was still immersed in her own thoughts. It seems I have to find a chance to drag out these thieves and investigate who bought the moonstone. Maybe I can still find Lao Mo who disappeared in this world. The little girl seemed to have found a clue. When I find Lao Mo, I will definitely deal with him myself and make him pay for his sins of the past. Lin Xiaozhao suddenly found the little girl's face a little scary. He thought to himself, could this kid be stunned by watching the news? Suddenly, Ji Yu-chu's smartwatch rang. The little girl looked at the number and thought to herself, that's strange, I don't recognize this number. Who's calling? Ji Yu-chu found a random excuse to go back to her room. Brother Xiaozhu, Chu-chu is going back to her room to answer the phone, Lin Xiaozhu asked worriedly. Are you okay? I'm okay. Then the little girl hurried back to her room and slammed the door shut. Only then did she dare to press the answer button. Hello? A voice came from the other end. Chu-chu, is that you? I'm dying. I still want to grow up and marry you. Ji Yu-chu felt a little familiar when she heard this voice. It seemed to be the fat classmate at the same table in kindergarten. Yi Si-chen? The little girl hurriedly asked. Yi Si-chen, where are you? The little boy stammered. I'm at the kindergarten. Suddenly, a scolding voice came from the watch. You damn fatty, dare to steal my phone. Are you tired of living? Go stand outside the door immediately. Then came the boy's pleading voice. I was wrong. Don't hit me, wah. Ji Yu-chu anxiously called the boy's name, Ye Si-chen. But the other end had already hung up. The little girl's face turned pale. She suddenly felt scared in her heart. Something happened. Ye Si-chen must be in trouble. Since his family went bankrupt and he transferred schools, I haven't seen him again. He said he was at the kindergarten. Which kindergarten dares to abuse children like this? Ji Yu-chu rapidly typed on the keyboard. I have to find out who has this phone number. There's still time. In just a moment, the little girl had found the information of that phone number. Yang Ji, who was sentenced to 3 years for theft, has now been released from prison and is working. Reading this, the little girl's face was as pale as death. The royal kindergarten. As a gardener, Ji Yu-chu cursed under her breath as she checked the information about the school. She didn't expect them to send her son to such a trashy kindergarten. What were Ye Si-chen's parents thinking? Let me see who's behind this kindergarten. But when she tried her best, the screen only showed the words, unable to search. She didn't expect that she couldn't find anything. She had to rack her brains for a moment. The kindergarten should have been shut down a long time ago, but it has been open for 5 years without any problems. Even if there were accidental deaths of children, it was not dealt with. This means that this kindergarten must have a very powerful force backing it. Suddenly, Ji Yu-chu thought of a possibility. Maybe opening the school is just a cover, and behind it lies some earth-shattering transaction. She paced anxiously around the room, but no matter what, she had to find a way to save Ye Si-chen. In the original story, Ji Yu-chu also died in this school. This kindergarten doesn't know how many lives it has taken. If she doesn't expose the truth and drag the mastermind behind the school into the light, then such things will continue to happen. Finally, out of desperation, she could only wail and lament. But what can I do? I'm just a 5.5-year-old kid. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door outside. Lin Xiaozhao peeked in from outside and called, Chu-chu, Cheng-chi is here to see you. Ji Yu-chu had to suppress her anger immediately. She put on a fake smile and replied, Okay, I'll be right there. She could only sigh to herself. Oh man, take it slow. What can a 5-year-old child do? It's really troublesome. Cheng-chi happily called out as soon as he saw her appear. Chu. In his hand, he held a cute gift. I bought freshly baked cakes from the Furong garden and brought them especially for you. Ji Yu-chu excitedly took it and said, Thank you, brother Cheng-chi. She took a bite of the cake and exclaimed, It looks so delicious. Cheng-chi quietly watched her. After tasting it, Ji Yu-chu didn't forget to nod in approval. It's really delicious. After just a few seconds, Cheng-chi asked his question. Chu-chu, are you worried about something? His question startled her. How could he tell? She quickly denied it. No, I'm not. Cheng-chi gently reminded. Don't lie, I can feel it. Sometimes you're forcing yourself to endure. I've said it before, if something's wrong, just come to me. Ji Yu-chu couldn't believe it. No way, is he a ghost? Am I that easy to see through? Cheng-chi asked gently. Tell me, what happened? She gently placed the plate neatly. Then, she hesitantly asked, Brother Cheng-chi, are you free tomorrow? My best friend just transferred schools, and I want to go see his new school. Cheng-chi asked curiously. Is that all? Ji Yu-chu nodded on the surface, but in her heart she screamed, I can't say it. Time travel. Reading the script. The death kindergarten, telling you would scare you to death. But he didn't want to make his little sister uncomfortable and immediately agreed. Okay, I'll pick you up tomorrow afternoon. The burden in her heart was also relieved by half. Yeah, thank you, Brother Cheng-Chi. His car sped along the road. Cheng-Chi coldly ordered his assistant, cancel tomorrow afternoon's meeting for me. The assistant reminded him, young master, you have an important class tomorrow afternoon. But he only received 2 words. Cancel everything. The assistant sighed inwardly. Since meeting Ji Yu-chu, the young master has no business sense anymore. Nothing is more important than that little girl. This job is over. Cheng-Chi was focused on checking Ji Yu-chu's class list again. Yan-si Chen. Only he transferred from Chu-chu's kindergarten this year, and he couldn't find any information about him after he transferred. There really is a problem. He has to find someone to help investigate the intelligence. Cheng-Chi quickly called Lin Xiao. The phone displayed the words, brother, with a sharp tongue. The person in the blanket just answered the phone when Cheng-Chi yelled at him, hello, what time is it? Wake up now, do something. Lin Xiaozhao was still dazed when he had to listen to Cheng-Chi's orders. Come over here, I need your help with something. The next day, the 3 of them went to scout around. Lin Xiaozhao said with certainty. This is the place, Cheng-Chi asked doubtfully. Are you sure this is it? It doesn't look like anything's going on. Lin Xiaozhao affirmed. There's no mistake, I investigated all night. But other than the address, I couldn't find anything else. I also want to see what this mysterious place is all about. Ji Yu-chu thought helplessly. Even I couldn't dig up any information, let alone you. Suddenly, an old man came to the door and warned, who are you? Outsiders are not allowed near. Leave now, Cheng-Chi calmly replied. We're here to find a child at the kindergarten. But the old man coldly turned away. There are no children here. Leave immediately. The old man's attitude made Lin Xiaozhao want to rush in and beat him up. Hey, old man! He only turned his head and said cryptically, you don't have the right to step in here. Once you're in, don't expect to leave alive. Although it was a bit strange, he still kindly reminded the 3. Kids, leave. By the time the people inside come out, you won't even have time to run. Cheng-Chi immediately ordered them, let's go. But Lin Xiaozhao just blankly said, huh. He unwillingly asked, bro, are we really retreating? Cheng-Chi explained. Outsiders definitely can't get in. We'll go around to the back and check out the situation. When they saw the scenery in the back, they were even more certain of their speculation. This place was indeed suspicious. Does a place with such a terrible environment need such tight security? Even the fences have high-voltage electricity and anti-theft nets? Lin Xiaozhao turned to ask her, Chu-Chu, are you sure your classmate transferred schools and wasn't sent to a mental institution? Ji Yu-chu worriedly replied, Ye-si Chen's family went bankrupt. Now he's studying here. Lin Xiaozhu couldn't help but wonder. Even if he's poor, he wouldn't be sent to a place like this, would he? Suddenly, she made a new discovery inside the dilapidated building. On the dry, weed-filled ground were children toiling away. These kids are too thin. Could it be him? She had to look around before she found her friend. It really is him. It's Ye-si Chen. I didn't expect him to be tormented like this. Ji Yu-chu lowered her voice and anxiously called out, Ye-si Chen. Yan-si Chen, who was absent-mindedly listening, vaguely heard someone calling him and looked up. Then he was shocked to realize, Chu-chu. The boy looked around in a panic. Ji Yu-chu comforted him from outside. Don't be afraid. We will definitely save you. Ye-si Chen signaled her to be quiet. In his hand he was still tightly clutching a clump of grass, tears streaming down his pained face. Suddenly a man appeared and shouted loudly at the boy, You're being punished to do labor and you're not even serious. You dare to look around randomly. I think you want to be locked in the dog cage, don't you? The boy panicked and hurriedly crawled back, pleading, I was wrong, don't hit me anymore. The 3 of Ji Yu-chu quickly hid in a corner. Lin Xiaozhu also quickly took out his phone to record the evidence. Every curse mixed with pleas for mercy was like salt, rubbed into Ji Yu-chu's anxiety. This brat is really asking for it. It hurts so much. I'm sorry, I was wrong. The little girl endured and told herself. In the original plot, this is exactly how Ji Yu-chu was tortured to death. No matter what, I must flatten this place. After he had his fill of beating the boy, the man left. Before he did, he snarled at the boy, Do your work properly. If you dare to glance around again, I'll gouge your eyes out. Ye-si Chen had no ability to fight back. He could only endure the beating, muttering his friend's name. Choo-choo. The boy turned and looked at the steel fence where the person had just been. He tiptoed closer and picked up the item Choo had left behind. The boy stared blankly at it for a long time. He recalled the days they went to school together. Ta-da, this is for you. It's so ugly, I don't want it. Is it that ugly? But I chose it so carefully. Ye Sichen hugged it tightly to his chest in pain, thinking, Choo-choo, thank you. At the same time, at the Song family home, the butler's voice echoed in the closed room. Master, the DNA test results you requested are ready. The analysis report confirms that the child Choo and the father Song Sen are not blood related. We confirm there is no blood relationship. Grandpa Song's face immediately changed as he read the results. He angrily ordered the servants in the hallway. Someone, invite Miss Ji to see me. His face was so terrifying that anyone who saw it would be startled. Yes, master. Ji Chu, who was with Cheng Chi, suddenly sneezed. Cheng Chi asked the little girl worriedly, Are you not feeling well? She quickly replied, I'm fine. But a sense of unease welled up in her heart. What's wrong? I suddenly have a bad feeling. Lin Xiaozhao suddenly said in a panic. How can this be? The expose post I just made was deleted, and related content can't be posted at all. Ji Chu thought with a headache. To deal with this organization, relying on myself is definitely not enough. I have to mobilize the powerful big shots around me. She turned to Cheng Chi and whined, Brother Cheng Chi, do you have a way to save Yan Xichen? He's Choo-choo's best friend? The boy was so embarrassed by her request that he blushed. You can rest assured I have a way. The little girl thought miserably to herself. It's not easy for a top-tier hacker to transmigrate into a 5-year-old child. I can't carry anything on my shoulders, and I can't fight with my hands. All I have is my brain, but to get anything done, I have to rely on pretending to be cute. Ji Mangxi looked at the two bodyguards standing rigidly as they waited for her and asked, Grandpa Song, is he looking for me? One of them replied, Yes, Ems. Ji, please come with us. She was about to refuse, but I was interrupted by the bodyguard. Everything on the film crew side has been arranged. Please get in the car immediately. Ji Mangxi's expression immediately became serious. Since reuniting with Song Sen, this day was bound to come sooner or later. Since she couldn't avoid it, she had to face it, no matter who it is. Don't even think about snatching Choo-choo from my hands. In the end, she still decided to face it. Okay, wait for me a moment. I'll go change. The housekeeper in the house led her to Grandpa Song's room, politely saying, Ems, Ji, please come in. The old man is waiting for you inside. Ji Mangxi walked in and calmly said, Grandpa Song, I am Ji Mangxi. Please say what you need to say directly. The old man sighed. Ji is indeed straightforward. Then his face darkened. Not in a hurry. We have a long story to tell today. A moment later, Song Sen also rushed back. Grandpa urgently called me back. What on earth happened? The housekeeper shook her head. I don't know. The old man has chased everyone out and won't let anyone near the study. When he opened the door, he saw the old man sitting pensively at the table. Song Sen calmly walked in and blankly asked, Grandpa, what's the matter? He only coldly said, Marry Cheng Qingyun. The wedding date is set for next month. After hearing those words from his grandfather, Song Sen almost shouted, Impossible, Grandpa! Didn't you tell me last time to make things clear with Cheng Qingyun? Moreover, even if you didn't say it, I wouldn't marry Cheng Qingyun. The person I love is... Grandpa Song interrupted him, each word ringing out as if laced with poison. Ji Mangxi. Seeing him pronounce the name so clearly, Song Sen hesitated a bit. Grandpa, how did you... Grandpa Song angrily threw a stack of papers at him and shouted, Not only do I know who she is, I also know what good deeds she has done. See for yourself. Song Sen blankly picked up the crumpled paper and carefully read it. As each second passed, his eyes seemed to widen further, trying to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Confirmed? No blood relation? He angrily confronted his grandfather. Impossible! Choo-choo must be my daughter. Mangxi would never lie to me. Grandpa Song pointed directly at his face and shouted, The evidence is clear. If it weren't for this test report, we would almost let a mixed-breed bastard from outside defile the Song family's bloodline. Truly the greatest shame. I would rather have you marry Cheng Qingyun than wear a green hat and raise someone else's child. But he still firmly resisted. No, I don't agree. Grandpa Song then played his final card. If you insist on marrying Ji Mangxi, then get out of the Song family. The Song family doesn't need a disloyal descendant like you to take power. Your uncles and cousins are all more suitable. Unexpectedly, this move didn't faze Song Sen at all. Then change people. I will never give up Manxie. He angrily slammed the paper on the table, resolutely declaring, even if Choo-Choo isn't my biological daughter, I still want to marry Manxie. Grandpa, I once lost her once. This time, no matter what I have to face, no matter what price I have to pay, I will definitely keep her by my side. Hearing this, a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of his tightly pursed lips. Grandpa Song quickly stopped his grandson. Stop right there, you rascal! He took another file from the drawer, then carefully handed it to Song Sen. Here are 2 more reports. Take a look. Unexpectedly, on these 2 reports, the results were completely opposite. Confirmed blood relation. He asked, somewhat puzzled, Grandpa, what's going on? At this time, Grandpa Song laughed. Ha ha, a little enchantress. How can you fight against an old fox who has lived for 1,000 years? The previous test report was tampered with. Luckily, I'm not old and senile yet. A simple cross-check revealed it all. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Song Sen's eyes. Do you know who forged it? As he asked. He glanced down at the red seal. The appraiser is the private hospital of the Cheng Corporation. Finally, Grandpa Song agreed to reveal his hand. All right. What this old man can do ends here. Girl, come in. At this time, Ji-Yu Manxie blushed and walked out from behind Grandpa Song's bookshelf, her face still flushed with embarrassment from Song Sen's sweet words earlier. While Song Sen was stunned in surprise, Manxie, seeing the person he loved, Song Sen was so nervous he broke out in a cold sweat. Why are you here? Ji-Yu Manxie calmly replied. The Song family elder asked me to come. His face flushed even more as he stammered. Then, just now, did you hear everything I said? She nodded slightly, a little shy. Both were so embarrassed they were turning red all over. They turned away, not daring to look at each other. President Song didn't mind confessing in private, but confessing in public was instant social death, embarrassingly mortifying. Old Master Song, in the back, looked at his grandson with disdain. HMPH. Old Master Song decided to give them some space. All right. This old man won't be a third wheel. I'm leaving, Miss Ji-Yu. I've confirmed Sentra's feelings for him. The next decision is up to you. No matter what, the Song family will always have a place for you, Ji-Yu Manxie replied gratefully. Yes. His next sentence turned cold. As for Cheng Qingyun, Senyer, issue an announcement tomorrow, breaking off all ties with her. But Song Sen didn't think so. No, I want to talk to Cheng Qingyun clearly. If it's over, it should be a clean break. Moreover, I still have something I want to ask her. Old Master Song glared at him upon hearing this, whispering, You foolish child, you just resolved the misunderstanding with Miss Ji-Yu. Why do you still want to meet Cheng Qingyun? Unexpectedly, Ji-Yu Manxie, who was next to him, overheard. She immediately smiled and said, It's okay. A Sen should handle things his own way. I believe in him. Song Sen moved, stepped forward and held her hand tightly. Manxie, Old Master Song, seeing them holding hands, coldly harumphed as if he was disgusted, but in reality, his heart was exploding with fireworks of happiness. Yes, Choo-Choo, his adorable chubby great-granddaughter, your great-grandfather will come and bring you home soon. Song Sen escorted her to the gate, and the two even lingered in a tight embrace. Do you really have to go back? I still have work in the film crew. He could only sadly say, All right then, I'll come find you tomorrow. Suddenly, Ji-Yu Chu appeared with a face like a ewe seeing her lamb snatched away by a gray wolf, angrily questioning, Mom, Uncle Song, what are you doing, you two? The little girl frowned, thinking to herself, I had a bad premonition earlier. I located Mom's position and found her at the Song family. I thought something unexpected had happened, so I rushed over, but I didn't expect these two. Are they dating? Ji-Yu Manxie turned her face away in embarrassment, while Song Sen happily called out her name, Choo-Choo. He then lifted the little girl high in the air, affectionately calling her, Daddy's little darling, causing Ji-Yu Chu to scream in fright, put me down. Cheng Chi stood behind, racking his brains. Song Sen and Ji-Yu Manxie, wouldn't that mean I'd have to call him? Song Sen's annoying face appeared in his mind, saying mockingly, You'll have to call me father-in-law. This made Cheng Chi so angry that he punched the wall next to him. Go to hell. Ji-Yu Chu, being led away by her mother, didn't forget to greet politely. Uncle Song, we're leaving now. Be careful on the road. Seeing Cheng Chi also about to leave, Song Sen quickly stopped him. Cheng Chi, stay behind. I have something I want to say. Seeing him say this, he blankly asked, To me. That night, in Cheng Chi's office, his deep, hoarse, and cold voice echoed, Cheng Qingyun, he darkly reminded her. It seems like there's something wrong with your ears, I once told you. Don't touch Gu. It was as if, mentioning her name, his face softened a little. Cheng Qingyun still remained stubborn, even though her voice was filled with fear. I don't know what you're talking about, she frantically thought. How did Cheng Qi find out? Was it about the previous incident at the Song family or what happened later? Cheng Qi threw a stack of documents in front of Cheng Qingyun, questioning. Then what is this? Using the company as a cover, forging Jiu Chu's DNA test report. You think you can hide it with these low-level tricks? Cheng Qingyun's spine turned cold. How did Cheng Qi find out? Her eyes suddenly became determined. You want me to admit to it based on a few pieces of paper? It won't be that easy. Cheng Qingyun began to resist. I don't understand what you're saying. What do those things have to do with me? Cheng Qi didn't bother arguing with her, ordering his assistant next to him. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. You're truly beyond saving. Bring the person in, yes. His assistant dragged a man in, throwing him violently to the ground. Go on in. The man greeted her upon seeing her. Miss Cheng Qingyun? Angrily yelled, Dr. Limanetz, it's you! She slapped him. You dare to betray me. Dr. Lin aggrievedly covered his face. I didn't. Cheng Qi stepped forward to ensure. He really didn't. On the contrary, it's you, who was only slightly set up. He paused. A look of disdain flashed across his face, revealed everything.